Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding two of the three Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's ninth on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh, man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh, well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like.
Three, two, one. Oh, afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody is well. You still can't clock us, though. There you go. It gets sorted this afternoon. Andy's on the case. He's just sorting out this cable. He's plugged it in Walsall. He's just walking down the M6 and he'll be plugged in very soon. Welcome, everybody. We were live streaming yesterday on the cash. Hope you enjoyed that. Hope you managed to tune in. And you caught the action. Jay, yesterday it was nuts.
Yep, yeah, it was great. It flew by a Tower. It just seemed like we were there for like 2-3 hours. A little 6.5 hour stream, and the action was just every other hand. Really, really good to watch. You can watch that back if you missed it on our YouTube channel. We'll be uploaded on that as well as Twitch. So if you did miss the cash game action yesterday, can go back and rewatch it. It is a fun one.
It is indeed. And welcome everybody. If you didn't see it. Welcome to the GUKPT. This is Tournament Poker Now. This is our GUKPT. The cash satellites have been running. And Lynn Beaumont got a seat yesterday. She says, I was in the right spot. I needed to ask Jay. She had 70,000 chips and she called a 3-way all-in coup. She had 8s on a 6, 8, 10 flop.
Oh, okay.
And then 7, 9 obviously turned over. And she's paired up on the river.
Oh wow!
To get a seat, but she didn't know whether it was the right call or not on the flop.
If it's on the flop, you're not folding a set, whether it's a cash out satellite or not. I don't think you need 100k. Yeah, seems pretty fine. Tower. Good afternoon, everyone tuning in. Nathan, Razor, Kev, Katie, Gully, Ball bag, Gaz. Good afternoon. 12
Afternoon,
hours
everybody.
of coverage.
We are here. Looking forward to it. Completely looking forward to it. We will be giving you updates regarding Goliath, regarding scheduling changes, regarding anything Grosvenor poker related. We will give you the information, but there will be plenty of talk about Goliath this week. Plenty of talk about the running schedules, what's coming up. There are a couple of cancellations that we need to talk about. And I know, as you can see, Simon, the action tracker, in the background, had a few problems to start with, just a couple of technicals, and then we're right back into it because we are looking forward to a great day in Coventry.
First session of the day. I'll run you through the names
we got
on
Jay,
the featured table. In 1's Rene Z. In 2, Ionel Serbu. 3 is Nicholas Wilkinson. 4, Yorek Yamrozi. 5 is Yuzu Yin. 6, not here at the moment, Tim Chung. John Eames in 7. Oliver Hutchinson in 8. And Paul Colan in 9.
John Eames. Johnny 147 online. Because he plays snooker a lot. He's in the Q school.
Won Luton a few years back, GUKPT, title to his name already.
And talking of snooker, guy that used to deal up in Newcastle, Elliot Slessor, beat the former #1 yesterday in the Welsh Open. He's getting back into a bit of form. So packed in dealing in Grosvenor casinos, went to snooker full time, got a nice little bit of a package, and is on the cusp of being good or great. The difference between TV snooker and then everybody else, it's so fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so fine between great and fantastic, you know. Yeah, Johnny 147, John Eames, was in that mould a few years ago when he used to play snooker.
It's great to watch live as well. Snooker, you've been to snooker, watched it live?
Yes, I've been to the final at the Crucible many years ago.
Yeah. You always think the cue ball's short, but it just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. It's the tables.
And nobody ever says, "Where's the white ball going?" Me and my mate John. It's good. It's the World Championships of the Crucible, really good. But yeah, John Eames, very good snooker player. Johnny 147 online, very, very good. And well done to Elliot Slessor, who got himself a nice win yesterday.
Check.
But we are here now all the way through until around about 12:30 in the morning. All details regarding GUKPT on the app. Don't forget the Poker Live app. A lot of players do use it to keep up with information regarding live, what's happening, how many cash tables are running, what is going on around the cash action this week here has been made. It's been like 8 tables every night.
Yeah.
Really good. Really, really good. So we'll give you details. I think there's 16 online qualifiers that have made it through. I don't know. Do we know how many played today, Si? How many of the online qualifiers are playing today? 6. 6 of the online. Oh no!
TJ?
No way! Terry Jordan's come to the table. This is my table, he says. Get me involved.
I was just about to say early stages and don't usually see too much action as always. It's pretty quiet the first couple of hours of the day, but that could all be about to change for everyone.
Just texting his boy that he's online. Here it is. Just texting TJ Jr. just to tell him that I'm on telly.
And then Gary McGaffney. How'd you get on in the PLO, Gary, last night?
Oh yeah. How did you get on in the old
Do
PLO?
you know what? We saw him on the first break when he was doing really well, but we didn't actually see him after that, did we?
No, that may be a clue as to how many chips he had. Yeah. Yeah, we love a good. We've worked out anybody who asks for a chip count at the end of the night has always got about 100 bigs. So yeah, we will keep everybody informed of what's happening and where we're going. So yeah, it's Coventry. Last year's Coventry was a 750, got 607 runners, and Steve Jelinek taking down the title. This year it's £1,000 total. It's 900 plus 100, so 900 straight £1,000 in total. And if we don't hit the Eddie Ice of 607, we can't just keep saying it's going to get bigger and bigger, because eventually we'll hit a plinth, and we just can't reach over it. But Still, will be an amazing turnout as always in Coventry. Everybody loves coming down there to the old Rico Arena. A lot of people still call it the Rico, but it's the CBS Arena now. New sponsors. And we had a walkthrough last night of where Goliath's going to be.
I just need to do that today. Actually.
Oh,
I'm going to have a little
my
wander.
days. The room is looking amazing. It's really strange with no tables in it. And you're wandering around and you look up at the stage where this certain Patrick Antonius was stood, having a chat with somebody that was dressed up like a clown. And overlooking that, you think, wow, in a few months' time, this is going to be 30 tables. And we're going to have a side event in there. Just fantastic. It looks good. It does look good.
Terry involved here. Cold calling the King 5. Rene free betting Ace Jack after pull under the gun open with the deuces. Rene opted into free bet. This one can flat as well.
Any flops for Ace Jack?
Yeah, Rene just loving this one. Jack 10. Rainbow board. We've gone freeway in a free bet coup. With Terry involved here, I don't think we're going to get too trappy freeway as Rene just come out firing, start trying to get value from her hand, but both these holdings are going to have a hard time continuing. Price for 1.4. Terry has just sat down, with just king high here. He's going to make the call, and Paul's got an easy fold here with the deuces tower.
Twos do get out of the way. Well, the Queen will keep Terry involved.
Yeah, although he's just drawing to a 9 tower ace, no good. That would be a
boat
for Rene. And Rene here should just keep firing here. Like Terry can have a whole host of Jack X here that other opponents won't have. Cold calling the free bet. All the Jack X suited probably going to be in there for Terry. So just want to keep getting value from our nut Ace Jack. Ace King's going to probably 4-bet pre. Well, she decides to check. And does actually induce this bluff from Terry here with his up and down. Bets for 1,000.
Should always be calling. No need to raise. Is it a miracle 9? No. That'll do. Nice little check mark for Rene.
Yeah, and if we opt to check turn, not go bet with this hand, I'm assuming she's checking the river. Trying to get Terry to potentially bluff on this card. Although hands like ace high that Terry can have are probably going to take their showdown, so she might be thinking about leading this spot. Rene here.
The Rene's going to fire, and that will be the end of that. Any bet is too big.
This goes for half, 3.7 into 7.4.
I know we're here to gamble, but there's certainly not going that. Early stages, Rene wins a nice one. Afternoon, Roy. We are indeed back.
How are we doing, Roy? How are we doing,
The
John?
team is back. Next 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, concentrating on the main event.
And good afternoon, the corn shizzle as well. And Kev, I'll set a line at, I'm going to go 5-6-5.
What?
5-6-5.
Wow.
Don't underestimate the UK poker community, Tower.
565.
I'm going to go with 565. That is going to be the line I am setting.
Go unders. It's a good line. It's not right, but it's a good line. Afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everybody watching around the world, wherever you may be. This is GUKPT Coventry. Starting, as you can see there, top right hand corner, there is the clock we can see. Plenty of news regarding Goliath, updates, a couple of changes to the schedule that we need to talk about. We'll be drip feeding the side events of the Goliath as well as everybody's talking about it. Already know there's 150 online qualifiers for Goliath. Already. It's March. It's the 3rd of March. We're not starting Goliath till the 27th of August. And there's already 150. It could end up well over 1,000 online qualifiers. So GUKPT Coventry. Join us on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Somebody texts you that you want to, they want their link, send them the link because we're here all day. We're here all day. They are indeed at the minute. Tremendous value are the satellites for Goliath. You want to get in, get yourself in. Make sure you're playing. They're on every single day. What time does the stream finish? Stream finishes around about 12:30 in the morning, so a full 12 hours. Gary? Sure you'll be tuning in after work in your meetings.
Got 5-way action here. Terry's involved with a 7 deuce.
As you do.
Oliver with the best of it, pocket 9s.
Ace 2-4.
Paul flopping best hit and form a top pair. Terry with bottom pair here and flush draw for Nicholas.
Jack of clubs on the turn. Nick in seat number 3, bets 1.2.
Yeah, and Terry's just still not folding his bottom pair here, Tower. Like betting to 4 players and then continue barreling here into another 2, and Terry's still not going anywhere with his 7 deuce.
Is Paul folding the A6?
Yeah, well, Paul could fold the A6 here, Tower. If I'm Paul, I'm not loving life here with our A6. After Nicholas goes bet flop, bet turn, betting to 4 players on the flop and now continuing to double barrel. I'm probably just going to fold the A6 here as Paul, and there's the fold for him, Tower. Has to get out the way, and Terry actually could win this pot now with the 7 deuce.
Imagine
does have the best of it.
Turns over the 7 deuce. Well, not anymore, because the flush hits for Nick.
Yeah, and this is just going to be clear value bet for us here as Nick, and against Terry, going to want to choose a large size tower, but Terry can't do anything but get out of the way. Nick actually opted for a smaller size in 2.5 into 5.7, just south of half.
Kev's gone for a punt on the overs. Okay, the bet is in.
Good luck, Kev.
Afternoon, Robbie. Robbie299 on Twitch. Looking forward to another great session from you guys on the team. Indeed, I hope you watched the Cash yesterday.
Yeah, it's great.
You can re-watch it on YouTube yesterday. Can you re-watch it on Twitch?
Yeah, and Twitch as well.
Does it automatically record on Twitch and you can re-watch it? I love it. I like it.
I think it stays for a long time.
Does it not?
I don't know about that. Maybe that could be the case, but it'll be up there. Be up there now.
It was good action.
Oh yeah, because they're the only two on there. Yeah, 19 hours ago streamed. Yeah, you could be right.
Hope you manages some golf. Well, the weather's put paid to that for a little bit, but yes, we have managed to keep the clubs swinging around the arms pretty well. So yeah, looking forward to a lot of golf this year, and we will be making plans regarding Edinburgh. We've been invited to a couple of places in Edinburgh. Me and Jay is going to make a little bit of a pact, and also might have some news on the golf day poker night that we wanted to organise, and me and Jay is going to come up with something regarding that, because we've had a bit of interest from the Grosvenor the casino that wants to get involved as well, which is great news.
We could be losing Terry here, Tower, early on, especially Oliver opting for this really large sizing on the flop, close to pot in this 3-bet situation, and probably a size we're not usually going to choose, but against Terry maybe sizing up for the reasons that he's just not going to fold any gut shot, any pair, any up and down, and now this is a card that Terry's definitely not going to be folding on after picking up dummy and gutter and flush draw to go with his what is now second pair. And Oliver here working with 80% pot effective of Terry. Should just see it go in the middle, Tower, and Terry's never folding this hand, so it should be an all-in and a call. Early stages here on day one.
They're in. We have a flush draw and a gut shot for the straight and an overpair for Oliver. Terry stands up. He knows exactly where the re-entry desk is.
Yeah, 10-8 or diamond
or
needed.
Or does he hit and sits back down again?
10-8 or diamond needed to survive. Jack not working would give Oliver the higher straight. Can Terry survive?
Can he survive? No, an absolute brick for Terry. Terry Jordan back to the desk. Gullymaff says, Rotherham United let us down for £450 in the week. Well, we'll have a Towers treble on Grosvenor Sport on Saturday. Make sure you check all the details. We might even have a Jay's treble.
Yeah,
because we did promise he's on a roll with our Jay. So Grosvenor Sport this week we'll have a Towers treble, and we'll be doing also over the week. We'll be doing the bets on the Sunday.
Yeah,
there'll be a line drawn and a book out for all the players that make day 3.
Yeah, always a little chance to have a flutter on day 3. Really good additive. Yes. Obviously live stream free roll as always on the Sunday as well.
I'm going to play it.
You're going to play it?
I'm going to win it.
Get yourself
I'm going to win it. You all play for second. What do I win?
£110 token. I'm
there you saw for the closer. I'll be in it.
25kg GUKPT closer on Monday on the client. Satellite's running for that as well every night. £5 into £30. There's a £5 rebuy and add-on for those. £30 freeze out. The satellite is running every night for the closer on Monday.
Afternoon, Brad. Chef Brad, much love to the family, mate. We'll see you at the next one, I'm sure.
How are we doing, Brad?
We'll see you at the next. Much love, man. Never nice. But poker just takes a back seat at these times. We're all good. We're all good, and I'm sure Terry Jordan will be sat down at a seat already, somewhere around the room, wherever that may be.
Yeah, only 3 entries per day though, so
yeah, you have to remember that. You have to remember that it's not unlimited re-entries.
And good afternoon, Phantom Fish on Twitch.
Phantom Fish, that's coming up this week. As soon as we get the cams, we'll be able, you have to brush your hair, all right? All right. But that is the main event of Goliath 2022. There's plenty coming up this week regarding side events, regarding streaming for the team. It won't be all Goliath main event this year. There'll be a lot of few day 2s. There's the women's final to be streamed. We'll be streaming maybe the high roller. There's all sorts coming up. We'll have a lot of snippets on the side events for Goliath, but they're the dates that it does start. Saturday the 27th. August is Flight A, all the way through to Sunday the 4th of September, where it's the final day. And plenty going on in between. We'll give you loads of information regarding Goliath. And don't forget, over 150 online qualifiers so far. They are great value. And make sure you get involved.
So Renee opening 10-9 off in the cut-off, once folded to her, perfectly fine, and continues on the king high board as she should. Going to have lots of bets on this board, goes really small as well. 200 into 7 gets the job done. 30% continue.
Over 600 runners in the minute, Brad. So yeah, the numbers have been really good. 115 was it yesterday in the Omaha?
Yeah, over 100.
Yeah, 115 in the Omaha. The satellite yesterday had 7 seats and a bit of change. So yeah, they're all it has been yet again great numbers for the sides. Katie's already won a Goliath seat, and satellites are fantastic. Well, make sure you get more than one token, because you'll need it. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? I'm only saying how it is. I'm only saying it exactly how I think it is. Katie's going to need at least three entries. So make sure you play more, Katie. I think it's great that you can have multiple satellites. Just add up the tokens, get them in your box, get them into your account, and use them when needed.
Yeah, great value as well. The satellite's really, really good value. We'll continuing here on the king high board, and he's out just out the way with the 5s.
Plenty coming up. Plenty coming up, and don't forget to check out everything regarding Goliath. I know we're talking about Goliath as if it's like next week. It's not. We know it's in 6 months' time, but it doesn't take long for it to come round the corner. It really doesn't. And we're in Coventry, and the Goliath's in Coventry. We had a walk through yesterday to look at the venue. I have to say, Tom got lost. He couldn't find his way back in, and then the door was locked, and he absolutely panicked. He was like, "Let me in! Let me in!" It was amazing. It was so funny. But the actual room looks amazing. It's so good. Actually, to see it naked, to see it with no tables in there, you don't realise just how vast the room is from one end to the other. It's so big. But no, it will be good. We are looking forward to it. And everybody's talking about it now because they're getting excited about another live Goliath. The Goliath X, as it's called. The 10th. Afternoon, Dan, watching on Facebook. We are all good, thank you very much. When and where will Goliath be? Goliath is, show you the dates right now, in between the hand. Day 1A, Saturday the 27th of August. There will be a couple of events before that as well, tagging on to Coventry. But they are the flights for the main event. There's plenty of news coming up over the weekend regarding side events. We've got the ladies event that's going to be live streamed on the final. We've got Joker's Wild that's going to be singing and dancing and jumping around and having a good time in one of the halls. And it's in Coventry. It's connected to the casino, the CBS Arena, and it's transformed into a massive poker area.
Offlin Hodgkins on Twitch and Richard on Facebook. This is at level 1. Blinds are about to go up. You can see your clock, top right hand corner there.
Yeah, I like that.
It's Oliver 3 bets the jacks out the small, nice big size in, facing the open. Not going to be defending with this one though. Takes it down with the jacks.
Okay, he's cashed every live Goliath she's played. She's only played one. Only kidding, Katie. Only kidding. Came second to
Mika Toika, wasn't it?
Mika Toika. Who decided to just about quit poker, didn't he?
After that,
he got married and that was it, and went travelling and that was it.
Some people do that, when they have a nice, decent score that's life-changing sum of money.
Yeah.
Have a little break for a year or two.
Hey, Zacabello, the dingy-donga. if there's any news on the side events, trying to decide which to play. PK will be putting some schedule together for us to announce on the stream, and by the end of this week, on the whole side events will be available for everybody to see. So sorry it's not available yet for the stream deck, but it will be during this week. There will be quite a lot going on. We know on the Wednesday night it's the Joker's Wild. That is the Wednesday night. There will be plenty going on, plenty of side events as well. So we will definitely let you know by the time we finish here in Coventry on what is going on.
Yes, this is live, going on Twitch. This is at the CBS Arena in Coventry. This is the first day one of the main event.
Yeah. The live stream runs on a 30-minute delay for security reasons, obviously, as all live streams do around the world. So 30 minutes, what we do is we commentate on the 30-minute delay so we can chat with you guys in the chat box, so we don't know what happened 30 minutes previous, so we're watching it just like you are, as live as it comes.
5 of hearts on the turn, so doesn't change anything. Nicholas still with the best of it, however Rene here is just going to have all the straights here out the big blinds, and Nicholas actually still going to be firing here. This is a brave double barrel from him. It's going to work versus this particular holding, but Rene's just going to have all the 2 pairs straights here. So much 8x and 3x out defending out the big blind, 2 a min click. She's going to have almost all of them. The price she was getting defending, and still upped into double barrel this spot, and against this particular holding it's going to work, but range wise here Rene should have us crushed in this particular scenario. So really surprised to see this second barrel here from Nicholas. Very optimistic, but in this scenario it's probably going to work versus this particular hand.
Indeed it does. Good afternoon, Dave. Dave watching on YouTube. Hope you are good. When do we see you next in a poker room? And as he Mac, we are back. Couple of bits of information regarding side events, and when we're not around, the 25-25s and the G400s and events such as that. We'll bring you that very shortly. There are a couple of changes to the schedule. Fly, crash, repair, repeat. Good afternoon.
There's 6-4 of hearts here, +1 for Yazal. Happy to open this one 3x, raises to 300. And pulls in with the king 9 off on the button. And Rene here with the pocket 9s in the small blind. Just happy to call, can 3-bet this at some frequency as well. In this scenario, Rene just happy to call and see a flop. Ace Queen Deuce, 2-spade board, so INL flops best here. However, Yazoo probably going to continue once here multi-way with the 6-4 of hearts. It's ace high, it's going to be good for our range, come in for 1-bet, and the times it doesn't get through, then we can just give up as Yazoo. Fires 800. And wow, INL just folds an ace, just snap folds top pair. Didn't even defend the ace there to 1-bet from Yazoo. Very tight laydown from the man in C2.
Early stages in Cov. What have we got going on online this week, mister?
Oh, I've got plenty.
Have you plenty of information?
Plenty. Lad. Got a rake race starting on the 6th, so in 3 days' time. Only for a week, starts the 6th of March. Winner rates most gets £1,500 package for the next live stream cash game in Manchester Tower.
Let me tell you, if you watched it last night, you want to get involved.
Yeah, so
that was mad.
That gives you £1,000 buy-in for your first pull-up and £500 expenses.
Awesome.
Yeah, 1 week rake race going on from the 6th of March on the client, guys. So if you like your cash online and maybe you fancy getting yourself on our live stream, get amongst it. Really, really good promotion from the guys that put on. We've got a bounty series the final weekend this weekend, Tower. 1.5 million guaranteed over the series for that one. You'll see live stream free roll on Sunday as always. Goliath satellites running all the time.
You know Richie Cunningham that's part of the online team and runs a lot of the online stuff. Do you know he's in the record books? He is the 6th oldest cricketer to make his debut for his country in the world. Ever.
Oldest.
Ever. The 6th oldest person in the world to make a debut at his age.
How old
Because
was
he's
he?
right old.
How old was he when he made the debut, though?
I don't actually know how old he is. He's in his 50s, I think. Is he in his 50s?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he looks it. I'm just saying. Yeah, but the oldest was a cricketer from somewhere like Azerbaijan when he was 56 and he made his debut for his country. And Richie Cunningham's in the record books and been the 6th oldest person ever to make a debut at cricket for his country. Hey. Yeah. I was pretty good. That I thought it was great. Little stats.
I'd love to see Renee double barrel this spot, Tower. Everything I see from her on the featured table seems to be very good, so I hope she probably is going to double barrel this spot, and here she comes, and it's going to work, and Paul's going to have to fold the 7s here. Just an understanding of ranges and hands that Paul can have on this flop that we can fold out with his second barrel. We're going to be King X heavy, we're going to have a lot more King X than Paul. Just in terms of range here, this is going to be a very profitable spot for us to fire a second barrel, and that's exactly what she does, turning her 4 into a bluff, start targeting like the 5s through 9s and putting some pressure on Jack X that Paul can have in this particular scenario, and gets the best hand to fold. And Renee really plays well, Tower. Every single time you see her on the stream, she seems to do everything right, and
She's leader in London, wasn't she?
I think we could see her potentially be one of the first female champions we've had this year. Her game's just improved so much over the last couple of years, and really does play well from everything that I see.
Afternoon, the Swindon route. That cash game was insane. Hope Vinny made a profit. Well, we finished at 12. I don't know what time the game actually broke, but it wasn't going this morning because we said we'd have carried on live streaming it if it was still going.
Yeah.
But I don't know what time it broke, so I don't know any news afterwards. If anybody does know any news, then let us know.
Oh, then Sabria Bass on Twitch. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Don't forget, tell all your friends the GUKPT is in Coventry. Send them the link. Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, anywhere you want to watch us. Jim Kiley's on his way down to play the seniors this weekend. Good. Make sure you come and say hello, Jim. He's on his way to play the seniors on Sunday. If you're going to play the seniors, you have to be 50 or older. A bit like Richie Cunningham.
So 6-5 deuce rainbow flop. Top pair for Yazal, up and down for Oliver. Oliver, after opening the 8-7 of spades, could potentially continue this one, but it's going to check. Queen of diamonds on the turn. So Yazal picking up flush draw to go with his second pair now, and after this checks through, could potentially see delay continue from Oliver here, but once more just checks, happy to take a through one, and the 10-6 of Yazal is going to get the check mark on this river, and probably can lead small here as Yazal of our 6x, don't have to go too large, nice small sizing, no more than half. And that's 600 into 1300. And just not going to get called in any spot here. Paul thinking about hero in with ace high, but like Giselle can comfortably value bet a 6 in this spot out of the big blind, would play it in this manner as well, checking it to the aggressor pre, and then once the queen rolls off, going to check again. They can credibly rep a 6 here, so a bit optimistic to be calling with ace high, but gets out of the way eventually, and so does Nicholas. Pot going away, Giselle.
Early stages, Coventry. I miss drunk Sarah from the Goliath. Remember Sarah on the live?
I do remember her. Yeah.
We want more of that.
Yeah.
We need more of that. It was like the GUKPT Edinburgh last year.
Yeah.
Win a hand by a round.
Yeah. Mate, he was storing Star of Brahmins under the table, weren't he?
Yeah. There were no glasses left behind the bars. They were all under the table. I'm sure we'll get scenes like that again when we come live. It'll be one big party. So blinds now up 1-1-1. Lead blind Nancy in play now, all the way through to the end of the comp.
Cheers, Robbie. We'll catch up with the stream later. Booked for a 2 o'clock tea time on the golf club simulator.
I can't use a simulator.
Can you not?
No.
Do you not like hitting off the mats? Is that it? Or?
I've got this thing in my head where I think I'm hitting into a wall, so I always duff it. I cannot use a simulator. There's something that I can stand outside and practice for as long as you want me to.
Yeah.
But take me indoors with a picture of something where I end after it, and I can't do it. I don't know what it is. I just cannot do it. There are certain, and we use something called Top Tracer.
Yeah.
And on our local driving range, you can have distances and you can aim for things.
You can play courses as well, can't you?
Yeah, it's so much fun. Changes the way you play, you practice now. But put me in a simulator, and for some reason I cannot do it.
Oh, then Jim Marlowe joining us. Good afternoon.
Enjoy the simulator at 2 o'clock, and Robbie will be back a little bit later. And we'll have to have a talk about Aberdua, because we think we're going to Aberdua in May. See, Katie can't do it either. She smashed the ball into the wall. I just can't do it. I don't know what it is. My brain doesn't let me swing properly or whatever it is. I just cannot seem to do it. Yeah, Bud, 69-17, we're already in discussions with a couple of people regarding the golf day and the poker night that we want to do. It will be ramped up the warmer the weather gets, and obviously as we get into the golf season as well. So plenty of time, but we are thinking it will happen before Goliath.
So Renee opening the king-queen suited here. Yazal flattening the ace-10 on the button. Fine to call this one, can mix in a free bet at a small frequency here versus Renee's under the gun +1 open, but calling obviously the more standard approach. Renee got a nice board to continue on here with the 2 overcards. Some really nice backdoors with the king-queen. And Yazal here with the ace-10, can't see him doing much but just calling here tower. Obviously he may sometimes come in for the thin value raise, but you think of like Renee's range opening early position, it's going to contain a lot of ace-x as well, so those ace-x going to be drawing to 3 outs, and in the overpairs we're in a lot of trouble against anyway. So Yazal will just weighing up his options here whether to call or raise, but much prefer this, just flatten the ace-10 here with top pair, top kicker.
Wow. On the turn.
And this is interesting, Tower, because this is just a card that's going to be a slam dunk double barrel here for Renee. This is going to be a card we want to be double barreling on very high frequency, not just because we've picked up heaps of equity in the terms of royal flush draw, but in terms of range, this ace is going to be a lot more favourable for us than it is Yazal. Yazal is only really going to ever have ace-10 and ace-8 and ace-deuce suited in this situation with the ace clubs, 2 of hearts and 8 of diamonds on the board there. There's only one combo of each of those, the suited ace-8, suited ace-deuce. And then obviously he's got all the combos of ace 10 as well, but then we can start applying pressure to hands like 8-9 suited, jack 8 suited, the 10x in there, jack 10, queen 10, king 10, all these type of hands that we can fold out as Rene with a free barrel.
So should this always be a raise with being such a wet board?
Well, it depends how he perceives Rene to play here. Like, if he thinks Rene can have ace king, ace queen, ace jack, which he certainly can, we can start raising now with our ace 10 for value. And that's exactly what he's going to do here. Like, there's not much we're worried about here as Yazal. The only real worry for us are pocket eights and pocket deuces, which Rene can have in this particular spot. But other than that, we're just going to have the best hand here almost always with the ace 10. So we're raising here now to build a pot and try and get some value from some ace king, ace queen, ace jack, charge the like backdoor club Broadway combos that Rene can have, like she does have in this situation. With Rene's particular hand, she just can't fold here, tower.
Not at all.
With the king queen. So Rene happy to call.
Any miracle jack of clubs in the building?
Offsuit jack would be pretty ill, would be real ill. Oh, it's a 6 of clubs.
It's the service she needs. She hits the nuts.
Yeah, and Rene, assuming she's going to be playing in flow here, because we got to think about Yazal's range, and the range of hands that Yazal raises turn with tower for value is going to be 2 pair plus, and then he will have some bluffs in there, and the main bluff on the turn is going to be hands like from our perspective as Rene, like jack 9 of clubs, 9-7 of clubs, like the gut shots that picked up clubs as well. So these hands are going to fire anyway for value. The 2 pair and the flushes are going to fire for value anyway, and we want to keep some bluffs in there if he did have like a random queen jack that picked up a double gutter or something. So Yazal still has to value bet this spot. I know we can see Rene sitting there with the stones, but we have to value the bet this spot as Yazal getting called by ace king, ace queen, ace jack. Start going for value against those type of hold-ins, as well as ace 8 suited that can be in there for Rene, maybe ace 2 suited some of the time. But these type of hands we do want to extract value from. So we got a pretty easy bet fold spot here with the ace 10, because I don't think Rene's ever going to turn like ace king with the king of clubs into a bluff. So once we get raised here, Yazal, I think we can comfortably get away from it, but we do have to bet this spot for value. With the ace 10, we're just too high up here to ever check this one back. It would be a bit too nitty. Have the value bet, but unfortunately for us, Rene's just at the top of her range here with the nuts with the king queen of clubs.
Yeah, she'll make it about 7.2, something like that, and then the decision will be back on Yazal. But as we know, as you just explained, it should be a fold.
Like you just ask yourself, like what bluffs is Rene ever going to have here? I always talk about the river raise spot, check raise river. It's just so infrequently bluffed. It's under bluffed spot in poker, and for that reason you can overfold because of that. And like Rene thinking of bluffs that she's ever going to have here, like she's never going to turn like ace king with the king of clubs into the bluff. Like a lot of her bluffs have to contain the king of clubs in this particular scenario. So the hands that she gets the real with the king of clubs is only really going to be ace king with the king of clubs. So she's never going to turn that into a bluff. That would just be a call from Rene's perspective. So as soon as we're raised here, Yazal, I think we can definitely get away from our 2 pair once you just break the hand down tower and really delve into it.
If she bets pot on the river, would it still a caller, isn't it?
Well, what if Rene leads? If Rene leads, depending on size. If she like block bets, I might even go for like some thin value, like because she may choose to block like some ace king, ace queen, ace jack. But yeah, if she did just lead for like a pot size in tower, I think Yazal probably would have called. But that's a good question actually. Would have been interesting to see that whether we would have called or not. But Rene does raise to 11k here.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he does make the call.
He makes the call and she turns over the nuts.
I wasn't expecting him to call that one off. Like, I just don't think Rene ever raises worse there for value. Does she raise ace 8? That's probably the only hand that may be in there that she may elect to raise for value for that size, but
paid off.
Yeah, it did get paid off.
Look at that stack already for Rene, 43,000. More than double the stack since we started, and what I've been going for just over an hour.
And Yazal didn't even think about it, Tower. Just maybe made his mind up already that he was calling that one off. But as I said, we need to come up with what hands Rene's going to get to the river there with. Then she's going to check raise bluff, and like Rene's good competent player, she'll understand like if she's ever going to check raise bluff, that spot is probably going to have to contain the king of clubs a lot of the time. And the only hand we should really get to the river with the king of clubs is, well, bare king of clubs without another club of the hand is ace king with the king of clubs. So a hand that's never going to raise bluff.
on form this year. Rennie Share, chip leader in the room at this moment in time. Unless Terry's gone mad on his second bullet. Afternoon, Ben. Afternoon, Apocalypse. Afternoon, Neil. Neil Source says, are we off to Vegas this summer? Jay's off.
Yep.
He's got his schedule already written out, and he's got his £4.83 ready to ready to splash at the tables. Myself, I've no plans at the minute, but you never know, things might change. But at this moment in time, no plans yet. You never know. We might find some swimming trunks and get across the Atlantic.
If I have a bink before then, Tower, we'll get you out there. If I have a little bink somewhere, we'll get you out there. Get you in the seniors. Give you a little
Yeah,
free
the
roll.
seniors is actually on at the end of June before we have to come back for GUKPT. Is it London? In beginning of July.
Yes. Yeah.
You'll be at the main event. The main event starts just about the same time as London is on. Jay's playing he's got a day pass. Well, I hope it's a 10-day pass.
Yeah,
that's how long it is these days.
I've had a word with the boss, and he's fine with me having the London leg off. So get Bobby back in. I'm sure he'll be happy to.
Well, if he's not still in Panama, he was watching the live stream yesterday, chilling out on the bed before he set out for his afternoon session at poker with the boys. If you have a golf day, I'm up for that, says Bud. Alan Budge. Afternoon, Alan. Look forward to seeing you at Goliath, like a lot of people. When you mentioned the boss, you thought you had the green light from the girlfriend.
She's coming with me, actually. She's never been, so she's going to be joining me in my travels to Vegas. I'll be playing every day. I think she'll just be by the pool having a sipping cocktails.
One tip you will need is never go anywhere without your ID. Anywhere in Vegas, no matter how old you are, you need ID. We went out a few years ago, and our mate Jeff, 69-year-old. Have you got any ID, sir? Why? As you can see, I'm pretty old. Yeah. Well, you can't come in. 69. You're not allowed in. Well, why? It's not for age reasons. It's security, apparently. So Rennie again with the snowman calls the 3-bet.
Yeah, cold calling out the blinds.
Nice flop. Top for you out.
Yazal freeway here. 3-bet coup wants to be continuing this one. Very dry board, lovely flop for us. Just going to have the best hand here almost always, and going to incorporate a check in here with the ace king. Like in this freeway situation, maybe at a small frequency can check this ace king. Oh, graphics have changed mid hand. Okay, with Yazal's stack size, I actually understand it a bit more now. This check with the ace king after losing that pot to Rene, he's sitting there with 4k, so he knows he's got 2 streets to get his stack in, and by checking flop for a bit of deception, we can induce some bluffs from our opponents, and if it's checked to us again on the turn, then we can just go bet and get our stacking by the river, which is the 5 of diamonds. So the ace king for Yazal is the best hand.
Who's fiddling with the lights? Who's playing about?
And Nicholas bets 2k and a quick call from Yazal with the ace king. So checking that flop.
Nice one.
It's worked perfectly for him. Checking the top pair, top kicker.
Big Sam, good afternoon. Hope you're well. Can you... So as you can see, the clock in the background tells us how long he's going to run down. There's a table change every 2 levels.
Apocalypse had a very good time, very nice. Krakow was beautiful. Architecture over there is unbelievable. Some of the buildings really nice. Food was really good as well. Everything was cheap. Couldn't really ask for much more. Weather wasn't even that cold, so it was a really nice trip. Yeah, family's all safe and well over there at the moment. Obviously, everything that was going on, we were away from it all, but they're all good. But really nice trip, thank you.
Yeah, Coventry's been good. Side events have been excellent so far, Sam. Tony Bedford's watching the live stream and tagged in Jay Farber. And not obviously Jay. He lives in Las Vegas.
No, he's runner-up to Ryan Reese in 2013 in the WSOP main event, I believe, Jay Farber.
Well done. Maybe he wants Jay to watch.
I think it was 2013. No, Phantom Fish didn't go there.
I'm sure there'll be more trips for you to do different things.
Yeah.
When you get out there.
Oh dear, Mehmet, big hello from Northern Cyprus.
Oh,
Hope you're well.
How's Cyprus? How's the weather? Must be getting warmer now. Must be starting to get into the high teens in Cyprus.
Well, put it this way, Apocalypse. As soon as we landed on the Friday evening, I went straight to a game. That's how much I missed the poker out there. Landed on the Friday and then was straight off to a cash game. Was gagging for it. Queen of Hearts on the turn after John firing for 200 on the flop, and he's out calling with his King 3 of Hearts. John after picking up showdown, pretty clear check for us here with the King Queen. 6 of diamonds on the river here, so this is quite an interesting spot if Izal decides to fire here. Well, he doesn't, and John has to check this behind because we're never getting called by worse. But if Izal bluffed that spot, we might have had to fold the King Queen there as John, thinking about range of hands that's going to call flop, diamond draws, deuce X and ace X. Don't expect him to float like a King 3 after we open under the gun, and it's an ace ace do board.
How many entries today so far? There were 54 the last time I checked. 59 so far. 59. There's already 30 entered for tomorrow. There's a satellite, and there's a satellite tonight as well. There's also a satellite. There's also a turbo tomorrow. So plenty of chances to get in. Don't forget, late reg is open all day. So players will be coming in after work, and it's been so busy this week. Players might just need a few hours just to get the breath back. And the numbers will increase.
There's quite a lot of players drinking last night at the bar as well, so
yes.
we'll probably see them stumbling about 5-6 o'clock.
There were a lot of players drinking on the cash stream last night.
Yeah.
We noticed.
Yeah, Phantom Fish. I think I will eventually. I'll be going out there probably 2-3 times a year now, so eventually I'll probably go and see. Renee off to a flyer here, up to 42k. Done everything right, to be fair to her, from what I've seen.
Yep.
So Paul just fancies getting involved with the 6-4 off, raising under the gun. Loose as it comes, this open. Raises to 300, and Oliver in the big blind with the 7-5 off. Not choosing to defend. Oh, he is going to defend. Looked like he was about to muck his hand. So calls with a 7-5. Flop of King Deuce 3, and this spot's just going to go the way of Paul. If we're opening 6-4 off under the gun after we flop a gut shot and just sitting here with 6 high and the board being king high, just going to be continuing this one almost always, and it gets the 7 high and better hand of Oliver to fold. Minus 21C. Hand analysis question for you, Jay. Mini main, level 9, you have 65 big blinds in the cut-off, open for 2.1x with Queen. Big blind has approximately 120 bigs, been playing loose aggressive, been limping pots, and raises to 10 big blinds. You call, flop comes King, 8, Jack, all hearts. We've got the Queen of Hearts, you check, big blind, bets, pot, 20 big blinds, what do you do? First thing is, I think we want to 4-bet this spot minus more than flat, especially if you say that this player's been playing fairly loose. I think that's the first thing I'm going to say. I know it's a fairly big 3-bet from him, just sub 5XR open, but I think we want to 4-bet this one rather than flat. Yes, we do have position, but I think we want to 4-bet this one more often than flat. The times that we do flat and we get this flop, definitely want to be calling this flop. King Jack, obviously with the second nut flush draw. We've still got the queens, which can be good against pair ace of heart hands, and then just take some turns. But straight away, the thing I will say is probably want to 4-bet that spot pre, especially opening in the cut-off versus big blind dynamic. But the times that we do call, I can't see how we're ever going to pass that flop. Definitely going to be calling once and leaving ourselves with, what, 35 odd bigs behind, and taking some turns and proceeding accordingly. But I will just say to you, in that sort of situation, even though we are faced with that pretty big 3-bet out of the big blind, we still want to be more inclined to 4-bet the queens in that scenario, especially if he has been playing loose aggressive. It makes it even more of a reason to bump it up.
Just saying Renee's improved the game, and people are noticing in the chat. Playing well. Minus has replied.
Yeah, says he shoved, assumed he was in pretty good shape against anything except aces or ace king with the heart, and was called by aces with the ace of hearts. It's just a cooler, to be honest with you. If he's playing loose aggressive in his cut-off versus big blind, even 65 bigs deep, it's still a bit of a setup. for you to be dealt queens in that particular scenario, and even getting that flop. It's not the worst flop for us. Yes, there's an overcard, but we got the redraw to the second nuts. Just a bit of an unfortunate coup at callers. Part of poker, they will happen.
Flop time, king 8-8.
Yazao doesn't have to go big on this board with a jack 10 of diamonds. King 8-8, no draws out there. Rainbow board, only really ever going to get continues from King X and 8X. So want to bet this board high frequency, and it's going to work because can't see Renee continuing with this particular candidate. Although if you want to play a balanced strategy, we will need some check raises on this board. She's actually going to float here with the jack 5 of clubs, so potentially floating here, Tower, to rep an 8 on later streets. She knows she's going to have more 8X than Yazao. Yazao being the opener here. She also may make the assumption that Yazao might choose to incorporate some checks with some King X on this particular board. But Yazao, even though Renee's called flop here, still undeterred and fires the double barrel here for 1,000. And now Renee just surely has to get out of the way. Yeah, Renee just gets out of the way. I'm really surprised to see her call flop, but maybe she was thinking about repping an 8 on later streets, Tower. So 30 minutes left of the first session of the day, guys. It's been a pretty quiet one. We had Terry join us for about 10 minutes. Did spice things up for 10 minutes, but then it has slowed down a little. Renee winning a decent pot versus Yazao with the King Queen of clubs. Nut flush versus top 2 pair. Bit of a cold deck for Yazao.
He's out. Getting his stack back up to the 20k starting stack. Winning plenty of pots. His VPIP's pretty high, around about 50%. Early stages, Coventry. We had a 1 elimination, Teddy Jordan.
Check. Bets 500. Call.
I think we need to change the. I think we need to change that. The buying's 900 plus 100. It's 1,000 straight. Is the buying. So apologies for that. I have to get Jay to sort out the commands from Nightbot. The buy-in is £1,000, 900 plus 100. A straight bag. It was 750 last year, and they got 607 runners. So we'll get that sorted for you, Apocalypse, with the buy-in. Jay's just gone on the tea run. Jay's gone on the tea run, ladies and gentlemen. Look. Ah, tea on time. I'll tell you what, I wish I got the cameras working. Jay's done a tea run.
We're not at the Vic. I can go and get teas here.
It's alright. Thanks, Simon. Oh no, it's alright. You'll get the next ones. Yeah, it's alright. Promised teas half an hour ago. Half an hour, at least an half an hour.
300.
Just going to launch that.
Can we change the buy-in on the Nightbot, please?
I've asked BK this morning.
Right.
I need to get logged into the GUKPT channel because I've got the
All right. Yeah.
the Nightbot on my channel.
We'll get it sorted.
You've got GUKPT login, so we can change commands.
Awesome. Early stages in Coventry. I think there's over 60 runners now. It was 59. I know it was a steady start for the main event. 59 runners it is currently standing at. Plenty of time to get in as you can buy in all day. The cash out satellite starting at 7. There were 7 seats and £600 yesterday to the for the players. Norlin Beaumont got one of them. Is Terry out? Yes, Terry has re-entered and sat down on one of the outer tables. And if you want to play cash, there's already a cash table running in the card room. It's 3-handers at the minute. So anybody wanting to join, there's tables and dealers waiting. Afternoon, Stephen. Stevie Smider Smith. Hope things are good.
So 20 minutes to go, guys, for the first session.
Yes.
Some fresh faces coming on after the break as well. We'll have a rotation of the featured table as always.
I wonder if Jay Farber's going to reply to us when he sees it. He's been tagged into a live stream for the GUKPT in Coventry.
He might do. He
I
might
think
do.
he will. I hope he does. Tony Bedford, will we see you in Coventry? You're only half an hour away. Only half an hour away from where you live. Or are you away? It might be Tenerife. He likes old Tenerife, does our Tony. The Reef.
I've never been to Tenerife, actually.
Have you not? I love it.
600. Four. Four. Bet 900. Call. Bet 1500. Call.
I'm in, Tower. I'm in.
Yes. Go on, son, get it changed. Sort it out. Ready, just over 41,000, as you can see there. He's out, down to 5.3, still 50 bigs.
Call. Hold. Raise 300. Hold. Hold. Raise 1500. Hold. Call.
Still got your treble in here, Tower. Newcastle, Middlesbrough, Sunderland.
We'll change that one. We'll change that one, even though all three are now starting to hit form. Here's Queen for Ollie as he flops top bet. Decent kicker. Nicholas for King 10 whiffs everything.
We got any giveaways this weekend? The last giveaway's still in here.
Is it? Yeah. What was it?
The time that we'd get to 9 players, £110 token.
Oh, right.
There we are. Come on, should be all good, guys.
Go, go, go.
Let's have a look.
It's pretty good this year.
Yes.
Yes.
Hold. Hold. Raise 300. Hold.
So he's out with Ace Queen. Down to 5k. Lost that big pot versus Rene early on in this session. Alright, Chris, how are we doing, Mr. Kemba?
Afternoon, Chris. Hope you are well.
We've got the draw this weekend, Chris, ain't we?
What draw's that?
For we do a
The FA Cup draw?
No, we got to do a golf trip. 18 of us.
Do you?
Me and I'm one of the captains this year. Me and my mate Joe. Don't ask me why I'm a captain, but we draw for the players.
Awesome. Where are you going?
I don't even know the course. I paid for it all. I don't even know the course actually. Where are we going, Chris? Help me out.
Come on, Chris. Let us know where he's going to pack his bags to and set his sat-nav to.
It's a lovely flop here for Yazal, flopping top pair, top kicker. Paul flopping gut shot and backdoor club. So I can't see Paul going anywhere here unless Yazal opts for a large sizing on this board. Bet 600, so getting just sub 3-1 here. Just expect to see Oliver fold and Paul make the call of his King 10 of clubs.
Hold.
Somewhere in Northampton, there you go.
Big town, Northampton. Big town.
That's an interesting turn card. Brings in backdoor clubs for the King 10. So Yazal going to get another street here, but heaps of equity for Paul. Jack or club would do the job for him. And if we're Yazal here, we're just going to go bet, bet, bet with our ace queen. Try and get our chips in by the river. Try and get that full double up versus some worse queen X that Paul can definitely have peeling out the small blind. King, queen, queen, jack and queen 10. Should all be in there. So nice, this is a nice size in 1.6, so it's going to give us a half pot river shove if Paul does call turn and we do elect to shove river, which we should beat. But Paul can't go anywhere here with the King 10 of clubs. If I'm Paul here, tower, no need to set Yazal in. Fold equity, we don't have any. Yazal's probably not going to fire 1.6 and leave himself 2.8 behind. So if we're Paul here with the King 10 of clubs, this shallow, just want to be cool in, try and hit the jack or the club on the river. No need to raise this one. And this is just a beautiful run out for Yazal, and we've just got a clear jam now once Paul checks, and Paul can't do anything here but check fold this spot, and Yazal just going to be putting the chips in the middle. Just be all in snap fold, and that should be that.
All in.
All in for his last 3,000. I know it's just 2.8 with 3 white chips there. Yeah, we run a book for it as well. Peter literally runs a book of all the players in the thing, and you can back obviously who you want. You can back yourself. I'm 20 to 1, like Chris said.
What's your handicap? What is the official handicap, Chris? You know you can get an official handicap.
Yeah, I don't even have
you're
one.
You're a member of the club as well.
Up. Yeah.
You literally need to hand in 1 card nowadays. Hand in 1 card, you'll get an instant download. Have you got the IG app? International Golf. You need IG. Put it in your membership. You'll have your membership number. Tell them what course you're a member of, and you put a round in. You can even score it yourself on your phone if you want to.
Raise 300.
So yeah, you can do it now, and you don't. And nowadays, because IG is obviously international, you don't have to be a member of a golf course anymore to get an official handicap.
Okay.
You can pay something like 40 quid to get an official handicap if you don't want to be a member of the course. Because most of the time, to get an official handicap, you need to be a member of a golf course. But now you don't.
Raise.
I lost by 1 shot last year.
Did you?
Well, not with my handicap, but yeah. So and I was 33s last year, so that's what I'm guessing. That's why I might have come in.
Well. Queen eye flop, Queen 6-4.
Ben's not coming, Kev. Ben's not coming on that trip. I don't think he is, anyway, at least. So Nicholas firing 1.5 here, just north of half pot, and Oliver here with ace jack after 3 betting faced with this donk lead.
Who's favourite? That's what I want to know. And what does he play off?
I think Mickey Black's probably favourite.
Mickey Black.
Mickey Black's usually right up there in the betting for these golf trips. He plays off. I think he's off 11 or 12.
Ah, that's very good.
You got Kenny, who's off 7. He'll be up there as well. Yeah. Who's favourite, Chris? I'm going to have a look myself. I'll have a look myself.
Hold.
As you can see, the clock counting down in the right hand corner
300.
to the end of this session.
Hold. Hold. Hold.
Ace of diamonds on the turn.
And not much here for either player. Jack high of Oliver actually best here. Paul taking the initiative with his gut shot. Fires for 200, and although we're getting 5.5 to 1 and a call here for Oliver out of position, just going to be a bit too optimistic to ever be calling this one with the Jack 8. I'm not sure how Paul's involved with the 6-3. Yeah, if you fancy a bet tower, let me know and I'll stick it on for you.
What's the over round on this book? About 133%.
What?
What's the over round on this book?
I don't know.
It's about 133% looking at. They're looking at the odds on this. Mitch off 9, Kenny off 9.
Oh, Kenny off 9's a great bet then, because he plays off 7. I've seen him. He's off 9 in the society. This man can drive the ball about 300 yards.
I think Alex off 16 looks a good price at 8.
Oh, Chambers.
Yeah. We'll have to have a little think. When is it?
This is a couple of months' time. Back end of May.
Awesome.
Back end of May.
Call.
INL raises to 300. Yuzu, lovely one to defend. Queen Jack suited.
King 7 King.
Check.
It's just going to be a board that we want to be continuing almost always as INL, but chooses to check here with the 6-5 of diamonds. Quite surprised to see that. Don't even need to go large. We can potentially continue just for 1 or 2 big blinds on this board. Now Yuz out after catching 2 pair. Feels confident that he's got the best hand, leads. Takes it down. Five minutes to go for the first session.
Yep. This is a big clock.
Raise 300. Call.
Lovely.
Call. Check.
Queen King 10 flop, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, Nicholas flopping best here with the King 7, but Paul, after opening the Ace 9 off, probably a board with this particular holding, we want to be checking 3-way, fairly high frequency, but Paul happy to fire. It's just like the button calling range, and Nicholas going to have plenty on this board that he can still be continuing with. 6 of hearts on the turn, and now we have to slam the brakes on as Paul. It's just way too optimistic to start double barreling this spot.
Bet 600. Call.
He does check it over to Nicholas, who fires and gets a quick fold.
Alright everyone, there's a break appropriate at the break. We're going to switch the table. So this table is going to be on table 17. Okay? So we check where they are, we'll check for what.
So Sean is telling everybody that they're going to be swapping over after their break. Break is on its way shortly. Where is this stacking from the seat 6?
That's Tim Chung's meant to be there, but he's not in the mix yet.
Ah. Is he in the building?
I haven't seen him. No, I haven't seen him in the building.
As you can see, 3 minutes and 25 seconds and counting.
Raise.
Yeah, so 1 or 2 more hands, probably 2. As Paul raises full 4x here with the King Queen under the gun. Nicholas peels the Ace 9 off in the cut-off. Happy to call for 4 big blinds. Both blinds quickly fold. Heads up to the flop. Queen 10-3, all club board. So the King, Queen and Paul gets a delicious flopping top pair, decent kick up. Second nut flush draw, but Ace-9 and Nicholas just can't do anything but fold. Should we put our faces on for the last hand?
Yes, there we are. There we are. It's a bit dark here in Coventry. It's one of those things. It'll get sorted as the boys sort it out for us. And this will be the last break, last hand. I'm not sure if it's 15 or 20. We could do it quickly because we'll need a break club as well.
Yeah.
So it will be the last hand before the end of this session. Last hand. Had a good session. Lost Terry Jordan in the early session. He re-entered. Renee's chip leader, 41,300. 60 in the mix in the building, which will get bigger and bigger. Flop time. Paul in the big defending, being pretty active, keep it over 50%. 4, 5, 6 flop. Flops a piece of it.
He gets a lovely turn as well, turning aces up with his Ace-5. May get a little bit of action as well, because Nicholas turning third nut flush draw here with the bare jack of clubs. And looks like he's happy to call once here with position. See if he can find a club on the river.
Any clubs about? There it is. Chasing your flushes today so far, you're getting there.
Yeah, and it's a great club to see as well, because it gives us obviously the second nut flush. Third nut's effective with the deuce three of clubs out there, but we're just going to feel so confident that we got the best hand once he's checked to us.
Yep.
Going to make the assumption that Paul's going to be leading here if he has the king of clubs or 3 deuce of clubs in this spot, so we can comfortably value bet our Jack-9 here. Good to see from Nicholas. Fires for 1.2. And Paul looks like he's not having any of it. Chips in hand, and that usually means one thing. Flicks in the call.
He flicks it in.
And gets the bad news.
The jack of clubs will play for Nick in seat number 3. Will we scrape in one more? The clock was counting down to about 10. I think we should just get one more hand in. Aggressors on the table. Paul is out. All of that. Renee's able to stack up to 40,000. Last hand. One more hand. And then we'll be off. How long's the break?
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
So back at 2:15.
So we'll be back at 2:45 with the brand new table. Everybody's leaving in the background, as you can see. New table on its way. Any names from the new table? What we got, man?
Wilco is going to be on it. Wendy Watson.
Oi, oi.
Don Jones.
Good old Don. John Gardner. Awesome. We'll be watching our Wendy playing after the break. Everybody else is leaving if they're not in the hand. 8, 4 deuce. Top pair for Nick. Oliver. The second pair. I think he'll call once. Should do.
Yeah, has to tell up. Can't just fold here because there's one overcard to our 6s. Needs to be calling once here as Oliver. Is that another 8 on the turn? That is an interesting card, because we're going to get another street here now. As Nicholas here, after opening the King 8, turning trips here and fires again. And Oliver just not going to be able to fold the 6s in this spot now. Once it's 8 pairs, it's a really good card for us. Obviously still behind some 9s through aces, which Nicholas can have in his range opening under the gun +1. But there's plenty of bluffs out there. Backdoor clubs coming in now, as well as front door diamonds. Definitely hands that we can be ahead of. So going to have to call again here, as Oliver has he does with position. And we'll take a river, which is the 7 of spades. So pretty nice run out for us as Oliver here with the sixes. Still ahead of the diamond draws, the backdoor club draws, and then just random barrels with 2 overs. And Oliver here going to be in a tough spot, depending on what Nicholas chooses for value sizing here on the end. And he goes for 3k, so 2/3 pot, and just a snap call from Oliver, and gets the bad news that he's up against the king 8, and Oliver loses 10k pot just before the break, and we're going to be off for 15 minutes, guys. We will see you at 1:45.
See you at 1:45.
Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get, I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my 4 flatmates went on Yahoo, because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing, and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is he? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly, this is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It was quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But so I was like, okay, I can't play on, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, you know, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So, yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also, I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on. I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the I went into the dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which, but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every sort of, all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old. And I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there, really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I like kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until like 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. It was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online. And if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with.
No, you can just
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back.
And then make them up on Facebook.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Oh, I asked Richie Cunningham about his age.
Yeah.
Being the 6th oldest debutant at cricket ever. 52.
52?
Yeah. He's 52. I said, you don't look a day under 60. 52 is... 52 is the 6th oldest debutant in cricket to represent his country ever. Amazing stuff. Who we got, Jay? Come on.
So featured table coming up
we got
next couple of hours, bringing us to the dinner break. In 1 is going to be Don Jones. In the 3 is Wilco, Adam Wilkinson.
Yes.
In 4, John Gardner. In 5, Simon Taberham. In 6 is Wendy Watson. 7 is Mark Reed. 8 is GDPR. GD. We might have to come up with...
we've got a GD, have we?
Yeah, PR.
We've got a GDPR. What what's happening now, my
And in 9
happening
is going to be Rod.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the camera was working right now, I would show you what's happening.
We could... Fine with that.
Do we want another stat about Richie Cunningham? Can we say it live on air?
Yeah, I went to see him. So he said he's the oldest player to take a wicket in European Championship cricket.
Really? The oldest player
To take a wicket
to take a wicket.
in the European Championships.
the feature work here. You don't need that. You don't need to keep them in the circle. Just make sure that in the circle.
Go Wendy! Catherine's Adventures. Go Wendy.
Yeah, Wendy, regular fixture on the GUKPT
Yes.
now for us. I see her on pretty much supporting every leg.
We did tell her to start travelling because she was playing really well, and she went, really? And she ended up in London.
Yeah.
Should be a good session. Don's just sat down. Graham Dot. Love it. Graham Dot, we're having it. Are you listening, Simon? Graham Dot. Graham D. That'll do, thank you. We've got a GDPR. We can't just call him GD. So we have to think. You want to be GDPR, you're now Graham Dot.
So Rod with 10s, with 5.5k here, working with too many big blinds to just shove this one. 27 bigs, want to be opening the 10s, try and get some value. Probably not want to be opening them this size though, this is a bit too large. Opening 4x here with the pocket 10s. However, we are going to get some action from John with the ace jack of hearts. Like you talk about open sizes a lot, you just, when you start veering into this 4x remit, you just sort of isolate a better range of hands that are going to continue against you. The big blind's not going to defend as wide, which you want when you have a hand like 10s. But in this scenario, it's John that's giving us the action with the ace jack of hearts. But yeah, lovely flop for us, 9-7-5, 2 diamonds over pair to the board here for Rod, so happy to continue, and this is just complete whiff for John with the ace jack of hearts. Quick fold from him. Rod takes the first one of the session. They're working on the camera.
They're working in the background. Where did the camera go? Gerard Dupadou. Oh yeah, he was an actor, wasn't he? A French actor. And a great big snozzer.
Gerard Dupadou?
Yeah, Gerard Depardieu.
Never heard of.
No, he's a 70s and 80s French actor. Gerard Depardieu. And a great big snozzer.
Put an extender on using the same way as we do for the panel. Oh, right.
He likes to play. He likes to play the boss.
Jacob raising to 500 in the low jack with the ace 10. Wilco happy to peel the 4-3 of spades in the hijack. And action going to be on mark in the big with the 10-5 off. A bit too wide to defend this one, so expect it to hit the muck as it does. Heads up between Jacob and Wilco.
Anybody got the Benny Hill music? If only you could see us now.
So check on the flop, and after Wilco checks this behind, now I expect Jacob to start firing the ace 10, but he's decided to check, and he's actually going to induce this bluff here from Wilco after picking up dummy and gut shot with the 4-3. Fires for 700, and we've just got a clear call here as Jacob. Nothing else we can do here. Can't raise, can't fold this particular candidate. Just happy to call and take some rivers.
Queen of spades.
So Wilco now just playing the board. And with 4 high here, he knows he's never going to be good at showdown, so happy to fire. Jacob going to have a tough time calling this one here. But what's probably going to go through his head here is he's probably going to expect Wilco to fire fairly often on the flop with Jack X. As well as that, that's probably now going to check river. Not really too much Queen X out there other than Queen with the bare Queen of Diamonds. So he might even look this one up potentially here. Jacob looking at it from that perspective. Guess Wilco can have some flop flushes that trap on the flop and check back. Other than that, there's not too much out there. Sets are going to bet flop, 2 pairs are going to bet flop like Jack 10. So that's why Jacob mulling this one over, but eventually gets out the way, and Wilco gets it through with a 4 high, playing the board.
Playing the board. Go on, Wilco. What on, Telly? What on, Telly? Keep smiling, get your hair done. Amazing. Oh dear. Welcome everybody. Welcome to Coventry. We're here. We're in the mix. The lads have done it. They've sorted it out. Thank you very much indeed. If he goes off, it's his fault. All lights have gone out and everything now. So welcome to Coventry. GUKPT. Numbers increasing during the day. You will see more and more numbers.
Oh no, we're back again.
Uh-oh. Keep smiling. Plenty going on. Up a touch, alright? Leave the arms strapped on it. Look, it's good, I like it.
We've got a limp pot here, John limping hijack with Queen 10, Wendy overlimps on the button with a 4-3, and then Mark squeezing it up in the small blind with a suited ace, raises to 800, and that's going to bring old Graham Dot in with the ace 10. He's actually free bet here with the ace 10 in the big blind, like it. Actually getting value from worse in this scenario, and going to potentially win a decent pot here. The fact that it's come ace high. Wow, and Mark here donking for 300 here in this free bet pot on an ace high board. Yes, we flopped top pair, but it's just really not good to be donking in these situations. Tower, as I say, so much better to play and flow and check it over to the free better, because they're going to have the stronger ace X in their range, and not only that, the times that they don't, they're going to be continuing high frequencies. Like even if our opponent had like a hand that whiffed this board, is we're going to get value from it. And Mark there playing the hand in an unstandard manner, but just the board we never want to have a donk on in a free bet situation. This ace jack 5 rainbow from Mark, it's not going to be good to start donking these boards when you're out of position in a free bet coup when we're not the aggressor. It's just got to be a clear check, but obviously would have had his reasons for donking.
I don't mind that you.
So our new table. GUKPT. Rodders in 9. Ace 3 10 flop. Top pair for John. Gutter ball for Rodders. And old GUKPT. Back door and bottom pair.
But John with the ace 8, just coming out firing with his top pair. Jack of clubs on the turn. Ace 8 still the best hand. Oh well, Graham does pick up a gut shot and pings it on the river. Queen of hearts rolling off. So Graham river in Broadway here, going and run up. And John just makes a good lay down there with the ace, didn't even think about it, let it go. The man in seat 2 that's just joined the table, Tower, Jacob, he's part of the last longer promotion for a 12.50 seat.
Is he? Good lad.
The online team, they run it every GUKPT. You can enter online, you win a ticket to register into the last longer holding tank before the GUKPT, and then if you do outlast everyone else in the last longer, you get yourself a 12.50 seat.
Yeah,
so
I think there were 2 direct bangings today and 5 online qualifiers playing.
That's nice.
So the 7 out of the 7 out of the field.
Yeah, good little promotion. So if you do play on the client, you want to get into the GUKPT main event via that. Obviously, that lasts longer promotion. Get yourself in that, win yourself a 1250 seat at the event potentially.
Yep.
So Graham, ace-4 suited on the button, raises to 600, and Rod here with the ace-king, working with 31 big blinds. Just going to 3-bet this one. It looks like he's chose a fairly small size in here, Tower. 1600, need to be going larger here, facing this button open, want to be sizing up bigger out of the blinds, closer to 3.5, 4x. This is way too small. With our ace-king here from Rod, unless maybe he's trying to induce something from Graham, but like 2.5x here is just a bit too small to be choosing as a size versus this button open out the small blind. Want to be going a lot larger, because now Graham never folding the ace-4 of clubs, getting this price with position. So check here from Rod on the 8-3-3 rainbow board, and Graham's going to check behind with his ace high. 6 of diamonds on the turn, and now this is where we might see Rod start firing with his ace-king, but chooses to check once more. But after this flop checks through, like ace-king high, usually just going to be the best hand here. Expect Graham to be firing all his 2-pair plus on the 8-3-3 board, and the actual ace-4 of clubs actually gets there on this river. And if Rod checks again, which he should do now, this is a spot where we could actually go really thin as Graham, because Rod's hand's pretty face up. It looks like ace-king, ace-queen, so we can choose a really small size to try and get a call from that, and that's exactly what has happened here. And all comes down to the 3-bet pre. If we actually choose a more standard, larger sizing that we should be choosing, button versus small blind, hand's probably done and dusted, but Rod opted for the smaller size. To be honest, kept the hand that he had dominated involved, but just got unlucky on the river.
Don 37,000, Mark 33 and Wendy 30. They've increased their stacks a little bit since the start. 20k starting stack. Afternoon one and all, welcome to GUKPT Coventry.
How then, Francis? Deep running the mini yesterday, saw you on the final. Now Rod on the button, just ripping 18 big blinds with the a6 of diamonds. Could potentially open this one, but chooses to just rip for 18 bigs. Maybe a bit of steam from the last hand after that 4 rolling off on the river. But happy to get it in here. And I can't see Don calling this with the a7. He's got the chips too. It's only for 10% of his stack, but a7 off should be hitting the muck as it does. And Jacob can't call with the king 4 either, so Rod's going to get that shoved through, picking up blinds and ante. How doing, Stephen? Afternoon, guys. Had a great week in Coventry. Gutted I couldn't play the main this time.
That means we played the mini in the sides, maybe played the Omaha.
15th in the G400, 8th in the mini main, so if the trend is right, should be first in the main.
There you go, Francis.
You shipped the deep stack at Birmingham a couple of weeks ago as well, Francis. Saw the winner's picture of you with a trophy.
Man's in form.
Yeah, and Tao says it is a form game.
Always.
As soon as you have one bink, there's usually a few followed closely behind.
I know where my money's going on day 3 on Grosvenor Sport if you're still in the mix.
Yeah. Francis. So Graham here, 8-6 of spades in the hijack, could potentially open this one. Like if you're at a table where you feel like you're going to have a significant edge, this is a hand we can definitely open from this position. You feel that you're going to definitely have a post-flop advantage, we can start opening a bit wider, and 8-6 of spades could be fine, especially into Wilco's big as well. Wilco, known to get out of line from what I've seen from him. Must say a shout out to him as well. That rap he brought us in earlier.
Yes, he did.
Really, really
He did.
nice.
He paid his dues after 3 years.
Yeah. Really, really good.
He has a good little business going. Nice cafe in Tilsley. Yeah, he's got a nice little shop going, and we played the Belfry, about 20 of us, and I had the longest drive on the 18th, and the winner of the longest drive competition got a free breakfast at his cafe.
Huh?
Well, I obviously never made it to the cafe, so he says, I'll pay up my dues. He says, are you in tomorrow? I says, yeah, of course I'm in tomorrow. He said, I'm bringing you something that we do in the shop that's the biggest seller. I says, right, okay. So it ended up as a peri chicken wrap it was, and Jay snaffled it straight down. So thanks to that, Wilco, who's involved in the hand at this moment in time.
Yeah, and Graham, after picking up double gut shot to go with his second pair on the turn, weren't folding into Wilco's lead. Happy to call with the 8-6 and now value betting on this 4-liner. And tough spot here for Wilco because Graham can plausibly have some Jack X here, like 6X, which he has a bit less likely, but does have it in this scenario. Flush is probably not going to be in there too much. The way this hand's
Looks
played.
like a non-believer.
So Wilco is going to pay it off. Where'd you say his cafe was, Tower?
Tilsley.
Where's Tilsley?
It's just south of Birmingham, I think.
Okay, might
It's
have to have a little visit.
Not
one
too
day.
far from me. Used to live in the Jewel Quarter or something in centre of Birmingham. Something like that, is it? Is it the Jewel Quarter or something like that? In the centre of Birmingham? Somebody will correct me. He used to live there, don't live there anymore.
I might be making a visit, Tower, after that rap.
Absolutely.
Like you did on the river? Remember?
Don't forget, guys, as well, give us a follow on social media.
Yes, please.
Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and then YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT for all your live stream coverage. Hit the follow or subscribe button, set your notifications on. You'll get notified every time the Tower and I are live streaming here all the way through till we crown a winner on Sunday. Yeah, she has got a few fans, Wendy, in the chat usually whenever she's on. A lot of people usually rooting for Wendy Watson. I think first time we saw her last year was in Leeds, wasn't it? When she had deep run in the mini and deep run in the main. And then she's been supporting the tour ever since. Diamond Quarter, says Stephen.
Diamond Quarter, is it? Right, thank you very much.
So pocket sixes for Rod, 20 big blinds. Don't have to shove this for this amount, we can just comfortably open. As he does, opts for the 3x size in this time. So mixing it up, saw him open 4x with the 10s, chooses the 3x with the 6s. Yeah, it's lovely as well off the table, Katie, really nice to chat to. Are you playing this event, Katie? Will we see you tomorrow?
I like mine 7 o'clock.
I bet we do. I'm saying yes. She'll be setting off in a little smart car around about half an hour's time to get here for tomorrow morning. 14 stops, 13 fill-ups on the petrol can. I saw petrol on the motorway as I was driving down the other day at 177.
I've never seen it that high.
And that's a litre, by the way. Times that about 4.5, and you get a gallon. This is just short of £8 a gallon. £177. Oh no, Adam's already back home. Only shook his hand an hour ago.
I didn't even know you was here, Adam. I didn't even see you. Didn't know you was playing today. Right, limping ace-4 off under the gun +1. Obviously not going to be good in the long run this, but happy to limp the ace-4 off from early position. Graham raises to 6. Don calling for 602. John's in with the 10-7 of clubs, and that's going to bring Simon in as well. Black flop possible tower with
Wow.
5.
Yeah, it's odds on a red flop.
5 hands all containing 2 black cards. It's obviously coming red. Jack, Jack, 7, rainbow is the board. No player with a jack here, so the best hand actually is the ace-5 mark? Oh, the 10-7 of John. 10-7 of John. Expect it to check through, as I always say when you go multi-way. Don't want to be like firing too often to try and take it down uncontested. It's just going to be unlikely when betting into the whole field that everyone's going to have nothing and less likely to get through. But Don is going to take the initiative, firing 2k, and gets the 10-7 to fold. Flopping 2 pair and just lets it go, and this is going to work here for Don. To be honest, if we are going to fire, this is a really nice hand to do it with here at Don. 8-9 of clubs, we got the gut shot, we got the backdoor clubs in there, so fair enough. But Graham going to call correctly with king high here after Don firing into the whole field. 5 of hearts on the turn, bringing in double gut shot now for Don. But like, we don't expect Graham to ever just float here with king high. Like when we're thinking about ranges and hands he's going to be calling with, it's just usually always going to be 7x or jack x, and then there might be some like pocket 8s, these type of hands in there, pocket 9s, but we got removal to that as Don. But Graham, being the pre-flop aggressor, can certainly have what we just mentioned. Don double barreling here, really nice from Don after picking up this double gut shot. Maybe just making the assumption that Graham's going to be continuing when we go 5-way to the flop with a jack fairly often, so Don can still have plenty of jack x in his range. He can have the king jack, queen jack, jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited, these type of holdings, and the double barrel gets through. Very nicely played there from Don with his trademark cap on.
Absolutely. Steve Key said it was 77 pence a litre when he started driving. When I started driving, they used to advertise the price of a gallon, not the price of a litre. And then the petrol started going up and up and up, and they thought, well, actually, it's a bit of a, looks a bit too pricey, so we'll just show the price of a litre, so it looked cheaper.
I never knew that.
So it looked cheaper. Yeah, used to be the price of a gallon when I was when I started. Oh my days, come on, a retirement have you? Aye.
I'm not invited to the Vic, so this is my first event.
Come here, you're the same size now, me and you. I'm sat down, you stood up. How you doing?
I thought you meant something else then. I was like, do you want a slap?
No.
I was like, I know I put on a bit of timber, but like, excuse you. Who do you think you are? I said hello to you guys last night and I got 0 response.
Oh, we knew you were coming in today, you see.
Last night I went, hey guys, can't wait to see you tomorrow. Literally just carried on talking about some guy who won like a massive pot as if that was like big news.
Doing his job, yeah?
I know, yeah, basically. Yeah, I need to go do a job as well.
Lovely to see you.
See ya, Cara.
Cara's back in the building. Oh, me back.
Oh, you want to put it camera, I didn't really want to touch him.
Good to see you. Cara's back. One of the Masso's girls. She's back in the building.
So open and a call, and Wendy squeezing it up out the big blind with the ace king, and that's going to get the job done. Really nice sizing choice, I must say, as well there from Wendy. Nice and large, as I like to see out of the blinds, and takes it down. Neither opponent can continue with those holdings. God, when John started driving, £5 would fill up his tank.
Yeah.
What was you driving, John?
A tank, you just said. £5 will fill the tank. I used to have a Viva. Yeah, they did back in the 90s. I remember when I was driving wagons for Coca-Cola. We were hunting round for petrol because they were striking because it was getting too expensive. And that wasn't even £1 a litre. Everybody was screaming. Yeah, it gets to us all, Steve. It gets to us all, this age thing.
Got a nice little ticker running across the bottom, guys, there, letting you know what's going on the client. Obviously, day 3, Grosvenor Sport. Get your bets on Sunday morning for the players that do remain.
I love the picture of Don as well with the hat. Looks great.
And Deep Stack Luton coming up. Kicks off on Wednesday. Might have a little adventure.
Might take 10% of your 8th bullet.
I might just turn up for day 2, Tower. I might just turn up for day 2.
Well, you did it this week.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Now you said that, you're definitely going to hear from me next week.
3-way to the flop, 8-5-4. Middle set for our Gerard Debreu. Is it going to be Gerard Debreu? Is it Graham or Gerard?
We'll go with Graham.
It's not changed yet.
Graham's easy.
We've got 20 minutes. John will be calling me because he's got a good shot.
Cool. John does
Garner.
with the 6s. Can't be folding 6s on this board. Ace of spades on the turn. Wow, and the 5's actually put in a little trappy check here, Tal. I'm surprised against John Stacksize that Graham's just not gotten bet. Wow.
No,
Left some value on the table there, old Graham, with his set. I just thought against John Stacksize there after we open and flop a set, it's just got to be bet, and try and get all the chips. Thought better of it.
The early stages of this session. And Gerard is on to 13.5. No, down 6. Can't be Gino De Campo because that's GDC. Isn't it De Campo or is it De Campo? Oh, Gino. Makes me laugh when he's on telly with Gordon and Fred.
He actually lives in my hometown, he does.
Does he really?
Yeah,
Does
he lives in my hometown.
I think he's just opened another restaurant, I think. Supposed to be really good. Oh, Gino. He's a top lad.
So John just limps the 9-7 here off of his 20 big blind stack. And going to get punished. Simon straight away raising it up. Makes it 3.5x over the limp. Perfectly fine sizing wise. Gold Dust,
Gold
the wrestler.
Was there a wrestler called Gold Dust?
I'm sure it was Gold Dust, wasn't it?
For like 20 years.
Big Gold, so yeah, Dusty Rhodes' son, wasn't it? Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream.
So John is happy to limp call the 9-7 there. Court bottom pair just folded. All the stuff running across the bottom, guys. 25k guaranteed. GUKPT close up on Monday. 7 o'clock start for that one. £110 buy-in. Satellites running every night.
I'll have a ticket for that on Sunday.
There's a £5 rebuy add-on, and there's a £30 freeze out, so you can get in for as cheap as a £5. Or if you fancy getting in for free, live stream free roll, as Tower said on Sunday.
You're playing for second. Because I'm going to win it. Yes. Plenty going on. As you can see.
I might put a bounty on your head. If I go and play the deep stack next week,
no pressure then.
I might put a little bounty on your head. maybe give away a little 10 ball or something for the listeners.
Why not? End of this session around about 4:45. There'll be a 60-minute dinner break.
Jack 9 off under the gun for Dom, raises to 500. John's happy to peel the King 9 off in the low jack when he's working with just 17 big blinds. Mark's in on the bottom with 6s, as he should be. Oh, Graham has to get out of the way with the Queen 4, and action going to be on Rod in the big blind. He's just got an easy shove here, tower off of 21 bigs after this action in front of us. In it goes. And no one can call this shove. I can say that, but obviously we do see some things on this stream, but can't get called in any spot here. This is 22 big blind shove effective for Rob, so no hand can really call this. Not even Mark with the 6s. It's just too many big blinds to be calling it off. Mark might fancy a spin because he's got the chips to make the call, but like 22 big 6s just isn't going to fare well versus that range of hands that are shoving. But Mark, because I'm guessing he's got the chips to call, he's happy to put it in and take a flip.
Off to the races. Rodders is all in with ace queen. That's no help.
Yeah, 10, 5, 4, 2 spade board. Gonna need an ace or a queen.
Yep, that's no help. And that's the Mickey Blacks.
6 is full on the end, and we are gonna lose Rod. Unfortunate for him, we'll have the option to re-enter. Gonna have up to 3 bullets per flight.
Will he have a re-entry? Unlucky Rodders.
Do you want that, big man? Me? In the hand? No.
I didn't notice there was over there, but I wonder. Look, we're passing chips here now. Go on,
You just
you just caught.
ran at it.
Again.
Oh, you would
So Jacob with the jacks, part of the last longer promotion.
Where's his patch?
It's,
You need
I
a patch on?
Yeah, it's on him. You see it?
Is that right? Is that a new one? Is it?
Same, the man in
Yeah, well,
GDPR's got one as well.
Oh, GD.
Old Graham.
Nice roundy patches. Like him.
check in the park.
4-8 to the flop. Ace 2-4.
Yeah, it's not the best of flops here for our jacks in terms of hand. In terms of range, it's good for us. It's ace high, but like the decision from Jacob to check here, we're heads up or even 3-way. Probably can continue, but I just think once we go 4 ways to this flop with the jacks, much better to check this spot. 5 of clubs on the turn. So jacks of Jacob's still the best hand, but this board getting very dicey for us, and I love this from Don Tower if he's going to lead here. This is really nice from him, but the thing is, in this spot we will get called some of the time by ace-x once, so we need to be aware as Don Yes, we're going to have the 2 pairs, the straight in this particular scenario out the big blind. We're going to have more of these than anyone else, but the times we call once, we have to fire the second barrel. In this scenario, obviously no hand can call once, but if we did get called from Don, would have had to be double barrel in that spot, repping the straight, or 2 pair calling out the big blind. But nice pick up there from Don with the worst of it.
Welcome aboard Coventry GUKPT. Bringing you news regarding Goliath all weekend. A couple of changes to the schedule in the next few months. Plus what's happening for the rest of Coventry. Yeah. Bottom right.
I don't even know who that is, Peter. Says for the GDPR.
George Dawes. What's on the scores? George Dawes.
Scores on the doors.
Yeah, did you not watch Reeves and Mortimer?
No.
Vic Reeves?
No.
Bob Mortimer?
No.
What's on the scores? George Dawes.
Wendy raising to 700 here in the low jack, and Depardieu is
Depardieu. Gerard Depardieu.
Depardieu's in then.
Okay.
Graham Dot's gone. Depardieu is in the building.
And if anybody knows who Gerard Depardieu is, you're as old as me.
King Jack Jack. Rainbow board here. And Wendy looks like she's happy to just continue the King Queen. This is a board we can incorporate some checks in with the King Queen as well. It's one of them situations where either well ahead with our King or we're well behind versus the Jack. So those type of scenarios do become good checks. Obviously we will bet at some frequency as well, but can definitely incorporate a check in on that particular board with that particular hand. But as I always say, all about mixing it up, making it difficult for your opponents to play against you. You do a mixture of things in the same scenario, it can be very difficult to play against.
What's on the scores? George Dawes. We should have thought about that now. Lines 1, 2. Running ante of 2. Tea, son?
Yeah,
Go on.
Cup of tea.
Shooting stars. What's on the scores? George Dawes.
Tower on the tea rump.
Absolutely. Looking after my boy.
It's not Star of Brahmins today like it was the other night in the mini, thank God.
Respect that is. That's what you call
Any questions though, guys, about schedule coming up, future legs, G400s, deep stacks, 25-25s, we've got it all going on this year. Obviously Goliath schedule, we're going to talk a lot about that over the weekend. We've got plenty of information coming up about other events. Obviously you already know the Joker's Wild is confirmed and it's going to be coming back in 2022. But we're going to be releasing some more news as the weekend progresses. How are we doing, Hippie Chick on YouTube? Thanks for tuning in. So action on Mark here with 5-4 off. Can't do anything but fold this one. Has to get out of the way. Depardieu should be doing the same. Don in the cut-off, a bit too wide to open this one, the 10-6 off. Although he has got the chips, but should be hitting the muck as it does. An action on the button. Jacob folds, so Wilco blind on blind here versus John. Wilco with the king 6 in the small, want to be complete in this one at the very least in a blind on blind situation. But Wilco says, you know what, I'm going to stick it in because you've only got 10 big blinds. Which is fair enough actually. Effective stack 10 bigs, we've got a king, just rip it in blind on blind, perfectly fine. So far in today, guys, we have 74 entries so far. So fairly quiet to start the day, but we do usually get players coming in level 5, level 6 of the day after the dinner break, starting their day one from there. But I'm sure we'll surpass the 100 entry mark today. But the way things have been going this year and last year so far, still expecting a huge turnout for this. So Deppadu 9-6 here has to fold this one, and action going to be, is that Yazal? Come back to the table. It was on the featured first session. It's been moved over to the feature in seat 9. So Dom raising to 700 with the ace-8 of clubs, and Jacob here in the cut-off. Not going to be going anywhere with the pocket 8s. A key for options, fine here with the pocket 8s. We can flat this one, but we can also incorporate a free bet in some of the time versus a hijack open here. And that's exactly what he does. Free bets to 2.3. Love the sizing as well, just slightly north of 3x with position on the opener. And action back on Don here now, and suited ace-8. Can't see Don folding a suited ace. However, he's having a little chat with Jacob, maybe trying to pick up on something. I think once Don starts posturing and talking this much, we're probably going to see this one hit the mark. I think is as well, maybe they played together the first 2 hours today. Don, if he perceives Jacob to be more on the tight, solid side, would probably more be inclined to fold it. Whereas if it's the other end of the scale and he's being aggressive, maybe more inclined to call. But he is reaching for chips, and he's going to make the call out of position. Case 8 would be interesting. But no case 8 there. Double gut shot for Don with the ace-8, and Jacob dummy end gut shot and 3 overcard style pocket 8. So this isn't the best of flops for us. However, we do have the nut advantage here. We have the sets as well as some 2 pairs that might elect to free bet, like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 at a small frequency. So although there's these 3 overcards here, in terms of range, could potentially continue this one as Jacob here with the 8s. The thing is though, like Don's range here, 1 barrel a lot of the time isn't going to do the trick. It's a board where we can just barrel off on a lot of the time. Like we've got the ace-king, we've got the queens, we've got the 10s, we've got the jacks. Like Don's probably not going to have any of these hands there. He's definitely not going to have ace-king, queens, jacks and 10s, probably not going to be in there too often either. 10s maybe, that just elected to call and not 4-bet in this dynamic. But this is a board that we can just go ham on and just keep firing, putting pressure on a lot of Don's 1-pair holdings with straight draws. Don happy to call here with the ace-8. Does have a double gut shot. And Jack of clubs on the turn. Well, this is a card though that Jacob may choose to slow down on, because thinking about range of hand Don's going to have, there will be plenty of Jack X in there. Hands like Jack 9 suited, King Jack, Ace Jack, all going to be in the range. So does slam the brakes on. Does actually have the best hand at the moment, and it's going to remain the best hand on this river. 6 of spades. Now it's over to Don whether he does want to bluff it. It would work against this particular holding that Jacob sat with. But I just think we get snapped off too often. Like, we need to understand that if we're playing against a good competent player, they're going to check some Queen X on this turn. They're going to check hands like King Queen, Ace Queen, Kings and Aces as well become good checks on this Jack turn, simply because we're going to check back a lot of our Jack X on the flop, and Don is more favourable on that card. But Don's still undeterred, even though taking all those factors into account, he's firing for 4.5. Like trying to potentially rep a Jack himself, because like I said, going to be more favourable for us being the peeler of the free better and then check calling flop. We're just going to have a few more Jack X in there than Jacob, and it gives the best hand to fold. So fair play to Don. Had the heart to run the bluff and got it through. And this is what's coming up, guys, over the weekend. Today, Thursday the 3rd, we've got a cash out satellite at 7 PM today. Tomorrow, main event. And the Turbo, day 2. On Saturday, as always, a little £200 side event. And then on the Sunday, we have 2 sides. The seniors kicking off at 1 PM, and then the bounty. Thank you. Oh. Oh. There. Oh, I wonder why you was pulling it away from me.
Just coming in. See boys, mate.
It's just nice to raise with confidence.
So there's some echo.
Echo, 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 echo. It only echoes if you've got 2 clients open.
Yeah, you might have 2 open phantom fish.
So there's some echo. If you've got 2 clients open,
seems fine.
All gone very loud and big, echoey. Gone now.
Seems fine now.
Okay. If you've got 2 clients open. How bizarre was that? Back now though. T-Boy's back and everything.
Cheers, Phantom Fish and KT. It seems all okay now.
Is that because you opened one of them?
Maybe. Could have been.
Okay. Gone now. The echo. It's when you guys put 2 windows up. Okay. We'll try and sort that out, Big Sam.
Cheers, Sam. Yeah, when we put press a button on the stream deck, that's when the echo occurs.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. You guys put 2 windows up. Wendy, 9-6, Wilco, 1.5 to call with ace 5. Got top pair. Wendy's got the flush draw. Found it.
PK sorted it.
She's found it. It's clicked a button. Thanks for that. We fixed it.
Yeah, and Wilco raising the ace 5 here. Wendy with a huge hand tower up, flopping pair and flush draw here. Wendy not going to be going anywhere. And going to call here. So 11k in the middle here between Wilco and Wendy.
Usually hits. Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Oh, the Jack 10 would have got there. But Wilco's just, if we ever raise this ace 5 on the flop, I'm not sure we should be raising it, but if we ever do, this is just going to be a turn that we just want to be checking behind here. Wow, is Wendy just going to lead?
Yep.
Wow, and now she just leads for 5k on this Queen of Diamonds turn. And Wilco, with the ace 5, does have top pair here. This is a very strange hand, played in a very unorthodox manner here. So Wendy opted to donk flop and then call the raise from Wilco, and then chooses to donk turn after Wilco has the aggression. What a line, Tower. Like, you don't expect her to ever have too many bluffs here taking this line. It's, and if I'm Wilco here, I'll probably just fold the ace 5. I know I can see that it'd be the right call to make, but I'd just probably get out of the way in this particular spot. The way this hand's played, it's a line that's you're not going to see too often. Someone donk lead flop, get raised, call, and then donk turn. It's just very rare that you're ever going to see it. And in these unorthodox lines, I usually just lean towards the safe option, which is the pass, and not put any more chips in the middle. But Wilco here maybe sniffing it out, but I think if I'm in his shoes and I ever choose to raise the ace-5 on this flop and I'm met with this donk lead on the turn, I'm probably going to fold it. But it all comes down to the flop anyway, Tower. I think as Wilco, we just want to flat the ace-5 here and the ace-king-9 facing the lead from Wendy. It's a situation with our ace-x, we're either well in front or way behind against like 2-pair holdings or better ace-x drawing to 3 outs. And did choose to raise it, and now in this predicament on the turn. And Wilco does fold. The ace-5. Wendy shows him the bluff. Well played, Wendy Watson.
Well done, Wendy's got the moves. As always, we know the moves that Wendy's got.
I would fold as well. I've never ever raised the ace-5 on the flop there, but if I happen to raise the ace-5, just fold turn. Like, just can't ever see us being in front. I know we were on that occasion, but fair play to Wendy taking the aggressive route and taking it down.
Ricky Guinness says, alright lads, is there going to be a 25-50 to kick off Goliath? I don't think there's a 25-50, but we do believe at the beginning of Goliath here in the casino rather than the auditorium that we're moving to in the halls.
More days work for us, Tower.
Is it? Are we doing it?
Yeah.
Are we?
GUKPT.
Are we doing it? Are we?
Yeah.
Are we working it? Yeah. Are we?
Does that mean we have to move the feature table from there and we just lift it up and walk it into the other room? Is that
never happening?
Is that what happens?
Never happening.
No?
No. I'd be amazed if we live stream a GUKPT and then take all the kit down and move it 50 yards further down the road. But there is a GUKPT that starts Goliath, and when all the schedule is up and ready, this lad over here is going to start drip feeding us information.
Okay. So we're not streaming it. Does that mean
you can play it?
Does that mean I can play it?
You can play as GUKPT? No, I'd say it's all on Pete's tongue. We don't know. We're just teasing you.
Oh. I can play day 1A, right? I can play day 1A. just run up a stack and try and min cash.
Just to say I played in Maine, I'm just going to play day 1A, but I can't play day 1B.
Run up a 200k stack, and then just blind out until the bubble, lock up a min cash, double my money, and
there will be a lot of information coming over. We'd rather give you the information when we can see the information as well, and PK is working on that right now. So as soon as Simon and PK work, give us all the graphics. We'll definitely show you what is happening regarding Goliath.
Speaking of Simon at the table's got aces here, 3 bets to 1.8k, and Wendy going to cold call the King Jack suited here in the small blind. Mark with the 8-6 got an easy fold in the big, and Don's then got a fist pump, just close the action here with the King 10 of hearts, getting this price on the money, closing the action. King 10 of hearts, great playability, want to be calling here as Don. I've not played a GUKPT main since 2017, Tower. It was the last time I played one. 5 years. 5 long years.
Yeah, but you decided to come and work with the A team.
Yeah. I'm really thinking about this one, but it should just be a call from him. Maybe a bit wary of Wendy's cold call in the small blind, however, probably should expect Wendy to 4-bet hands like queens through aces, as well as an ace-king in there.
Don's coming in for
call. It should just be a call, yeah.
Eight, 5 deuce, rainbow.
Yeah, it's a lovely flop here for Simon with the aces. Just not worry about anything really here. Don can have the deuces, 5s and 8s. Wendy can probably only have pocket 8s, so it's just a great flop for us here as Simon flies for 2.2k. Like the sizing, doesn't go too large. Nice little 30% from Simon. And Don with the King 10 of hearts versus this stack size, just going to have to get out of the way. May float this in some situations when you're very deep and you feel like your opponent isn't as weighted towards nutted hands as Simon is in this situation, where we can pick it up on later streaks. But in this scenario, the King 10 of Hearts should just hit the muck before dawn. Obviously, we do have 2 overs and some nice back doors, but we're going to find better spots throughout the day to get involved.
What do we think about Friday being 2 turbo flights for the first time? Yeah. We know Friday's always been an issue with buy-ins, and we all know it's always been full every year we've done it. And alternate numbers, there was what, 500 that got in one year and 550 they got in another year. I think 2 turbo flights gives you 2 chances in the same day. I don't think it's a bad idea. They're obviously trying to mix it up a little bit on trying to alleviate all the people waiting around alternate number 510 when you get knocked out and stuff like that. You could buy instantly straight into the second turbo if you do bust. I don't think it'll be full initially. It will be interesting. It's something different, obviously. Some people don't like change, but they're always here to be thinking about things. They're always there for looking at trying to solve problems. So I don't think it's a bad idea. Some people don't like turbos. Some people do like to play a full ring on a long clock. But it's something that will be tried for the first time, and we will be covering it on the Friday.
So Wilco opting to limp the ace queen here in the low jack, guessing he's coming in for the limp raise tower. So calls for 200, Wendy makes it 6 on the button. There's a call from Mark in the small, and now Wilco with the ace queen. I'm assuming it's going to be a limp raise and does make it 3,000. Quick fold from Wendy, and Mark's going to have to do the exact same thing here with the King 7 diamonds. So we've got just less than a minute left on the clock, so it's going to be the last hand of level 3, then blinds will be going up, taking us into level 4.
Blinds are going up. Maroon Poker, turbos on Friday are a great idea. I think it'll move some of the players to earlier in the week, which will avoid big queues. I approve. I never thought of that actually. I never thought about that. If you don't want to play a turbo, you will have to play one of the earlier flights, which obviously Friday has always been the big day, the biggest day, and always the busiest day. So yeah, nice shout actually, Maroon. Nice shout. If you don't want to play the turbo, you will have to play one of the other days. And it's still not choose a stack or anything like that. So if you do make it through, you won't be able to chance your arm again for another day 1. That's not an option.
So I've got John here with the ace-8, John moving in for his last. That's not right, bottom right. We're playing 100, 200 I believe. It says 4-8, but John shoving for his last 7.5 bigs. Gets called by Depadoo with the snowman. So John at risk, going to need to find an ace from somewhere to survive. No help there, no runners either, so ace needed on turn or river to survive, or running King 9 actually would work, but 4 of clubs on the turn, meaning just an ace to survive, and it's the 6 of spades, so we do lose John Gardner from the tournament. We'll have the option to re-enter.
Unlucky John. It was for one hand.
Oh, one hand.
It was a graphics change, and they just changed it, so it was definitely just one hand. Just ask Simon. Unlucky John. So we're approving already of the turbos on the Friday. Day 1A of the GUKPT here in Coventry. Welcome aboard. 78 in the main so far. 7 and 8, 78. Late reg all day long. We'll get over the 100 marker, I think. We'll get over the 100 mark by the time we finish tonight. This cash out satellite's on at 7.
So 100, 300 now. Jacob opening to 700 under the gun.
Well, Lynn Beaumont's playing cash. This is what happened. She went, it was not my finest hour. I went, right, okay. She bust out in the first 2 levels.
So Deppadu happy to peel the suited connect up 4 3 of clubs on the button. That's going to bring Yazal in with the 6 5 of clubs in the small blind. What is he thinking about free betting this one, Yazal? Love this. Don't have no blocker removal in here, but obviously not the worst of candidates to come in for a free bet bluff with the 6 5 suited. Need some of these in our range. Can't just have the nutted hands that we talk about. And Jacob now probably going to have to fold this one. Ace Jack was a gun versus small blind. Really brave free bet from Yazal there with a 6 5 of clubs, but works to perfection for him. Picks up a little one. Guessing this is his second bullet. When he left the featured table just before the break, he was down to like 3-4k.
Yep.
I want a new partner this year. I want a new partner.
What's happening? What was that? I missed that.
The team event at the Goliath.
There's a team event at Goliath, is there? What? Hang on a minute. Hang on, just put that one. What? There's a team event for whom? For the staff? Or what, for everybody? And we can play?
Yeah, we do an hour on comms and then we swap. And someone plays, someone does comms, we swap again.
We bubbled in 2019.
Yep.
We bubbled in 2019. Stone Cold Bubble 2019.
Yeah, everyone knows the King story.
King, best played Kings in the world.
Oh. I was on my break, Coventry was on break, come over, Tower, he's in the big blind. I've just thought I'll sweat him for one hand before I pop outside. He peels Kings, there's an open, just an open, someone from late position, he's in the big blind. I'm thinking, what's he going to free bet to here? We've got heaps. All in. Just puts the lot in with the Kings, got max value, snap fold from who was open, well played Tower. We didn't lose the hand, you didn't want to see an ace on the flop, was that it?
100%. What happens every time you got King's pre-flop?
Always an ace on the flop.
Great play. Yeah. Let me tell you. There's a tag team event at Goliath. Hey!
And after that, I'd seen enough. Didn't want to sweat another hand. I was just
I'm all in.
On my way.
How did you know they were Kings anyway?
Because I was sweating you. Seeing how you was getting on.
Yeah, very well. We won the hand.
We'll do it this year. We'll win it this year. That'd be a story, having the trophy for the tag team, wouldn't it? Having the next day on the stream.
Birmingham is going to be
Plenty of news this week coming up from Goliath. Simon's working on it right now. Going to be able to flick it in and show you everything that's going on. Gerard Deppadu. You've seen him right. Use out.
This is one we want to open in the cut-off. Once folded to us, Jack 10 off. Want to be raising this one up. I don't want to see no limping in the tag team event either this year.
Why?
I don't want to see none of that. I want to see opens.
Okay. I think we need a team talk before we have to get there.
So Don here on the button, ace deuce off. Obviously not going to fare too well, but if we want to continue, it's going to work a lot better as a free bet with that removal in there with the ace, but chooses 2 flat, the ace deuce. If we are going to continue, would much prefer to see a free bet with this particular hand. Wilco now going to come along, getting this price with the suited 8-4 in the big blind. Happy to defend.
Flop time. 8 ace-6 rainbow.
Yeah, well, Don actually flops best here.
Check.
Probably going to get 1 street of action, because this is a board you expect your Zal to be continuing fairly often here. However, obviously Wilco has defended in the big blind, can have lots of gut shots, 6x, 8x on this particular board, so doesn't choose to c-bet on this occasion. And Don with the ace deuce here, as I say, this is probably one of the best, other than ace 7 maybe, one of the better top pairs that we can incorporate into our check range, but Don just happy to come out firing with his ace x here.
And 1.1.
Wilco calls with middle pair. Seven spades on the turn does bring in dummy and gutter for Wilco to go with his middle pair. And I'm going to have a hard time ever getting 3 streets from this ace deuce, so may choose to check this one here and try and get some value on the river from Wilco. Or if he is betting here, going to be checking back river, fires for 2k. And Wilco, don't think he's the type to ever fold here tower with a straight draw now to go with his second pair.
Chasing me down, bro.
That's good, that's not
Shows him the ace as Wilco folds, gets out of the way.
Good fold, tower, really good fold, getting 3 to 1 in the call, second pair, gut shot. Nice fold from Gary.
Yeah.
Should have raised 3 times. Problems. So if you
folding round.
what do you call the missus?
We're done in seat number 1.
Don should be opening this in the cut-off tower, 9-7 of clubs, and that we can include in the cut-off opening range.
Raise 700.
Raises to 700. And Wilco here in the small blind got a really nice 3-bet spot here with the jacks. See what size he chooses. Would like to see somewhere around like 2.8, maybe just south of that, like 3x sizing. Wow, Wilco just calls. So I was surprised to see that. Very surprised.
Trying to mix it up.
And that's going to bring Simon in with a 10-6 off. So we've actually got 2 hands that we got crushed here, involved versus us.
We're going to get action.
Yeah, it's worked to perfection. The flat from Wilco here with the jacks.
Check. Check.
So checked over to Don here, who got a really nice one to continue here. 9-7 of clubs. We've got some really nice backdoor possibilities. We're just sitting with 9 high, which is very unlikely to be good. So we can start betting here as done with our particular hand.
Raise 10,000.
And Wilco
Makes it 10.
just makes it 10k, and that gets the Simon out there with a 10-6, and Don can't do anything here with the 9-7 of clubs but fold.
I don't trap.
Yeah, what we're calling a huge raise from Adam Wilkins.
Huh? Fair lines is good. You can't lie to me and fucking take the chips.
You ain't got very nice.
I was talking to him, but he's just never ever calling
Come on
here.
now, you take my chips.
Can't continue, fine to see bet this flop with this particular hand, but once we get raised, especially for this amount, it's just an easy fold for Don, and eventually after having a little chat with Wilco, lets it go.
What the fuck are you doing? Why you say that you're not trapping and you fucking flat calling with Dax? Fuck's sake. Nice hand.
What's happening? Oh, Goliath! Goliath's getting better. Saturday the 27th, flight 8, as we can see. They are the dates of the main events. Looks pretty, looks pretty.
I get myself in trouble, don't you?
They're good, like them. Perfect.
11 AM start, day 2 and day 3.
What? 11? 11? Still having my breakfast at that time. I'll be doing first hour in my pyjamas. 11 o'clock start.
Yes,
Can you cover?
Yeah, I'll cover.
11 AM.
Camera will come on, there'll be no one sat here. Still be in bed.
11 AM. We'll bring you the side events during some of today. Simon's already working on the side events as well, so we can see them and talk about them as well at the same time, rather than just blurting it out, because you might miss it. So if you can see obviously what's happening, it's better to talk about it when we can see it. And they're already working on the graphics for the side events as well. But 11 AM start Saturday and Sunday. I've never seen that before. Flipping Nora, man.
I remember UKIPTs back in the day. Day 2 used to start
Start
at 10
at
AM. 10 AM.
Yeah.
10 AM start.
There was some early starts in the World Series as well. Last time they had the World Series, some of those started at 10 AM. So, nobody seemed to complain about it. Or you complained about it to your mates and then still went and played.
Yeah. So Don coming in with the overbet here, 2.5 into 1.8, huge sizing choice.
Yeah, it says he's just picked up the wrong chip.
I don't know, he put 10 into a 2K.
You know, he's a professional.
Well, I can assure you, I've never ever been called up before.
It's funny you say you've done that machine in Broadway, because any time I was there, yeah, he was always pissed, but he was always still fucking winning. Any time I was every time I there, you chopped me up a few times. Yeah. You said me talking to the steel wheel a few times.
I wouldn't have the chopped you, I didn't even know the chopped you.
Pass.
Pocket nines, 4 years out.
Raise 600.
Raise this to 600.
Pass.
And Jacob got a nice one to pill here, King 10 suited. Like offsuit, we could potentially just let that one go, or free bet for a small frequency, but this one's just pretty nice to just pill here in position on your out.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Mark here, ace 4 off, getting this price in the big blind, happy to defend for another 300. And three-way action.
3-way to the flop. King 9 5 flop. We've got a bit of action.
Yeah, it's going to be trouble for Jacob. Yazal here with the 9s. Flopping middle set. Effective nuts for him because we're going to hear about kings pre-flop almost always. So happy to just start firing here. Middle set, we can just start betting. Unblock top pair. Can get called by plenty of king X. That Jacob can hill in the low jack. King 10 suited, king jack suited. Then you've got king queen off in there too. As well as obviously club draws can be in there. So plenty that we can get continued from. And Jacob just got a clear call with the king 10. Don't want to do anything else. Never want to raise this spot. Just happy to call and take some turns with position.
Chopping them up. Oh yeah.
Just about.
Run the big game, the small. Yeah.
The smallest game you're playing now is 5-5-10.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is you've got less maniacs in it.
I know some of them 5-5-10 games certainly good.
2 of hearts on the turn.
Games, to be honest.
And that's a huge brick.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And Yazal now going to want to fire again and probably want to choose a size so that we give ourselves a nice river shove to set Jacob in. So probably going to size up here now, probably like 3k, closer to 3/4 pot, that sort of size, and then that will leave us with around 60% effective river jam to put king X in a gross spot. So I'd like to see a little bit bigger sizing choice on the turn here.
These boys just keep blasting it.
Bet 3,200.
Yeah, 3.2, love it, perfect from Yazal. Just when Jacob calls now, I'm just going to leave 10.8 in the middle, and Jacob's going to be left with 6.5, so a nice little 60% river shove for us, putting king X in a really tough spot. And Jacob going to have to call again here, Tower, with the king 10. Like, this is a board that Yazal is gonna can double barrel hands like ace queen, ace jack. Obviously he can have some club draws. He's gonna open with his ace x of clubs, but even like the jack 10 suited, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, very good double barrels potentially on this board, because we're gonna have the 9s, we'll have 5s, we'll have ace king, king queen, the strongest. Wow, what a fold!
Big fold.
What a fold from Jacob. Just lets it go, the king 10. Very,
well played, sir.
Yeah, very disciplined laydown, Tower. I know it's correct fold on that occasion, but just think it may be a little bit too tight. I know it's correct in that particular scenario, but if we're just going to start folding to top pair to double barrels, if people are aware of that, they can just start exploiting that by just double barreling a lot of hands against us if we're folding top pair to just 2 bets. But fair play to the man. Maybe picked up on something, we don't know, but very good disciplined laydown from him.
Welcome aboard. Coventry GUKPT Day 1A. Concentrating on the main event from now on in until we crown a champion on Sunday. Keep you updated with the numbers, the satellite. It starts at 7. Numbers pretty low today, but nothing out of the ordinary for a Thursday. 78 in the mix so far. Probably should get to 100. Cash table running as well.
Simon with ace 9 raises to 700 in the cut-off, perfectly fine. One we want to open once folded to us. And Depperdoo queen 3 off in a heads-up situation. He's happy to defend.
Jack 8 deuce.
So not much here for either player. But assuming Depperdoo's going to be playing in flow, and just check this over to Simon, definitely one we can start c-betting with our ace 9 here as Simon. But Depperdoo's just going to come in for a random donk here with a queen 3. And surprised to see that. So donking the queen 3, just random airball here from Depperdoo. And Simon having none of it with his ace 9. Obviously plenty of draws out there. We're ahead of diamond draws, 9-10, 9-7, queen 9, queen 10, all those type of holdings. And now Depardieu, after getting called on the flop, slams the brakes on. And Simon probably just happy to get to showdown, checks it. We'll see a river.
The ace of hearts.
Yeah, and now this is just check from Depardieu. It would be disastrous to fire on this card tower. Like, I guess he wanted to try and just take it down on the flop with a random air ball, but this ace is just going to be so favourable for Simon's range. He's not always going to have it, but it's a card where would be a brave man to start bluffing, and just folds after Simon value bets. Do you know this dealer tower?
Yes.
Great. He was Mr. All-In Glasses in Scotland. Do you remember the guy with the All-In Glasses and left them on the table? That's this dealer. I found it out yesterday.
Wow. Changed. He decided he wants to go on this side of the.
You always win being a dealer. You're the one. You always walk out in profit.
Really?
Yeah. Always walk out in profit. You can't lose. You get paid for what you do, and always in the green. If you play, you have a chance of being in the red.
That's Greg, is it?
Yeah, Greg.
Nice one. Part of the team. We want the All-In glasses. Where are they? We need them.
Yeah, get another break after this.
Yeah, well, you're not going to be here. But obviously, when
There is a 60-minute dinner break at the end of this level, and you'll see the big clock to the right-hand side of seats 1 to 5. There it is, 37 minutes and counting.
Very good six-star players, but there are also a lot of six-star. There's more. The thing is, there's more bad six-star players than good.
yes,
So,
yeah. I think
So Mark limping the 9-8 suited on the button here, Tower. I definitely want to be opening this one this big. Like, there are some scenarios off of like 16, 17 bigs that you may elect to limp a hand like this on the bottom, but with these particular stack sizes here, need to be opening the 9-8 suited. Don't want to be limping it on the button, but Mark happy to limp. Gets an amazing flop for him, and we got action as well because Gisele's got second pair, Depardieu with an up and down straight draw, and Mark with the two overcards, gut shot and flush draw here. So action flop for these three players, and the Queen of Spades on the turn, giving Giselle two pair. That is a gin turn card for him. He's going to be loving that, and now we're going to see Depardieu continue barreling here with the 6-4. Obviously completing in the small blind for 200 more. He can have 5 deuce suited, he can have 7-5 off in there, maybe even 5 deuce off might be in there. So he can have a few 2-pair combinations, but it's going to be Giselle who's going to have even more being in the big blind. He'll have like the 7 deuce off, which Depardieu isn't going to have in this situation, but the 6-4 continuing to double barrel after getting called in 2 spots on the flop. Now Giselle with obviously 2 options here. We can call or we can start trying to get value from our 2-pair now. Obviously it is a fairly wet board, flush draws, straight draws all out there, so it looks like Giselle is opting to take the aggressive approach on the turn. There is the raise.
41.
Now Mark in a bit of a predicament here with his 8-9 of clubs. Like, we have the chance of being up against a dominated flush draw and just being live to a 9-8 or 6. So it's a really dicey spot here now for Mark, because we still got Depardieu behind us, and if we call here and Depardieu happens to 3-bet, although it's going to be very unlikely the way this hand's played, like you shouldn't have too many hands here that can 3-bet on this turn. But Mark makes a lay down there with the 9-8 of clubs, folding his flush draw and gut shot. Now back on Depardieu, and what are we doing here now with the 6-4 getting 3-1 on the call? He's happy to see a river.
He is indeed.
The deep stack bit that just stood on, yeah. I was like that. Yeah.
I mean, you got to come here.
There is the 2 of diamonds.
Especially if you play a little bit of cash as well, you know.
Yeah.
I've played a couple of days. It's been decent. I play at home on cash.
During the festivals, normally.
Oh, you mean normally?
No,
Nah.
To
be honest, unfortunately. Well,
Yeah, like the Queen 5 gets counterfeit, we now lose to Aces and Kings, but they're not in this hand. Aces and Kings never complete in the small blind after a button limp, so the Queen 5 here, we're still going to be best. And wow,
leading out.
Depperdoo, what are we up to, Tower? Like, oh, what are we meant to have here? What are we representing? It's just a burn on the river, leading that spot.
It says, what have you got? It says, not a lot.
Yeah, but in the festival, it's all right. But I mean, if you come down here next week.
Come here on a Tuesday night, yeah.
You come here next Thursday. You got the scratches.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's it, isn't it? There was a lot of people.
Queen 5. Yeah, any two. Got two.
600.
Any two.
So blinds 1-3 with a 3. Half an hour to go until the end of this. As you can see, top right hand corner, 35 minutes. Don raises, Don calls the 300. See a flop, 5, 6, 3, 2 hearts. Nice flop for Jacob, flopping with a flush draw. Back doors to Daniel. Probably checks all the way around, which it does indeed. Is that another heart? Or is that the 5 of diamonds? It's the 5 of diamonds. So it pairs on the turn. Now Don's going to lead and try and nick the pot. Makes it 1.1.5. Jacob makes the call. And Dan gets out of the way. So heads up to the river. And it's the 8 of spades. Better 4,000 by Don. 4,000. And straight in the muck as we miss everything. Half an hour to go until the end of this session.
I asked for a con flop, I got a con flop.
Yeah, a con flop, yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I mean, he must have 7 years ago.
Yeah, he, you know. But I'll tell you something now. If I'm the only player, I love being on this table, but I hate being on this table. And that's the only player. I don't really.
So 30 minutes to go until the end of this session, then a 60-minute dinner break.
You just don't put him on the table. Anyone else, I'll stick it in the right mode. We've had some right battles, man.
Ace 5 for Wendy. Happy to open this one in the low jack.
Bang!
Oh,
On the roulette.
Every time.
No, he's a dangerous player. He's what you call a proper maniac.
He's out King 10. Gets out of the way. Could potentially prove that one, but maybe just gives Wendy a bit more credit
He was, yeah.
Going to be raising take for Wendy.
Nice one, Wendy.
He was
Ahead of his time in a way.
ahead of his time, man.
In a way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, in about 28 minutes.
How many levels is that?
10.
An hour's break and then a 20-minute break and a 15-minute break or something like that. I think it's a lot.
An hour break after.
Yeah, it's an hour. Yeah. I think it's important.
Yeah.
Nice, steady start to
What about the turbo?
day 1-8.
For that mini Mac, finish that half and day 2 them start to lower full. They want you to do the bollock, they want to do the bollocks and get over there, the bastards. Do you know what I mean?
Raise 600.
$81 runners for day 1A so far as we're heading towards the dinner break.
So Yazal there. King 8 suited, raises to 6. And Don happy to peel the 7-8 off on the button. In a dominated situation. And Wilco got a lovely candidate to defend in the big. Queen 10 of diamonds. Should see Wilco defend at the very least here.
Nine flop, 9-7-3 rainbow.
That's a Don flopping best. Catches his 7. This is a board like Yazal with the King 8 of spades. We've wrapped around that 9 and 7 backdoor spades as well that we can definitely continue on. We've got the overcard, we've got some really nice turns for us to bring us more equity. And as well, we've still got the overpairs in our range, being the opener in the cutoff. We have those hands that Don or Gary shouldn't have. Don just got a clear call with the 8-7. He does pick up gut shot to go with his pair of 7s, and Yazal picks up the same gut shot here with the King 8 of spades. However, it might not be a card that he wants to continue barreling on. There'll be some Jack 8 suited in there, some Jack 10, these type of hands. 8-10 suited that Don can have, and we're not going to fold out 9x to a second barrel either, so we're only really targeting the like 7x 4s 5 6s that don't pick up a gut shot, like even 7-8 7-10. We're going to call this turn bet.
You sit up straight, you do
Don thinking about letting it go.
It's a straight back.
Getting just sub 3-1 position, pair and a gut shot. Be surprised if he folds tower.
It'll be a big fold. And now he's counting out the 2.2.
I'd like to sit on this. Ellie won't let me get it.
Oh, he does fold. Fair play. Nice little double barrel from Yazal. Gets it through.
Indeedy, indeedy. So heading towards the break. Heading towards this break-in play. We're now at 25 minutes or so until the end of the session. Then there's a 60-minute dinner break. As play will continue after that. So we will be back round about 5:45.
You could have managed Jack there, give the benefit of the doubt there. I could have stuck it in his
81 runners.
You chasing for straight?
Sorry?
You chasing for straight?
Oh, what I'm saying, the straights come with the jack. I was going to stick it in your eye. See what happens. But you know, you could have ace jack. But I'll give you the benefit of that. Nice.
Raise to 700.
Wendy raises to 7 with the blinds at 100, 300. Jacob with the 2s.
Yeah, I like the fold here from Jacob. Wendy opening under the gun +1, pocket 2s there off of that particular stack size, around 25 big remit. Just fine to let them go. Not deep enough to start going set mining, even though we do have the button. A good discipline lay down there. A lot of players will just fall into the trap of just calling there and seeing a flop. Then gets out the way, and he would have flopped the deuces. No justice, no
Absolutely
justice.
none. Because Wendy obviously c-bets.
Quick fold from Daniel.
Kind of serious this game. Everyone's serious. Serious people.
I don't know. I don't know the secret. It suits me.
I'm definitely not
It
serious.
suits me.
I wouldn't take this game
It suits
seriously
me.
if I tried.
It suits me.
I really couldn't. I'm not kidding.
People do think the ball's enough for open watching as well.
Yeah, I know. You've got to be
That's the question.
You've got to be doing absolutely nothing. Ain't you?
Yeah, final tables on 50. I bet there's some people.
Yeah, when you get close. When you get close.
Yeah, when you get, yeah, that's
It's
fine.
Mickey Mouse,
Go
isn't it?
stop on
You know what I mean? Well, obviously, it's not good for us on the table. You get one of your boys to find out pretty much up to. Okay, now. If you see his eyes dart to the right there, he was ready.
9 for Mark, raising it up to 700. Pretty standard raise now, 700. Depadeur, get out of the way. Yuzao. So, folks, initial raise looks like it's getting through at the minute. Well done. With the connectors.
Should fold this.
He should fold.
Versus early position open. But Don, what I've seen from him, like he peeled the 7-8 off. I think he's probably going to peel the Jack 10 off. Well, he's no, he's not. He's going to get involved.
So Don does call. It says, I apologise in advance.
Is that what he said? Jacob's in as well with the 5s. Although off of this stack, not potentially very close. The 5s here, whether to call or not.
9, 9, 2. And just the quads.
Just the quads for Mark.
Not much action unless a 5 hits the turn.
Oh, he's going to start betting them now. Just straight out firing here, Mark. Like who bets quads after flopping it? Doesn't check. And fold out a turn there from Simon with the 4-5, and
don't show them.
Jacob gets out of the way.
He hasn't shown
no action.
like
the
it.
quad 9s just come out firing their tower. Really difficult to get paid. I think we could be checking that, trying to let
I like a check.
Someone catch up.
Yeah, 2s would have flopped a second going to the right, all sorts of trouble there. Good full pre.
Something like that.
So we sat there thinking I folded 2s and it comes 2s.
I don't really seem very awkward though. We just randomly started talking, yeah. I've that in the back of my head. These guys must think I'm an absolute
If I was on the other side.
So 20, yep.
Yeah. We both looked at the clock at the same time. 20 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. And a 60-minute break. Use our King 10, not folding this one, raising it up instead.
So Uzal raises to 600. Don suited ace. gets involved. Daniel's in with the ace jack on the button. Simon's probably going to come along with a king jack now. Wendy getting this price on a call, happy to defend the queen 5 off in the big blind. So 5-way action here. King 8 deuce 2 spade board. Both Simon and Yazal flopping top pair here. And Yazal, being the pre-flop opener here, just wants to thin the field down. Happy to continue this one after catching top pair. Feel fairly confident that we got the best hand, although Simon is sat there having a slightly out kicked in the small. This should be everyone folding and Simon calling here.
Easy call for Simon. Come back to your question, Alan, very shortly. 4 of diamonds on the turn.
And this is going to be a spot now where I think we're going to see Yazal check the king 10 tower. Like, thinking about hands, we're going to get value from like some 8x is probably going to fold to our second barrel once we bet into the whole field. So definitely can be up against some king jack, king queen in the small blind calling range. A big fan of the check there from Yazal on the turn. And this backdoor diamonds rolling off here. Simon with the king of diamonds in his hand now, happy to value bet this spot, maybe try and target some worst king x as well as hands like 9s through queens, although the 9s through queens probably gonna high frequency checks on this flop. So Simon opts for a really small size here, 2.2k, and can't fault Yazal for calling it. Sometimes are beating some value, some like suited king x perhaps. So can't fault Yazal there for making the call. Got to flick that one in.
So Alan Budge just asked, can you buy into day 2 of Goliath or even day 3? I don't know if that's a typo, but when have you ever been able to buy into a final day?
You could for 888, the last one, because the final day was day 2, weren't it? Could you buy in on day 2 for the Sunday of the 888?
Yeah, when there's a day 3. No, the Goliath's never had day 2 buy-ins, so it's not an option as yet, buying into day 2. But no, you can't buy into the final. Yeah, you can you? Well, that's news to me. I don't think you can. I'm pretty sure you can't buy into day 2 of Goliath.
No, you can't.
I'm pretty sure.
Late reg closes after when then the clock goes to 40 minutes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't buy into day 2.
We'll put it up for you. Where is it?
There.
Oh, that's the flights.
That's the flights.
Where was the other one?
Which one?
Oh, there was another Goliath one we had before with all the different format.
Oh, they changed it.
Oh, changed it. Okay.
Simon's Green. So you can buy into. Oh right, hi guys. Just looked at Goliath. I just looked at Goliath. So you can buy into day 2 and 3. No. There's something. Is it a typo? I'm not sure if it's a typo, but I need to look at that now. Look at 3rd and 4th. Hang on a minute. Look at 3rd and 4th.
First 8 levels, I believe it is. First 8 levels.
I'm going to flick it on now, even though we're doing that. Where's 3rd and flight? 3rd and where we're looking.
There we are. First 8 times 30-minute levels on the clock. That's how long you got. Once we go to the 40-minute, you cannot buy in for that flight.
It's not open all day. Yep. Never has been. Is that what we mean? So, is that what we're looking at?
What's that? 4 hours plus breaks, probably like. I was going to say 4:45. So
what's that?
4:45, 4:40. PK says.
Nice one.
That's when you got to buy into each flight.
Yeah, you can buy into day 2s of events that have a day 2, which is a final day. But obviously, we have a day 3 for Goliath. And yes, this guy bought into day 2 of the mini and finished in 15th. So it works.
Sometimes.
It does work. Saturday the 3rd. Goliath day 2, 11 AM, 40-minute clock. You can't buy into it. And Sunday the 4th. I see what you mean. The buying, just because the buying is there, the buying is £150. I see what you mean. Yeah, the price shouldn't be there for Saturday and Sunday. I get what you mean now. It's took a long time. I'm getting old. But I see what you mean. I like it. We'll remove that. Simon! We might need a new template, please. Can you remove the buy-in for day 2 and day 3 so it looks like you can't buy in, please? Thank you. Done. 3 minutes. Thanks, Alan. Thank you very much. It took me a while, but yes, you were right. There shouldn't be a price for the days you can't buy into. We will change it, and it will be on when we come back for when we come back after the break. Thank you very much for that. We'll change that.
Cannibal.
So yeah, thanks for that. Nice one, Alan. Good on you. But Simon is changing it right now, and he says tell him to refresh. We'll show you. I don't know if I can do that though, can I? Oh, on the GUKPT web page. I see. King 10 for Don, King 10 for Wendy, 7s for Dan, Jack I flop, Jack 9 for Gerard Depardieu.
They're going to get one. Going to bet once with the 7s, just the 1 over card. But Depardieu turning 2 pet. And Daniel probably wants to be slowing down now. Tower with the pocket 7s unless he's betting really small to check back river. Fires 2.2 here. The thing is, Depardieu in the big blind, he's going to have lots of diamonds. He's going to have the most flushes here. Obviously, he can have 2 pairs in this situation, some sets. I guess it's like this double barrel folds out 5x and 3x, like the hands that we're ahead of anyway. So probably going to be a lot better to check the pocket 7s. Wow, this is a bit of a misstep from Daniel here, Tower. We've got so many better hands to barrel off in these particular situations, and 7's just not going to be one of them. Maybe a little bit of a misstep from the man in seat 4, but I'm sure he would have had his reasons for choosing that particular hand to come in for the bet with. Guess he thought maybe Depardieu might fold the jack to 3 barrels. But like 7's there, would just prefer. I like the bet on the flop, but then I think it's just shut down central for us a lot of the time.
We'll also change it on the main website as well. It looks like it's been done already, Alan. Can you just check it, give it a refresh, and let us know the buy-ins for day 2 and day 3 should have been removed. Now Simon is bang on the case.
Dom 5s under the gun, should be raising.
Raise to 600. Fold.
Exit 600.
Fold, fold.
Queen Jack of Spades, lovely one for Simon here in the hijack. Like the decision to just call versus this under the gun open. And Depardieu, he just won a pot with the Jack 9, so I'm guessing that's why he's peeling it in the small hip. Should be folding, but I guess he's feeling the heat of Jack 9 and going to take another flop with it. And you're out with a lovely hand to just defend. Jack 10 of hearts here, getting this price. 4 to the flop.
988.
And once again, Depardieu with a Jack 9, flopping best here. However, Yazao up and down with his Jack 10. Simon with a gut shot himself. And Don happy to fire the 5s here into 3 players. Not going to work. We're going to get called in 2 spots. I think if there was the 8 of spades instead of the 8 of diamonds, would have potentially seen Simon peel once with position with the Queen Jack, but lets it go without the backdoor flush draw. Depardieu happy to call here with his top pair. And Yazao here with the Jack 10 of hearts, like Obviously we can call here, but potentially we can start incorporating in a raise with this hand as a bluff. We're going to have more 8x in this scenario than anyone else, so we can credibly rep an 8 defending out of the big blind, and as well as that we can also use some clubs on turns as bluffs, and really like this from Yazao, big fan of this from him, raising it up with a Jack 10, taking the initiative, understanding that this is going to be a favourable flop for him defending out the big blind because he's going to have more 8x, and look at that, gets 2 better hands to fold. Really nice play there from Yazao with the Jack 10 of hearts, taking the aggressive route and taking it down uncontested.
Nice one indeed, heading towards the break. Hopefully all... Alan says he can't find it now. It will get sorted. But no, good shout out from Alan. You can't buy into day 2 and you can't buy into day 3. Obviously the price ticket is there, but you cannot do that. Leicester Coventry is here. We're on Thursday. It's the main event satellite tonight at 7. Tomorrow it's main event and turbo, flights B and C. Saturday the £200 side event at 4. And then on Sunday the seniors starting at 1. And then the bounty to finish off the events here in Cov.
Is that Sherlock Holmes in seat 1?
Yeah, Big Don Jones.
Race 800.
King, whatever. King of
Cool.
Wow, Depader here just flattened the ace-king here on the button versus this cut-off open. Obviously one that we want to be free betting more often than not. Maybe at a very, very small frequency we might flat the offsuit ace-king, but more often than not want to be free betting this versus the cut-off open. But it's going to pay dividends just flattening in this situation because we've flopped top pair, top kicker, and we're playing it tricky. As Depader here checking it behind, and
3 clubs on the turn.
Could potentially induce something here.
Both having a good support.
Check over to Mark, and now we have to bet as Depader.
We have to bet.
Have to, Tower.
Please bet. Thinking about 2,000. What? Sticking 2.1.
1600.
Hey?
1.6 is good enough. Don't have a little think about it, but he's not calling with just a gut ball.
I agree, Tower.
That should be the end of that.
And, same scenario for Mark here. I think he's just been done with a hand. Once he's looked at his chips, that usually indicates that someone's going to be putting them in the middle. He thinks better of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, in between, bro.
Lets it go.
Indeed. DK says it totally killed Goliath if you go buying today too. Absolutely, totally agree. Imagine 400. We normally have 20.
Yeah,
we normally set the line at 20,
buy-ins.
don't we? There'd be like 400 day 2 buyings. They wouldn't be able to
All
manage
for like
at all.
4 bigs or something. Imagine the seat open the first hour of the day, if that was the case.
Alan's bringing the golf clubs. What's the nearest golf course around here?
Some of them lucky ones.
I know, obviously the Belfry's up the road, but...
Right.
3 chips in a chair.
Heading towards the break. 4 or 5 minutes to go until the end of this sesh.
We can put a comms cam on for the last hand.
We can. Then you'll be able to see it.
I look like Red, you
Imagine coming to the Goliath and Coventry City in the Premier League.
Not out the realms of possibility.
No, imagine them playing Tottenham on that Saturday.
Don't. I'll be having an hour off. Don't you worry about that. I say an hour and not 90 minutes because I'll probably want to walk out when we're 3-0 down. The way Spurs are.
Imagine that.
Oh, right, okay.
I know which one it is now. It's got a moustache.
It'd be amazing.
Could be worse. I could support a team like Southend Tower.
No, that's true. That's true. Win 1 in 10 and you get excited.
Raise from Mark with the King Queen to 600. And action on Jacob in the big blind. It's been fairly solid so far this session. It looks like he's counting out calling chips to defend and happily defends the 9-8 suited. Even off of this stack, it's perfectly fine. Want to be defending this one.
Check.
King 5 deuce rainbow board. Brad says it could be a championship game, Spurs versus Coventry. Maybe next season, not this season. Well, 2 seasons and all.
Sat out about 20 minutes, going
Grind race.
He left, and I just said, I said to send him back here.
Yeah.
He went, you can't, that's his first move.
Oh my God.
I passed it out in 20 minutes.
Terry Jordan.
Yeah, he went through 3 bullets in the first one.
Terry Jordan, yeah? He's a sicko,
Hey, 19. I got stuck between them.
2.5 minutes and counting until the 60-minute dinner break.
Yeah, and this is wild from Daniel Tower. This is really wild. 20 bigs, ace-9 off under the gun, just rips it in. Should just hit the mark, should be a fold. And the thing is, like, don't really want to have too many shoves off of this stack size, especially under the gun with the whole table to get through. It could be that he wants another entry, but like 6k, still plenty of chips in this structure.
It is. 20 bigs.
Maybe still steaming a bit about the 7s bluff from a few hands ago. You don't know what's going through their head.
Gone with folding the King 7. This should get through, unless we find the Ace King on the toe on the small blind. Oh, this has got to go in as well.
Yeah.
2 short stacks to fighting.
Action on Wilco with the 8-4 off. Starting stacks 20k. This guy is goated on Twitch, and buying for this is 900 plus 100, £1,000. It gets you 20k starting stack.
A straight bag. So Jacob's got a big chance to double up and leave Dan on absolute fumes. Unless he flops a flush draw.
So 9 and diamonds working for Daniel now. Well, there it is.
There's the service. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, dead. Ace King is dead, and we're going to lose Jacob from the tournament. Was involved in the last long up, and that's 1 out the door.
Unlucky Jacob, just been eliminated.
Alright players, when you come back from your lunch break, you're going to be on table 20.
So last hand.
Last hand, ladies and gentlemen, last hand. More information regarding the side events for Goliath on the way after the dinner break. This is the last hand of the session, which means we'll be back in 60 minutes at 5:45. Time to grab yourself a bite to eat, and we will see you for level 5 with a new table that's got Leon Campbell on it, our latest champion.
Yeah, Leon's on a hot bit of form, Tower. Really, really good form.
Latest champion, Leon Campbell, on the way. More information regarding Goliath and all the side events that's coming up there. Apparently there's a tag team.
Satellite later is 110, 100 plus 10 disguise goated if you're coming down. As Depadoo, last hand of the session, raises the 6s. Wilco's going to get out of the way, and action going to be on Daniel in the big blind with the 10-5 of hearts. It is suited, so happy to make the call in a heads-up situation. Heads up to the flop.
King 6, the Mickey Blacks.
Do it again, Tower.
Do
Second
it.
time today. And Depadoo, really nice flop for us. Bottom set here, just happy to start firing unblocked top and middle pair, which we can get called from. Obviously, there's plenty of gutters out there that we can get some value from as well against big blind defend range.
Ace of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, that's going to keep Daniel interested because now he's picked up flush draw to go with his pair of tens, and Depardieu going to be firing again, and on this particular board probably want to be sizing up a little now, choosing a bigger size than he opted for on the flop. Opts for half pot 1.8 into 3.6, and Daniel just got a clear call here. Nothing else we should do ever here as Daniel but make the call.
Exactly what he does. Does he get fortunate on the river?
5 would be ill, 10 would be ill.
Oh, it is a 10 as well. Oh
Wow.
my days, it's a 10 of diamonds.
And this is sick as well because yes, we've got a 5 kicker with it, Tower, but the 10's chopped with all other 10x which aren't a boat, so this is just a dream for us. And if I'm Depardieu here, I'm probably going to go for the lot here with the 6s.
Yeah,
and there's the all in, and there's the snap call, and we're going to lose Daniel last hand. Nice little hand before the dinner break. What an ill river. That's a bit of a sick one.
Very unfortunate. That's the worst river card, says Depardieu. He leaves the building with 40,000. Dan has a chance to re-enter. What a hand to finish with.
We will see you in an hour, guys, back at 5:45 with a new featured table. See you then.
See you then.
Trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, you know, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but you know, I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011 I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online, and then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you were actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, you know, like in this spot he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, you know, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop, so I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and you know, there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, oh, Chris Moore's called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm walking up. Yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1. for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5. Number 1. What did it mean?
At the time, oh, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. You know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't the job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making number 1, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making the top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get number 1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from number 1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of, even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why
in Manchester. This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well, because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where I'm dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online, because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys, and on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Just play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting, like two mates kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong, because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x'd it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, no, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker, because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender mob. Like, that's the only 2 cashes he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker, like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like 1 World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won 1. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house, play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like, the tournament was like 100 times by him, but yeah.
Brilliant. It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times whenever you do pop up and we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries. Final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also like I was free rolling anyway because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2 I think on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, you know? So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, you know, most people, if they got that much money riding on it more than the buy-in of the tournament, would sort of, you know, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table and he knew about the bet and he raised under the gun. And, you know, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf and I had to free bet him and, you know, start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game with like on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known UK, yeah, blast from the past. And Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff. So gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that 6 max is probably your best game. 3rd out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5k 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these 3 events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, 2nd out of 474 in the 6 max 10k. 3 massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5k 6 max came 3rd, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which, like, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually I had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left, and I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand, so which didn't really bother me because, like, live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind, and he's called, and I was kind of short step, and it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak, and I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, And then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another, I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute, and then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand, but obviously it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K 6 Max was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match, had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal. You know, it was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling, because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
Yeah, I work on that heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well, because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament, because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, like, it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we're still winning the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of, there was a mutual agreement almost, but we hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone, like, I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table, because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us. Buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back, I get kings on the big blind. Kings when the guy in the big blind is not even there. And Johnny Lawton raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in, he just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash, and, you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've min re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K, and they're like 6K more. So it's like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit, and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet, and he tanked for ages, and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that, and I'm down to 10 big blinds. find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And you know, trying to avoid the cameras or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out the empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think it's the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All In Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally, but you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure, and I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So yeah, it was, to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still #1 online.
Yeah,
how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were #1 online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, put on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like, even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think he'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit.
I've got to do this.
At the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change, and something that I really needed, because it was getting, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah. That's
awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now,
yeah,
for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them.
Yeah.
But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary. But winning 3 on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first 2, like Poker Stars. You know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because you know, like week to week the grind can become a bit monotonous. But you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them, and you know, you don't get any. There's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like something I strived to do, and like I wanted to be the leader. And once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me, so I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online is not too bad.
We'll get there. 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird because it's much harder these days because you know, like people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites, and back then there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people are like, it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, you know, that's good. I know. Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but you know, it's fine.
Well, I was going to say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number 1 was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number 1 slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, you know, like what I'd have to do is like, you know, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then you know, and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you get a lot of points for that. So you could, you know, if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then, you know, if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, I don't realistically, been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the number 1 spot is because you went on and won a WPT. The LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over $1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning Heads Up, to be honest. I was like, you know, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing Heads Up. So I was like, if I lose this one, he's going to have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. You know, I've been that guy who's sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, "Oh, I'm better than them." Why that? You know, just like the guy you don't want to be, really. And I just started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative, so she sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson, and he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time, and he flew to Vancouver on a whim. Didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, you know, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it and met with him a few times and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in a space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, you know, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but it's so, at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, you know, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, you know. So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table, it was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had Jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had Jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like, obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So, you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like, you know, the stacks were that close. And somehow I ended up coming back and won a freeway all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that, I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and now it's this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017, we get the bracelet. We get the bracelet, the 3K6 max.
Finally, yeah.
Just short of 1,000 entries, and it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun, yeah. Especially because like the last few years, like, you know, the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for British people. And so, yeah, it was nice to sort of, I was telling everyone, I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and, you know, layer up a few spots. And yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that, you know, normally you wake up from and it's like, you know, you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a 3-bet pot against him, and he had top 2 pair, you know, for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player. And then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, you know. And I was just like, oh my God, am I ever gonna, you know, win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was, yeah, it was really, really cool. And just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come, and then they just mobbed you. Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 2 and 3 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Is it? Are we going to chase it? Will we wait for it when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens, because like the thing is, I only really play. There's not even many like. That's definitely the hardest one of the 3 to win. You know, if you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play, and even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry. You know, so you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But you know, the EPTs are freeze out or 1 re-entry, some of them now. But there's only 4 or 5 of them a year, I think, and most of them I don't go to. Like the only ones I really ever go to, I always go to Barcelona. And that's about it, really. Like I used to go to the Caribbean one, and so yeah, no, realistically it's going to be tough. But obviously, the funny thing was I actually had 29 Triple Crowns, and I wanted the 30th one to be the live one, and
that would have been nice.
That year I was doing good. I was like chip leader on day 1 in EPT Barcelona. Obviously, so far to go, but I was in the money. And I was actually feeling, oh my God, this could be it. Like, even though there's still 100 and something players left at this point, I was like, you never know. This would be really cool just to finish it off in that. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a few deep chances in EPTs. I think I final tabled EPT London. My mum came up to watch, and she gave me the needle because she came. Well, it's not even that far a journey. She lives in Essex, so it's like an hour on the train to come up to Rail. And I came in only with 20 big blinds, so I've reshoved 7s or something and got called by ace queen and lost the flip, and I like get away from the table, and she's like, "You done?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah, like, I'm always wait for that. I was like, yeah. So, yeah. She always used to give me, like back in the day when I was doing bad at live poker as well, she'd always say that she'd watch some poker on the TV and they all wore sunglasses, and maybe that's what I needed to do, because I was giving away tells and stuff. So I think actually one year I got to the stage where I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to do it. So it was like a 25k Bellagio big tournament, and I was on day 2 and I didn't know anyone on my table, so I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I went to day 2 and I put on the sunglasses indoors, felt like an idiot, made the most standard raise ever, like ace-5 suited or something, and everyone tanked a little bit before they folded. It was one of those weird ones where everyone maybe had like half a decision or was just still asleep because it was first hand of the day. And it wasn't even a big hand. I won the hand, and I just felt so nervous. My heart was beating. I was just like, I was just like, I feel like an idiot wearing sunglasses indoors. So that was the one hand I ever played wearing sunglasses. So I got 100% record on it, but yeah, I just can't do it.
Obviously, this year the World Series is not live, which is obviously a terrible shame, because we'd all be there right now. We're chasing bracelets. You might even have another one. We're moving to online. Are you going to be focusing on the online World Series? And obviously, there's 85 events. There's 85 bracelets. They are real bracelets. Easier or harder for yourself, do you think? You'll have a chance of winning another bracelet?
Probably better for me, because like online is like, I've been doing it for half my life almost now, so I feel really confident, especially the first half of the events are in the WSOP Nevada, sort of it's shared between Nevada and New Jersey, and I've played on there for the last couple of years, so I know a lot of the players. I've got notes on them. I've had good results on there, so I feel really confident in those ones. So yeah, I'll hopefully can make some runs in those ones, and then my plan for the second half is to sort of actually go to Mexico in August and play the second half on the GG ones. I think the schedule just came out today, actually. So yeah, I'll plan on playing those and going to Mexico, and I have to get. Been in America too long this year anyway, so I'll get out of the country. So yeah, I'm excited for it, because like that's what I know what to do. It's how I grew up playing the game, so hopefully can make some runs and get another bracelet. And I'd always wanted the online one. You know, they every year now they've had sort of 4 or 5, maybe 10, as many as 10 events online. And I'd always wanted to win an online one just because, you know, that's what I'm sort of known for, and feels appropriate kind of thing. So this is, I guess, the best chance I'll ever have. So gonna put my heart and soul into it. So I kind of been chilling a bit this week, playing some golf and stuff like that, just to relax. But yeah, the next couple of months I'll be playing pretty much every day.
Some quick fire questions as we head towards the end of the hour with the tower. Do you prefer live or online poker?
Online on the whole, but live when you get deep is unreal. But like day one of live tournaments is the nut low for me. I hate it so much. Like only bad things can really happen. Like you make it through, you kind of expect it to, and if you bust, it's like, you know, you're out the tournament, you got no chance, or you got to rebuy, and now the tournament starts getting expensive. So yeah, online day to day, but once you get deep, the final table is just it's like 100 times better live.
Not including the World Series main events, what tournament would you like to win?
Probably the Aussie Millions main event, just because, like, you know, I came 7th and they treat you so well there. Like, and I'm jealous a bit of Toby winning all the time there, so I'd have to knock him off. But, like, ideally, I'd knock him out, like, on the final table on the way to victory.
Favorite tournament?
Favorite tournament? I guess that any of the Six Max tournaments of the World Series, I just love them. Like, I would say the World Series main event, but I've never done anything in it, so it's normally a negative experience. But like, obviously, if I did well in that, it would be amazing. But yeah, I'm excited for the Six Max tournaments of the World Series, just because I've had so many deep runs in them. I feel really confident in my Six Max game, and like, even though, you know, a lot of those no limit tournaments you have to beat hundreds or even thousands of players, it feels like in those ones, you know, I can do it, kind of thing.
Favorite casino?
Probably the Crown Casino in Melbourne is just really nice. I haven't been there for a few years as well. Yeah, I really like it down there.
What do you like listening to when you're grinding?
All kinds of, like, terrible music, really. No, like, my wife comes in and she's like, "What are you listening to now?" Like, it depends. I'll just have like a grind playlist that has all kinds of different stuff on it. But then, like, sometimes if I'm on real tilt, I'll have to put on some. I hate to say it, but I'll have to put on some Disney tunes or something.
Why is the 6-4 of clubs your favourite hand?
I'm not sure it is anymore, to be honest. I think back then it was just like, I think I won a couple of big hands of it, and I think I hit a straight flush against someone who had the nut flush in a live tournament, so that was a pretty cool feeling. And yeah, I just had to, you know, those were the days where you just 6-4 clubs, you'd play it from under the gun, you'd just be in there. But now you're playing a bit more sort of sensible poker. You know, sometimes I have to fold it when I'm on the short stack, so I guess it's not my favorite hand anymore.
The best player you've ever played against?
That's tough, really tough question. I tell you, one of the people I was most impressed with when I played with them, like, was JC Tran. I played with him in this 40. They had a special anniversary 40K buy-in at the World Series, and I'd satellited in a live satellite. I hate satellites. Well, somehow I won my seat, so I was really pumped for that. Played with him on day one, I think, and it was really deep stack poker, which, you know, sometimes I don't play that as much of because I late register a lot and stuff. So I was sort of sitting there learning, playing quite tight, watching the table, and he was in there every hand, and he was taking unconventional lines and just winning every pot without showdown. So yeah, he really impressed me that day.
If you could play and beat anyone heads up for your second bracelet, who would it be?
Oh, so many candidates. It'd have to be like one of my friends for sure. Just could have like bragging rights forever.
Toby.
Well, Toby would be good because he's never won a bracelet. It's like the only thing he's never won. So I almost feel too mean to beat him heads up for a bracelet. I'd draw the line there. Maybe like someone who won one before, but like, I think maybe beating Dempsey would be good. Just because when I lived with him for a while, I'd always win the flips against him. We'd always flip for dinner, and I was like 30-0 against him on flips. So just to beat him heads up as well would just be the icing on the cake.
Do you still play as much online as you used to, or is it just Sundays? What does the future hold, Chris?
Yeah, still playing quite a bit. Like there's a few American sites to play on. Play like maybe three or 4 days a week. Not like the full day grinds that I used to. Or I couldn't do them now anyway. Like back through the night, and obviously you can't play on all the sites here. But yeah, like I don't know. Like I'll keep playing poker until I don't enjoy it anymore, and then I'll try and find something else that hopefully I can have even 50% of the passion for. So yeah, for now, poker, but you never know. But for the foreseeable future, I think I'll still be playing a decent amount of poker.
And finally, would
Yeah.
you do anything differently?
I mean, I should do so many things differently, but I'm a big believer in sort of, as long as you don't do anything too bad, like not, I wouldn't change the past. Like you make mistakes and you learn from them, and I had so many backing, like it cost me a lot of money in the end, but like I had so many great experiences from it. I was there on the rail of so many of like my players, amazing experiences, traveled the world, stayed at people's houses for free because of it, met so many amazing people from different places and different walks of life. So yeah, no, I wouldn't change anything really. It's all worked out pretty good in the end. So even though thousands of mistakes along the way, but yeah, pretty happy overall.
Well, 11 years later, 11 years since the first time we spoke. Well, I got a microphone in my hand. We've done it again. You've done absolutely incredible in the last 15 years, and every credit to you with the books, with everything you do poker-wise. Fingers crossed we get the live Triple Crown. That would just be absolutely amazing. And fingers crossed we see you on the GUKPT circuit once again. If you have to come over to the UK, that will be an amazing time because we get to speak to you yet again. Other than that, we'd have to come to Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, I have to, like, my GUKPT record is really bad, so I do need to, like, at some point, probably the most likely ones, so occasionally I play the London one, so that's probably my most likely one. But yeah, I definitely, like, one day, even final table GUKPT I've never done, so yeah, but mix it with the UK guys for sure.
Chris Moorman, thanks for spending an hour with the Tower. You're an absolute superstar. Cheers, buddy. Thanks very much.
No worries. Good to chat to you, Phil. It's been too long. Take care.
Cheers, Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh, man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh, well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January. And then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So, yeah, I was kind of lucky that, I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with. And, yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
Ah, God, feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. Not, I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then at university, I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year. And I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships. And we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo, because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing, kind of thing, and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student, so now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler, kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it, and yeah, it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives.
Sorry, I can't hear a thing with these on from this side.
Second, please.
Yeah, seat 2, yeah, there. 18-2.
Why are you here?
I can't hear a thing. I can't hear a thing what you're saying. No, I mean, I can't hear a thing Sean's saying. He's not got a headset. Yeah, I can hear him now. You hear me now? I can see you, dickhead. He's brought the chips. He's got the chips. Have you not? You should watch it, mate. Is that everything, yeah?
So the thing's changed.
I told you I need to start to start, right?
The thing's changed. Oh, that's the same one. Oh,
I don't know, I don't have it. Right, I've got to treat this deck properly carefully. Yeah. Guys on this side of the table, if you can just speak up when you bet, because this oh, yeah.
Shall we go live? Oh yeah, quickly. Jay's got rid of him. Get out door. Come on. Everyone have another hour. Tom Hudson, head of poker, online at Malarkey Doodah. Good afternoon. You've made it over. You come over for a trip.
We're over. We're over for loads of GUKPT this year.
You said when we saw you in London for a brief spell, you said you were coming over more.
Yeah.
Regarding GUKPTs, obviously you've got a massive run up now towards Goliath. I know we keep talking about it as you guys, you know that we do talk about it quite a lot, but it's a massive event in the year. It's massive for you.
Yep.
And as it is at the moment, we've got 150 online qualifiers already.
Yep.
which is insane. It's the 3rd of March.
Yeah, it's well, we gave it a shot to see, because we run satellites every night. So if you go back to 2019, we would do satellites at this point once a week, and then the sort of daily satellites start around June. But you know, given how many players are playing with us online these days, who play our venues events, we thought we'd give it a shot with satellites every night, and they're doing very well. So yeah, we're racking up the tickets already. Lots of liquidity in the Goliath satellites every night. So it's great, really.
Well, they must be easy, because even Katie's won one. So I'm going to start trying. I must start trying. But Tom Hudson is here for the next 60 minutes. We're giving Jay an extra hour for his lunch, so he can chill out for a little bit. So any questions regarding online? That's your man.
I'll do my best.
Any questions regarding anything online, Grosvenor? That's your man. So fire away for the next 60 minutes. Obviously, we'll concentrate on the feature table as well, because Tom does a lot of comments during Goliath Week for us and whenever it's in the building.
Not quite as good analysis as Jay, but I'll do my best to try and take you guys with some
off camera. We just heard a little clip of you and Alex Martin back in the day.
Yes.
When he must have clenched a plastic cup too hard.
It was like the day 3. Day 3. There was like 30 players left. Jack Oliver was in a massive hand with Marriott's. Actually, it was. Huge hand, and Alex just spilled an orange juice all over all of us in the middle of the hand. It's like we're trying to commentate on this crazy hand going on.
But we are back, so literally any questions regarding Goliath online, we've talked about tokens before. Your man's here. If you want to have a chat, just fire in the questions as we concentrate on the feature table. We have got a new feature table. Not as many names. We have half the list for us is unfortunately missing. But chip leader is Daweed Chmil in seat number 1. He's the chip leader on the table. So it should be an interesting session. Like I said, we've got Tom for 60 minutes, so thanks to him.
Yep. So Daweed, he has just under 48k.
Yeah. We've got Bixie. Bixie's in seat number 5. We're a regular on the tour, and since we came out of lockdown.
Riggy as well, and we've got Leon as well.
Who's just champion.
Yeah, just binked the mini main for a huge score, so he'll be feeling very good about his game right now.
Yeah, Leon. We always say it's a form game.
Yeah.
Always. And Big Ben Madigan sat in seat number 9. It was on our cash table. Did you watch any of the live stream?
I did watch the live stream last night. It was fantastic. I mean, there was some crazy stuff going on. It was the craziest cash game live stream I've seen. I think. I mean,
even the hand when it went 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160, 320.
We had full straddle.
And then you look round and you can look down first to act. I've got kings.
That's when you see the table full straddling to 320. You look down your cards just hoping you've got aces or kings, and one guy did, didn't he? So
he did indeed.
He still had the sweat though. He still had the sweat.
Yeah. You're never easy. That is for sure. But yeah, Tom Hudson is in the building. So any questions, fire them away. We will have a little bit more information regarding Goliath as we go along. Know most of the schedule for the events, and PK is putting together the schedule so we can see it on the screen.
Yeah, there's there's new events this year. There's some exciting stuff. So I'm sure everyone's looking forward to seeing what's going on.
Absolutely, it is a big event, and we are literally in the same building where it all happens.
Yeah.
Which is good for us, because GUKPT last year, Coventry was an extra, as Edinburgh was still in lockdown. They had 607 runners, and then decided you might as well have your own leg as well, because it's been that popular. So that's how Coventry has turned about.
We've got a bit of a hand here. So
Jacob in 2.
Yeah, Jacob's made the call from the big after Paulius opened King Jack and flopped top and bottom. And he's check called against Paulius's continue, which is standard with the King Jack, given his opening range versus the big blind.
He pairs the 9 on the river.
He slowed down pretty quickly on the turn, and you're going to see a lead from Jacob here and probably a quick fold from Paulius, but we'll see. And Jacob was on this table earlier, wasn't he? I think he busted. He was one of our last longer.
Yeah. And he won't be in the last longer as a re-entry.
No, he won't. No, he's out. He's definitely out. But on the last longer, actually, so I'll give a bit of information. So we had just 11 entries to the last longer this time out. I think we had around 20 in London.
Yeah.
Maybe 25. But we give away a GUKPT seat for the player who wins the last longer in each GUKPT, 1250 seat, and they can use it to any of the other GUKPT events.
Yeah.
All you have to do is win a ticket in an online satellite and register in the last longer holding tanks before the event, and that qualifies you. You turn up, we give you a last longer patch, and then if you make the last longer, if you last longer out of those players who are in, you get the seat. So it's a great little promotion, especially when we've only got 11 in like this time. So effectively, you got a £100.
Craig Dawson nearly made it back to back, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Nearly very close to me.
Oh no, sorry, won the first one, didn't he? It was Kieran, I think, won the one in London.
Yeah, it was very close to going back to back, which would have been a bit of a feat.
Yeah. Just keep getting free entries, why not? I got an open from Leon, love it. Jack 4 suited from +2. Come to Dweed on the button. They got a free bet from Dweed to 1.7k with the King Jack suited.
That looks like three-way. No. All folding round in turn. Somebody said, have we got any information on the side events of Goliath? Yes, we have. It is there.
Here we are.
We are starting to put it all together. PK will be flicking pictures on, and I have to be on my guard just to make sure I don't turn the camera on when I'm picking my nose or whatever I'm doing, and drinking a pint of Guinness or whatever it is. No, they don't happen. But yeah, there, right up there, there's a lot of information regarding the sides. It's starting to build, and it's starting to look like a festival. Starting on the 25th of August, which is the Thursday, day 1A, there is a GUKPT. So they've got 2 GUKPTs as well as Goliath, because it obviously rolls directly into Goliath. It's exactly the same structure. It's a 60-minute clock. It's exactly the same event as the one we're doing now. And on the same day, the ladies' event will be on. There's a Red Tooth. What's the in conjunction with Red Tooth? Do you get involved with Red Tooth online? Do they run their satellites and stuff?
Yeah, so they'll be be running satellites for their events as well online. But these are open to everyone. So they're Red Tooth events, but they'll be open to all customers.
Excellent.
The ones say open to all next to them.
Yeah, and obviously turbo events for the GUKPT main. That's always on that's on the Friday. So the Friday's looking really good for the ladies, and obviously on the Saturday, the 27th, Katie has already warned us that she's going to be in the Coventry box.
Yeah,
you will be working with me, she says. So Katie, if she's not on the final table, Katie will be in the Coventry box for the live stream of the ladies' day 2. That will be the final only, because on the day 1 they're playing down to the final table. They're going to stop, and then we're going to bring it onto the feature table on the Saturday. So that should be a great one.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning on the ladies' event. So Katie has a weekly league, which has a monthly leaderboard, and there'll be event tickets for that event up for grabs in the leaderboards if you can win one of those, as well as the satellites we have online. So as of most of these events you'll be able to qualify online for as little as £1 if you play the feeder satellites.
What is Joker's Wild, says Tim?
What is Joker's Wild? It is the best game at Goliath. It's a fantastic game. We add bounty prizes to it. We put a Joker in every deck.
Yeah.
The Joker is wild, so you can use it towards making any hand. It adds a different dynamic. It can come out on the board. If you get dealt a Joker, you kind of inclined to play the hand to the end.
And if you want a nice quiet game of poker, don't play.
Yeah, exactly. Tower. Actually, more importantly, you've got Tower dressed up. Normally, inside. I don't know what we're going to dress up as this year, Tower. But he's DJing. He's having fun. Everyone is having fun. The drinks are flowing. It's normally it's a big and fun night, isn't it?
It is the only game where music will be played and poker is a little bit secondary.
Yep.
It's about having a good time and about having a party. If you've ever done a CAF Cup that we ran, or if you've ever done a John Law, CT Law charity event in Stockton, they're the kind of nights that the Joker's Wild is.
Yeah.
So we'll keep running that up and down all day, but plenty of people will be interested in the side events as well as obviously the main event, which obviously runs all the way through. The big addition for the main event is the Friday, the final buying day, where it's 2 turbo flights.
Yeah, that's a big change.
And a lot of people just saying, what a great idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Already,
it's becoming obviously more common over recent years, and it makes a lot of sense. You know, it also solves some of the problems we have with getting everyone in on the final day. So you know, there's 2 flights. That's going to be easier to seat people. So yeah, hopefully that's great for all. We've got a hand here. Got an open from Leon with the ace-9 suited, and a free bet from Ben with the ace-king, and Leon's made the call with the ace-9 suited, and we're going to go see a flop, which is nice, and Leon's set a piece. That's never a flop you want to see when you've got ace-king, 8-9, 10. Not a fun flop, but we'll see if we'll get a continue from Ben.
Leon checks.
I guess would be Ben just checks behind here. This is Leon's range more weighted towards like hands like Jack Queen's the obvious one where he has the nuts, but they're those sort of hands, you know, 10 Queen, Jack Queen, King 10, King 9.
So they both check. Pairs on the turn, 10 of clubs.
Yeah, good card for Leon to now open the betting.
I think Ben's good enough. I think this could be the end of the hand.
He's having a think. It looks like he might call,
no, he is.
call
He's
one
calling
here.
once. He is calling once.
If there's a brick here, it'll be interesting to see if he potentially finds a call on the river.
Well, that's not a brick.
That is not a brick. But I guess versus what he's calling on the turn with, it kind of is. You know, if he thinks Leon's potentially betting the turn with, you know, like a bear jack or some kind of draw with a 7, potentially you could see a bet in a quad. We'll see. We'll see what Ben does here. Leon's going to fire. Let's see how much. What do you reckon, Tower? Pot's 8.2.
Yeah, 3.5 maybe.
4K. Okay, you're right. Pretty much bang on. It's gone just around half pot. And Ben's thinking, well, I called with the paired 10s on the turn. The board's, you know, double paired now. Like, am I going to make the call here? I can see why I'd be tempted to at this point. And Leon's capable of a lot of good moves as well and putting pressure on. So, what do you reckon?
I think he's. I was just about to say. I think he's going to call probably hoping to chop it, but not from Leon with the ace-9.
Yeah, you can see why Ben's made the call there.
Luke H said, "Are we going back live to Goliath?" Yes. When obviously COVID hit and everything took over, you completely took over. It was a massive year, obviously for online poker because nobody could do anything.
Yeah.
Are you secretly really glad it's going back live?
We love. Well, I love live poker. I love the Grosvenor Poker is live and online, but predominantly we're live. And you know, it was great for the online side of things to run all these National Poker League events online with the same structures. We obviously have half the clock, but try and keep the same structures and give the guys thing. And running the omni-channel promotion, which is the National Poker League, brilliant. But it's great to have the venues and live poker back running. And
we are going back live, Luke. We are.
Yeah, our focus is back to qualifying players for the live events, which is great. And we'll throw in a few big events like Easter Beasters, for instance, is going to be online this year.
Yeah.
So we're still going to have some big online events, which you guys are used to in venues.
Yeah. Well, obviously with over 150 online qualifiers at the moment, you've got to be looking at over 1,000 by the time we get there.
I think it'll be a lot more than that.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think we'll get close to 2,500 tickets, would be my guess. Just based on previous years, I think we did around, in 2019, we did around 2,000 online qualifiers. So we'll hopefully pick up a bit more.
So online obviously picked it up when we weren't allowed to go out and do anything.
Yeah, we had a couple of big prize pools.
You did?
Yeah, we had over 2,000 runners. We didn't. It wasn't like a multi-flight tournament either. So we ran it as there was a single flight tournament first time out, and that was we got over 2,000 entries.
Yeah.
So yeah, both done well. I think. I'm trying to remember the winners. I think WRD Dortmund or WR Dortmund. I think
Dortmund 007 or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah. I can't remember his name, but we had a couple of online winners of Goliath.
Can you buy into Goliath online?
Yes, you can. Yeah, all our holding tanks are up. So
Nice one, Daniel. Good question.
Yeah, good question. If you visit grosvenorpoker.com, you can visit on your mobile, but on desktop on the download. The holding tanks are up in the lobby on the set dates.
You can't
in
register
August.
for every day though, can you?
You can only register for one day. There will be rules in place if you register for more than one. You'll probably be putting in your first day you choose.
Yeah.
And then the rest will be removed.
Pick your day wisely, Daniel. If you can buy it online, pick a day wisely. If you don't want to play the turbos, don't forget turbo is the last buying day, the Friday. There's 2 turbo flights on that. If you don't want to play a turbo flight, play one of the earlier flights.
Just to give a reason why that's the case is that we can only have one customer. We can have a customer on the system once. You can't have someone has a profile that can only be entered into the system once, not more than that. So yeah, until you bust out of that event, you can't register for another flight.
So you can go online now, check it all out, and pick a flight, stick it in the holding tank, and away you go. And you know you've got yourself in.
Yeah. It says satellites running every night. We have a £5 rebuy and add-on. And every other night it's a £5 rebuy add-on and then a £30 freeze out every other night. So make your choice. If you fancy the rebuys, prefer the rebuys, happy days. If you like the £30 freeze, also good.
Yeah. Thanks, Katie. Katie putting the info in. Who's won the 2?
I think we just got a strange hand. I think Bixie just might have folded Ace Queen suited versus Leon's free bet.
10, yeah.
So Leon turned in the screw a bit on Bixie there.
You're a bit late, Katie. Adam's already played and he's already drove back home, unfortunately. A swift. Then we played the first level. I literally walked over, saw him there, giving him a quick kiss and a cuddle and a hug and all that. Next minute, he says, "All right, I'm back home now."
Is Adam Neal?
yeah. Adam was back home. Hopefully, we'll see him again for a lot longer next time in a poker room. Yeah, it was.
Maybe he'll come back tonight. You never know. Maybe he's gone for a quick rest and I'll get him back. What do you think, Adam? Get yourself back.
That's it.
Still time to win it, mate.
There certainly is. There certainly is, and the numbers are increasing. So.
Open from Paul in the cut-off for King Jack off. Reaches to 700, which is standard at the moment. And Leon's on the button, and is he going to continue? Yeah, he's going to continue. With his free betting style, he's I think since the stream started, since we rejoined Tower, I think this is Leon's fourth free bet. Some with strong holdings, some with marginal, but he's very clearly aggressive at the table at this point.
That was moments in time he is, but we do see a flop, King 5-10.
And that's kind of a bit of an action flop, really. Leon continue with second pair here. It's actually quite a time a lot of people check back second pair, reasonable amount of time, but Leon's betting here. This could be a fun one. He's not going anywhere. He's also not raising, so he's going to make the call here. Is that you in the background there, Tower?
That is me and the late great Marty Wilson. That was Marty Wilson on that. That's a montage of different years.
2008 or something like that.
So that would have definitely been Blackpool.
Yeah.
That's when Jake Cody had black hair. and hair.
Queen on the turn here. That's always going to slow Leon down.
Yeah. Check. 6 spades on the river.
And whoever Riggy goes for value here. Goes for the check call option and hope Leon takes a punt at it.
Yeah. Paul Rigg 6-6 won a package from last year's promotion, the MPL, which was hugely successful.
There's the value from Paul. How much has he gone for? 2.2. So yeah, nice small value bet, but he's not going to get the bite. So Riggy won a package.
He did indeed. He won one of the packages last year in the MPL. Another great promotion. Obviously coming away from all of it being online to obviously once live poker opened up, the numbers were just insane last year, weren't they?
Yeah, but
big numbers.
Look at the numbers this year. Like we're looking at a £300,000 prize pool for the National Poker League, which is going to fund a huge amount of packages for players to play in events in the future. the winner's 40k.
40k this year, and there's quite a few. Obviously, the lads that were running it last year, like Ewan McNicholas and Chris Maguire and Jack, they're not in the country for the next month. Yeah. They've already set out their plans for. They were telling us in London that you won't see us as much with the run up to Vegas and whatever. They're in Vegas for 7 weeks.
Yep.
They're at the Irish Open. They're then going away to play a bit of cash beforehand as well. So I think giving others a chance.
It is, but I think it's also important to, with the National Poker League, to note that the big change in how it works is that you have to cash in the tournament to get points, which is a really strong change in that. People, you look over the last couple of years, you have to play almost every event. So now it gives people a bit more flexibility. You can miss an odd event if you're performing throughout the year. You can win the National Poker League without playing everything, which I think is a good change. Takes some pressure off people doing the end of the year when they're marching around the country, going from casino to casino.
Yeah, that's right. But how super consistent has John Bousfield been in the last 3 years?
Unbelievable. He's up there again.
Yeah,
at the moment.
Top 5 already, isn't he?
Yeah, he's top 5. I mean, he's unbelievable, John Bousfield. He's always thereabouts. You can guarantee he's thereabouts at the end of the year.
Yep, he's had a fantastic three or 4 years.
Yeah, great guy as well.
Absolutely.
I've met John maybe 4 or 5, might be more than that, maybe 6, 7 years ago. But when he's come, it's a 4-bet from Paul. I can't see Paul's cards either.
No, unfortunately.
Yeah, Leon free betting again. Like it must be the 5th or 6th time. This is the 4-bet from Paul. We're not having it. Shame we can't see his cards. But yeah, John Bousfield, great guy. I met him numerous times when he's qualified for Vegas. He's come to Malta when we've done our Team Grosvenor trips. And he's such a good guy. Just a proper poker guy and loves speaking poker. He's been
probably the most consistent in the last 3 or 4 years in Grosvenor events.
Yeah.
So yeah, any questions? Tom is with us for an hour while Jay just rests up and
let me shill some online promotions we've got going during this little gap. So we're currently running the 1.5 million euro Bounty Hunter series. It's on right now. Started last Friday. This is the finale weekend. We're going into some huge events. So we've got the 100k main event on Sunday, 100 euro buy-in. There's also a big high roller, 1,000 euro buy-in. 100k main event, but there's lots of tournaments, 20 euro, 50 euro buy-in with big guarantees. Starting at 4 p.m. every half an hour, there's an event starting from 4 p.m. each day. And look, I need to stop because Leon's picked up kings, and everyone's seen how aggressive Leon's been over the past 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
And now he picks up kings, and this is why being an aggressive player can really help you. If someone picks up anything reasonable here, hopefully Leon gets some action. He gets just desserts for his play. Let's see if someone can pick something up or make a play against him. It doesn't look that way. No.
Yeah, playing a lot of hands, and eventually when you do pick up the cards, people eventually start, the non-believers will be thinking he's at it again.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It looks like he might have a call though. I'm not sure is that a call from the big blind? He's still got his cards. Looks like the...
What's that? Nobody said anything. Oh no, it's just a decision.
Okay. Lost all that.
I think they were just putting the bet size in properly. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We have got.
Yeah.
We have got action here.
Put the bet size in properly.
Oh wow, we've got action here. So we've got a flat from
Im.
I am.
Shall we call him Im?
Im makes sense.
Im in 3.
So I'm trying to. Oh, okay, so there was a call, early position call, and then Leon raised, and then Im's called it. And 1.3 into 4.5 round third pot from Leon with the kings, and obviously the flush draw for Im is exciting. What's going on here, Intel?
That's Paul. So a bet of 1.3 raised to 3.2 from Im in C number 3.
This is a fun hand. So it's a small, very small raise, and we're going to get, is that a flat from Leon?
Yep.
I really like it. Im's got 15k left behind, pot's 11.2. Waiting for the turn, and we've got the deuce. That kills it a bit for the flush draw. Because obviously now Leon's obviously got the kings, but the 10 kills him as well. So, or any pair. So sadly for the hand, it's probably gonna. Oh, we've got another continue.
I bet 4.5.
4 bits, yeah. We can check fold there, but yeah, we've got continue here from the ace jack. Again, Leon, this is just a easy, slow and cool from Leon here. How can I look as weak as possible? Make the call and hopefully the guy shoves on the river.
Yep, makes the call. And the river brings the flush.
It brings the flush, but doesn't really change much.
Doesn't change anything.
And now he checks. Leon's going to stick him in, then all of a sudden it's awkward. But he's what's he beating?
Yeah, what we're beating when he does effective all in is 10.3.
The only hand he's beating is a smaller flush, but then Leon's not betting a smaller flush on the river, so.
Well, he's kept it pretty small.
He hasn't put him in.
Kept it pretty small to 6.5.
He's gone for the teaser.
Mm.
But I say Im's got 10.3 left behind. It's always horrible though when the pot's that big and you just got this little teaser bet like this.
For a lot of people, it's hard to fold the nut flush. Yes, we've got 3 2s on the board, but
yeah, is he playing his hand or Leon's range? Because Leon's always got a boat in this spot really. Looks like he's way holding his cards out.
Yeah, good fold. Looks pretty easy on the fold with the 3 2s on the board. But you look down and you got the nut flush and you're like, Yeah. Nice hand, Leon.
Leon is really doing well. He's chipping up. So he started 31.1k. He started this session and he's up to almost 50. How long we've been on?
Got 16,000 at increase already. Ricky's got 5.3 in front. The Weed 2.2. He's taking chips off everybody at the minute.
There you go. Yes, we've got the graphic there. 16.1. Yeah, he's playing very, very well. Very, very strong. So I was talking about the bounty series there. So yeah, get yourself involved if you want to play a few tournaments online while you're watching the stream. We're going to give away a few tickets. Actually, keep an eye out on social media. PK is going to run a couple of competitions for this weekend. We're going to be giving out €100 tickets to that 100k main event on Sunday. We've also got as always, the free roll.
Yes, we have indeed.
The old live stream.
Everybody's playing for second.
Because we've got the GUKPT closer on Monday, so win a seat for that, and then bink the GUKPT closer. You've made 5 or 6 grand from
watching the stream.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
It is, yeah.
Watch the stream, get the password.
Those of you potentially looking at coming to GUKPT Manchester every Sunday at 8:10. I believe it's 8:10. It might be 8 p.m. We have the GUKPT package final, which is a £225 buy-in, but you can win your 225 seat for as little as £1, but the feeder is £30. And we guarantee two £2,000 packages, and that includes your main event buy-in, your mini main buy-in, and £500 expenses. We guarantee two 2k packages, but most of the time we get close to 10k in a prize pool, so 5 people walk away with big packages. So have a look at that if you're interested in Manchester. And if you win a ticket, you can enter to last longer too.
Afternoon, Gary. Watching on Facebook. What is the buy-in? The buy-in is a straight £1,000. 900 plus 100. £1,000 is the buy-in.
Have you done your guess for the prize pool?
Well, the guess for this one.
Yes.
Is it? No, I haven't.
No guess yet?
I haven't done it. No. Maybe I should.
You should.
Maybe I'll stick it in. What do I win when I get it?
You get entry to the live stream free roll on Sunday.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
Yes.
You're welcome.
I need the password first.
What was it? How many runners did we have in Coventry? Was it in August?
607.
607.
But it was a 750 last year.
Okay. Yeah.
Obviously, this one is a straight 1,000.
Yeah.
So we're 750 up to 1,000.
Leon opening the 10 free suited.
Well,
love this.
Play as many hands as you can, and nobody knows what you've got.
Absolutely love this. He's really pushing it, and he's not getting much pushback. Ricky gave us a bit of a stand earlier with a 4-bet, but he's not getting challenged much, which he'll be really liking. He's trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, so a straight 1,000 for this one, and also the next GUKPT in Coventry is the first event of Goliath fortnight. Ooh. Well, we will flick this up. Oh, maybe not. Oh. So 2022 started with a bang in London. Leg 2 is in Coventry. Leg 3 is in Manchester. All dates and events on the Poker Live app. Make sure you've got it downloaded.
Yep.
Because it gives you all information from every grosvenor in the country. And Manchester GUKPT should be on the app.
Yep.
And indeed it is.
Yep. Also, just on actually hold on before I say anything. We've got
Kings again.
We've got Ben picking up the Kings, and he's gone for the slow play. Called in +3 after Leon's open. Will we see a squeeze anywhere here? Jacob's also got a call from DeReed with the Queen Jack and the Ace 3 of Hearts, which is a lovely little calling spot. Bixie makes up from the big blind. Can't see Bixie's cards. Oh, pocket sixes. Okay, so that's probably not what Ben wanted to see, but he'll be open for a king on this slot.
Ace 9-4.
Ace 9-4.
Jacob shoots to the lead.
Yeah, Jacob picks up the best of it, and Ben's gonna
hate life.
Yeah, not playing kings in the usual way. And Leon just continues his
he has a
barrage.
Yep.
He was the aggressor in the pot. Jacob, will call one, but it'd be interesting to see if Leon puts piles on the pressure on the turn, because he is running this table over at the moment.
Jacob makes it 1 point in. Jacob calls. Bixie gets out of the way.
If this isn't a 3 or a heart,
it's a 3. Turns 2 pair.
Yeah. I was going to say, if it wasn't a 3 or a heart, then Leon turns the screw on Jacob's stack. He might be able to take it away, but let's see what Leon does here. Let's check this second pair, and Jacob's going to come in for a bet here. He'll be thinking what my bet size is, so I can get the shoving on the river, I imagine. Hoping he's up against an ace 10 through ace queen kind of hand. I don't know why I took ace king out of there, because that's just as likely, just because Leon's been opening so much. I'm going to just take ace king out of it, but yeah, he's hoping that Leon's got the big ace.
$3.1.
See a quick fold from Leon. I'm enjoying watching Leon here. It's good to watch. Love his aggression. He's applying a lot of pressure. Obviously, that hand didn't go his way, but in terms of just how he's applying on, it's really good to watch.
Evening, Kev. Watching on Twitch. Razor Kev. Good evening, sir. The mighty QPR will be playing over the weekend. Who have you got this weekend, Kev? Towers treble will be on its way. Jay says he's going to be having a go as well. It might be a Jay's treble this week.
He's on
treble,
form. Have you got a Towers treble lined up?
Not yet, but we'll be on Grosvenor Sport on Saturday morning. We will be sending it out.
Oh, and we've got the GUKPT Better Sportsbook market as well.
Yes, cannot wait.
Day free betting. I love the day free betting market we're doing. Very popular. Very popular.
It is.
Well, it's great.
Have you had any big losers? I don't like saying that, but has anybody thought? Has anybody with one winners like everybody's backed him?
Yeah, what in terms of the book and how what that costs us? Yeah, there's been a couple of times when if someone's won it, it would cost us a lot of money.
Yeah,
but
it's not happened yet.
Hasn't happened yet.
Ah, good.
Yeah, so the poker players try and find value, right? So
of course they do. I'm sure they're sat up all night studying it. I'm sure they are.
But no, it's a novelty book. We love doing it. I think there's probably some value in there for the right players.
Yeah.
And people with the right understanding of it, but it's their idea is have a bet on someone and watch the live stream.
Absolutely, that's what we do
on the Sunday, and it makes it a bit more fun, isn't it? It's like in-play betting.
But nobody's won it, and the book have thought, oh.
No, I think we've been reasonably fortuitous with the winners.
Well, it'll be on again. It'll be on again on Sunday, around about 9 AM, and it closes just before the start of play at 12. But it is mainly aimed at having a bit of fun and watching the live stream.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to beat the book. It's
yeah, we'll get with the sportsbook guys. Obviously, I work with the sports team a little bit, and I've definitely given them a couple of sweats on this. Yeah, WhatsApp message from the head of sports.
Will QPR and Southend be in Towers treble? No. Because QPR are playing Cardiff, that'll be a toughie, and Southend they can't win. We shall be studying, and we'll have a look. We'll have a bit of fun over the weekend.
And Cheltenham's not far away.
No, that's true.
I've received my first message from a pal today.
Oh right, okay.
Anti-posts. I love a bit of a Cheltenham bet. I'll share them with you, Tower, don't worry.
It is always a favourable week, isn't it? When it's always round about St Patrick's Day as well, so
yeah,
Guinness will flow.
Ben's picked up an 8 here. But again, it's Leon who comes in with the bet. He has the gut shot. Ben's flatting with the 8, King Jack, and the 7-4 probably release. Chuck a 5 out there for Leon. Hit the post.
60 clubs on the river.
Is Leon going to continue? No, he hasn't continued. This would have been, and again, this would have been the kind of situation we saw earlier where Ben would have probably, if Leon would have continued, Ben would have called because of his call on the turn, really, and that bricky looking river card. Ben going for value here with the Jack 8. A big ball from Leon. Yeah, Ben's got a great track record as well, hasn't he?
He has. Yeah, he has.
Years.
Yeah, come onto the scene a 2 or 3 years ago, and has been playing very well. On the cash game stream last night as well.
Yeah, he was up an absolute chunk.
10th anniversary, £1 million estimated price.
We finally get to the 10th year anniversary. It's been a long wait. It's been a long wait.
It has. Looks good, doesn't it?
It's going to be amazing.
It looks good. See, I'm not sure. Oh, he's flicking round now. The Women's Championships, the 26th, the 27th of August. What's on next? What is he going to come out? Oh, high roller. There's a high roller for all you guys that play GUKPTs on a regular basis. Love that. Oh, I'm guessing we're going to be streaming that final. A G400. Oh, there's plenty going on at Goliath. PLO 30 on the 30th. £150 in the 4, 5, 6 PLO. Well, I'd have a day off for that. Joker's Wild. Get your dancing shoes on. Get your dancing shoes ready for the Joker's Wild, which should be a great event.
We'll be adding plenty of money into that one.
A turbo. I like this. So, yeah,
I think the turbo will be on the final day, right? So I think that's on the Sunday, the finishing turbo, as with the seniors.
I didn't notice the seniors starting quite late on the final day.
3 p.m.
Yeah, I think that's quite late. I think we were done for like 9 on the... The seniors might be going on after everybody's starting taking all the stuff down. They're normally in bed for 7, these seniors.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's a 3 p.m. start. Yeah, look at all those Goliath events though, brilliant. Yeah, it's going to be there's some bigger tournaments this year. There's going to be some really big prize pools.
Yeah. No guarantee for Goliath. Why is that? I don't think anybody should need to explain to a businessman like yourself, Brad. Why would you put a guarantee on? Why do you need a guarantee?
Yeah,
are you not going to play it if there's no guarantee? That's what you got to ask yourself.
Yeah, the Goliath doesn't need a guarantee. It's grown every year since 2011.
Absolutely, every single year, year on year. And obviously, when we had 9,300 in 2019, we're obviously expecting 2020 to be over the 10,000.
Yeah.
But it will be a bonza. It really will.
Yeah, Goliath will be exciting, man. It's so good. Such a fun event. Such a fun event to be part of for us as well, isn't it? You know, it's great to see so many players from the UK, and it's not just we have the players who play GUKPTs, but then you have everyone else who plays local games, not just at the casinos, but at the pubs, and even people come who just play games of poker with their friends at home. You know, so it's such a great advertisement.
Yeah, people turn up for Goliath and they class it as their Vegas of the year.
Yeah,
and not everybody goes to Las Vegas.
Yeah,
and they want that same kind of feel.
Yeah,
obviously we have the likes of Sean Hayden running around with his cards, like the best sleight of hand magician in the world. Is unbelievable.
Yeah, he is ridiculous. Actually.
Absolutely. So fingers crossed we see Sean again, and you know, it's just a lot of fun. And yet we're talking Goliath. Don't forget, it is the end of August. We understand that, but we're in the same building that it's going to happen. We're just round the corner from the main hall of the CBS Arena.
Yeah, the planning always starts at the start of the year.
It certainly does.
A lot goes into it. The planning and the events and staffing and everything like this. So we need to let you guys as well know what's going on, so you know the dates and get the hotels booked, all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, obviously for yourself running the satellites and running all the games that you want to run, all the pubs that want to get involved, and all the leagues and stuff like that. There's so much around it that needs a lot of prepping.
We'll try and give out plenty of value as well. There'll be plenty of stuff going on. Keep an eye out, whether it's online tournaments or competitions around social. We'll have giveaways and bits and pieces. Keep an eye out for that.
Yeah. Might even give Mark Fizz a big cuddle if he turns up at Goliath. Had a tough 6 months as Fizz, health-wise, but he's slowly getting back to fighting fit.
Yeah, afternoon, Mark. Thanks for joining.
Hope to see you at Goliath. I think that will be a good aim for yourself, my old fruit.
So we've got action here. So Im's opened the Pocket Queens +1. We've got calls from Leon, Paulius and Del Reed. It's made up from the big. And we see a flop. And we've got the 4, 7, 9, 2 diamonds. That's not much trouble for the queens at this point. Looks like should be a bet and takedown. Yeah, unless anyone wants to get funky.
Yeah, it whiffs everybody else, doesn't it?
Unless anyone wants to get funky, but unlikely. It's a small pot there for him.
So level number 5 of the day. Over 90 runners for day 1 8. You know that's a little bit quieter than what we're normally used to, but tomorrow you can expect over 200 plus the turbo as well, plus day 2 buy-ins.
Yep. You always get a few people coming around this time as well.
Straight after work.
After work,
yeah,
so you get
straight after work, making it up the M6.
Yeah. I'll just throw in a reminder while we're on Stream Tower. Deep Stack Luton is this coming week. Deep Stack Luton. So that starts on Wednesday with the online day 1.
Yep.
So if you...
How many do you normally get playing the online day ones?
It
15,
depends.
20, 25?
Yeah, so it depends which tournament. So the Deep Stack's actually been quite a low turnout recently. So we've had like maybe 8 to 10.
Right, okay.
But we're trying to raise awareness of it because obviously for a Deep Stack you can make day 2, so you don't have to... If Luton's a bit too far away but you want to play a poker tournament, you can play the online day 1, take your digital stack to day 2. And not have to stay over anywhere if it's a bit far away from you from a driving perspective. Or,
yeah.
So yeah, that's why I'm sort of giving it a shout out here. The online day 1's on Wednesday. We'll be running it irrelevant of the people who play. So you get yourself involved if you fancy that. Satellite's running every night from tonight. So it's a £200 buy-in the Deep Stack. Yeah, 20,000 guaranteed. So yeah, fancy a tournament next week, a bit of a lower price point than this. Have a look. Satellite feeders run from as little as £1. If you're in and around Luton, London area, have a look. We've got an interesting hand here actually. This is a fun one. This is a fun one.
Straight draw plus top pair for Leon.
Yeah.
Gut shot for Riggy.
Gut shot for Riggy.
And Jacob's got the up and down with a 7 deuce.
On check to Leon, and he's put out the 1.1, and he's got the 2 calls there, which you expect to see. Versus Leon, and that's one of the cards which is great for Riggy. Not that he knows not quite yet, he's not going to get carried away or anything, but it's a nice card for him. And he gets the free river, at which point Riggy probably knows he's good at this point, bar a scare card. So he'll be liking the jack there. And you'll probably see a check from Jacob, a value bet from Riggy here. If you've got any questions, guys, anything about online, please fire away, and I'll try and do my best to answer you guys about anything to do with online. Jay is joining back on the stream. She'll have some better analysis on the hands
good for the insight and good for the knowledge.
I love Jay's analysis though. He's very good at getting in the minds of these players and the levels and their thinking. He'll be back joining us at what time, Tower?
10 minutes. About 7:15.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. So 10 minutes. If you've got anything for me, just fire it.
Fire it in. There will be plenty of online stuff going on this week, that is for sure. So please fire away while Tom is here. He's here for tomorrow as well.
I'm here tomorrow. I'll do a little session with you tomorrow evening at a similar time as well.
What are you doing? Flying back? Going to see the family and flying back on Monday?
Saturday morning.
Flying back Saturday morning.
Yeah. I'll be in Manchester for the full main event until Sunday.
For feeder games online, can you make it so you click to open the target tournaments? Is that a specific? That's from Eastleigh 1989.
Can you make it so you click to open the target tournament? Yeah, are you asking? I'm not sure. You're asking. Sorry, Eastleigh. You're asking about when you try and use a ticket online and it opens up, it gives you a selection of different tournaments, or are you asking that when you open up a tournament and there's a bunch of satellites below, when you open up one of those? Yeah, because we obviously have there's the tournaments which feed that in the little box at the bottom left of the tournament lobby. Yeah, so I'm not answering your question very well. If you can. No way to open.
At the moment in the lobby, there's no way to open the lobby for the next tournament.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, I see what you mean. So, sorry, Easley, I completely get what you mean now. Yeah, so we do it the other way, but not to the target yet. So, at the moment, no. We do it for the flight tournaments. We show that you can click through to the day 2, the flight tournaments, but not for the target tournament satellites. That I'm fairly sure that's on one of the items on our roadmap. We have loads of different bits and pieces on a roadmap to be delivered, which improves functionality and the user journeys for you guys. I'll actually double check to make sure that's captured, because it's a really good point. And I can't actually tell you right now if it's definitely on there, although I would expect it to be. Yeah, because you should be able to see where you're going to.
Any GUKPT later this year? Stand, Andy back.
Yeah, so we didn't have a GUKPT at the end of last year. We had a whole bunch of stuff going on with National Poker League. GUKPT will return this year, 100%. It'll be around November, as usual, around off the back of the grand final, I imagine. We haven't got the date set yet, but thanks, Spanner, for the question. GUKPT will return.
Grand final's a little bit later this year.
Yes,
live.
Is it?
1st till the 18th of December.
Okay, yeah. We'll look at the dates. We'll let you. Obviously, we'll announce to all you guys when the GUKPT's going to happen. Eastley's asked another question. Yeah, you can't work backwards from the target, but not forward from the start. Yeah, I see what you mean, Eastley. I'm just thinking about it now though, because when we run a satellite, we can. Sometimes we run like say we run a £30 to 110. We have a lot of different £110 satellites you can use that ticket for. So a lot of the time we don't actually try and push people to a set tournament, because we want them to be able to use it in a whole bunch of them. So I'm not sure exactly how that could work, but it might be that we can do something which shows you the tournaments you can qualify a whole group of them. Again, that's change the functionality.
Do you think you could ever run tournaments just for tournament dollars, and then use them however you want to during the year? Is that actually a possible thing?
Well, that is.
Or is that too complex?
It's not. That's a project we're working on.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're hoping to implement something like this in the future. It's been something which has been in my mind for a long time, but hasn't been prioritised as to something to fix. But we use tickets for all players, but they're not super flexible. Obviously, having like a tournament credit balance will be much more flexible, where players can use that in a whole bunch of different things. Yeah. So yeah, that is something we have a project for that, and in the future that will happen, but it's a little way away yet. I won't go into any more detail. It's quite complicated to make it work, because we want players to be able to turn up to a casino and say, I've got a tournament balance of X amount, like a tournament dollars balance, and they use it and it's instantly removed from their online poker account to that amount. And it can be any amount, not a set amount like the ticket system we have now. So yeah, there's work to do. There's work for us to do.
Excellent.
But we'll get it done at some point.
Gary Milioti says, what tournaments are in Luton? Deep Stack's next week, isn't it?
Deep Stack Luton next week, yes. Deep Stack Luton next week, 20,000 guaranteed. Sorry, I've just seen there's a bit of action going on here. So we've got an all in the callers.
Im's all in, but we can't see the hands at this moment in time.
Yes, so
we'll get to see them very shortly.
Leon's got top pair with a gut shot. We're yet to see what Im has, but she's got two pair. She had two pair, but Leon's made the straight, so she's looking for a 2 or 3 on the river here.
But it's not.
And she's missed it. And Leon, the power gets more powerful.
Unlucky for Im. Im has gone. Im departs. So the Deep Stack next Thursday starts in Luton. 50,000 starting stack. Starts at 7 o'clock. £200 in.
Open, 18-3.
And it's all on a 30-minute clock. So that's day 1A of the Deep Stack. Day 1B is on the Friday.
We missed the online day one.
And the online day one is on the Wednesday.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
The online day one's on the Wednesday.
Indeedy. Indeedy. So yeah, thanks for all your questions.
I think it's 20,000 guaranteed, but I think we've had 3 or 4 deep stacks this year, and all of them have gone over 50k.
Yeah.
PK about? Yeah, I think everyone's smashed through 50k. So
should be another deep one.
Yeah.
I like it. 50,000 starting stack. I might make day 2 if I didn't play hand. I might have to play one to try and
you
double.
might have to play a couple. When was the last tournament you played, Tower?
Bayek.
Playing online?
I'm not very rare, to be fair. I'm rubbish. I've never had coaching like Chef Brad has or anything like that. I should always get that. Probably the last tournament to play online would have been a free roll. I might have even cashed in.
Is your alias still Tower in the house?
It is. It is.
Oh, Jacob's picked up 10-8 suited. One of my favourite hands. Not that you should have favourite hands like this, but it's just one of those hands I pick up and just seem to love it. Nines from Leon with the open then, and we're gonna. Oh, it's a free bet from Jacob. Ah, I like it. A free bet with a 10-8 suited. Leon's not going anywhere. It was a nice little juicy flop here, Tower, for
yes,
some
please.
entertainment for the viewers.
Absolutely.
See something.
King 7-5, all clubs.
It's just now. This is just about how.
Yeah, they're not good players.
Yeah, but is Jacob gonna? Is Jacob gonna barrel through this? He's gonna have one go.
Leon's never folding.
That's an easy call from Leon.
Unless it's something like a 9 or
exactly, that's what I
a
feel
red
like.
9 or something like that. Well, it's another club, so that just puts the check mark for Leon.
It kills it from Jacob's perspective. Now he's not interested in betting again here.
The handbrake's on.
He's having a think. Oh no, he's gonna have one more. He's gonna have one more go. He's gonna have one more go here. Obviously, if Leon makes a call, then he then completely goes. But he's gonna go. He hasn't gone small either. Wow. Okay, so he's gone quite big, and Leon's quickly called. Now, is the 9 the set on the river, which makes no difference? But is Jacob gonna chuck it in here? Because he's bet the size, so he can jam. Now he's checked behind. Okay. Given the size on a turn, I thought he was going to ship the river there, which would have been very interesting. Obviously, potentially suicide, but he'd have got it through if he did it.
So just about on to the next level in play. We'll shout the T-boy back soon. Oh, he's here! Oh, where have you come in from? Go on then, T-boy, and then we'll kick Tom out when you come back.
Do you want one, Tom?
You'll bring your own, son.
No, I'm okay, thank you, mate. Thanks, though.
Good,
Get yourself on it, mate.
Get yourself on.
The viewers want some beautiful commentary from you.
That's what my mum used to say to me all the time.
Huh?
All the time, my mum.
What's that?
I always used to take a fish and chips on a sort of Friday or whatever day it was when you always did. So I'd always go and always say, "What would you like?" No, she said, Mum, what would you like? Oh, get me some fish. In fact, get me a little fish and some mushy peas.
Mushy peas.
And just on leaving the door, she'd always say, "And get yourself some." I'm paying. I'm paying. It's like, get yourself some. Like that. I'll just buy you some, son.
Leon again, ace-4 under the gun, raising the roof up to 800. Leon started this session 31k. He's up to 64. And he hasn't been all in. He's just been piling on. Jack's picked up the boots. The first time we've seen the boots on the
first time
since we've returned. And I think we've got a free bet here from Jack. Ooh, Riggy's picked up 10s on the big.
Oh, Riggy. It's all about timing, you know.
I don't think Jack. I can't remember Jack playing a hand. That's one thing I'd say. Do you remember Jack playing a hand?
No, he's been pretty snug.
He's been pretty snug.
Which is probably why Riggy's just called.
It's just a flat. And Leon's just getting out. Though. It's a smart play with the cold call from Riggy.
As well. About. 9.
Ooh,
an overpair.
This is awkward for Riggy.
Yeah, overpair to the board for Riggy.
check. Cool. What's really got 40k? We're both fairly deep.
That's okay. This should just be a call.
And the jack on the turn.
Jack shouldn't really make any difference.
And it doesn't really change too much given the free Jack's free bet range, right?
Yeah.
We know he's quite tight, so you know, Jack's unlikely free betting the ace jack.
Is there any ace jack, king jack, queen jack, pre that are floating?
It's a free bet from Jack. So I'd say he hasn't done too much on this final table. So from what we've on the feature table, from what we've seen.
Yeah.
So Riggy will be aware of that. But again, if he's got the ace king / ace queen holding, which is more likely in his free bet range, is he barreling again here? That's the question that Riggy will be asking himself. And it's a reasonably sized bet as well. It's 6.5 into 10.
It's folding. It's a great fold.
It's a really solid.
It is a great fold.
It's a solid fold.
And I think he's done exactly that. He's realised that Jack's not playing many hands on this first level. So T-Boy's back. Thank you very much. Mr. Tom's going to be leaving us. Thank you very much, young man.
Cheers. No, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. You're back again tomorrow doing the same.
Yeah, I'll come and have a chat with you tomorrow.
And we'll do exactly the same.
Yeah,
straight after the dinner break. We'll do exactly the same. Any more questions online? This man's back tomorrow. Make sure you write them down. And if you want anything answering, this guy's going to be back. Thanks, Tom.
Cheers, Tower.
Thanks for your time.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks for your time. Tom is on his way. Online guys are here for the next couple of days. So if there are any questions at all, fire away. And the man's had a kip. He's had a sleep. And here he is.
Back and running.
What's that for a 2-hour dinner break?
That was nice. It was nice.
Yeah, 2-hour dinner break.
Yeah, it was nice.
Looking
Nice.
after these young whippersnappers.
Had some grub. Had some bit of grub from the anecdote up the top.
Oh,
Yeah,
right, nice.
yeah, good food in
it's
there.
a nice little bar. That
Yeah, it's nice.
Nice little food place. Is that the anecdote outside the arena? So Jay's back with us. A lot of questions answered regarding online. We've got the Goliath schedule side events on at the stream.
How's it been? Much action?
No, not really. Leon's been playing well. He's played a lot of hands.
Up to 60k.
Yeah, he has played a lot of hands in. I think he's up over 20,000 on the start of. In fact, he's nearly doubled his stack since the start of the session, which, as you can see, the blinds have just gone up to 2-4. Not seen Jamie Nixon today, have you?
I haven't seen him today. I saw he was playing the mini the other day. I saw him. He was in the mini field.
Yeah,
but,
so Ellie as well. Ellie was playing the mini.
It's an interesting spot here. Leon electing to donk out the big blind on this 9-6 free board. Guess we are going to have more hands here than Ben opening under the gun +1. Ben raises to 2.6 with 7-8 suited, knowing that he'll still have the overpairs in this spot, 10 through aces, all hands that Ben can open +1. Might even choose to start raising his ace-9 and king-9 suited as well versus big blind lead. But Leon can have a whole host of 9x, 6x, 3x, 7-5s double gutted. But, nice little pick up there. Remember, 8 high.
It flicks around, it turns around. Got the women's championships on the Friday and the Saturday that we're going to be streaming.
Did you see it? Been out for the side events. The £1,500 high roller at the
There it is. Watch it changes, ready? Look at that!
A bit early on that one, Tower. There you are. 4, 5, 6 PLO.
Plenty going on.
All going on.
Jamie is in the field today.
There we go. Cheers,
Span.
Span.
Thanks, Span. Not seeing him. Might go if I get a chip count next time. We'll have a quick nip out. Joker's wild.
Tower's going to be dancing around. on the DJ decks. It's good doing it like that. Little, just letting you know what we got. Turbo.
Yeah, man, it's good, though, isn't it? It's good that. The seniors is the last event. Starts at 3 o'clock on the Sunday. Well, they're normally in bed at 7. Right. So there's plenty going on regarding Goliath. That will be shown all over the weekend. When and where is it? Right at the beginning, right at the end there, it just said the 25th of August till the 4th of September here in Coventry, in the casino itself and the the CBS Arena. Starts the 25th of August till the 4th of September here in Coventry. Fabulous place. And Grosvenor rent out the CBS Arena and turn it into a massive festival.
So Leon should be free betting the Queens here, facing this open. Is it David? Tell pronunciation of that?
Dawid.
Dawid.
Yeah.
So free bet's 3.6.
I'm guessing it's Welsh.
What I'd like to see, nice big 3.5x sizing, out of position. And +1 versus small blind here. Dawid's just going to have to fold the King 10 off. It's King 10 suited. Going to be more inclined to peel, but King 10 off here, especially we've opened EP and Leon repping strong range out the small blind. However, Leon obviously capable of making a move, and that might be going through Dawid's head here. Might be thinking about putting in a low frequency 4-bet, but there's the fold, rightly so, gets out of the way. Leon had the goods.
Small blind, they're stronger from the small blind. I realise. They're not stronger from the big blind. The small blind is the strongest.
Yeah, it's a little bit later this year as well, Goliath. Don't forget, there's the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in July and August. So the CBS Arena is used for the Commonwealth Games, which we obviously means we couldn't use the halls as we wanted to at the normal times. So it's a little bit later, but hopefully it doesn't disrupt too much into the plans.
Oh, Riggy's at the table. Didn't even realise.
Yeah, he's just folded 10s. Called a 3-bet pre, but realised Jack and C number 4's not played in the hands, so and Jack had aces.
I'll leave by example.
Raising take for Leon on the button. Opens the Queen Jack. Ben can't defend the 8 deuce off.
I've raised it. I can't do a raise.
You were suited.
You're in. 100% to me. Not to me.
So just under 100 for day 1A. Sounds really small to what we've been used to, but still nearly 100 for day 1A. So they will be coming through the door. There's a satellite starting in 5 minutes in the club, the cash out satellite.
Oh, Jacob's back. Not with a last longer patch on this time.
No,
though.
unfortunately not.
It's Leon here, Queen 8 in the cut-off. Does have the chip lead at the table, so happy to open this one once folded too. Paulius here with the Queen Jack on the button. Yeah, I like this a lot, especially versus Leon. Leon's cut-off opening range here. Just attacking it with the Queen Jack. Nice little hand to incorporate into 3-bet bluff range. Good selection, good size, good opponent choice. Everything seems good here, and Ben aware of what's going on behind him and takes a really nice cold 4-bet rip spot for 30 plus bigs. Just understanding that Leon's going to be opening so wide in the cut-off with the chip lead at the table, and probably aware that Paulius is going to know that. So Paulius's 3-bet range is going to be a lot wider than normal, and Ben just taking the initiative with the pair and picking up all that dead money in the pot. That's real good poker. Really nice shove from Ben. Like it a lot with the 6s. Nice little 25% stack increase, just getting that one through.
63.9 for Leon. David on 48,000. Jacob down the bottom on 14.
This time I didn't have
Exactly. Never. If he had aces, he would make sure that you in. He would make sure. I mean, that's exactly. He would figure out how do I get in.
Run it straight.
So a nice steady day for day 1A. Day 1B tomorrow, starting at 12 in the club, and don't forget the turbo starting at 9 PM. Day 2 buy-ins on Saturday. And plenty of side events, which we'll show you after the hand.
So Riggy opening the King Jack here, and Ben with Ace Queen. Probably going to lean more towards 3-bet in this scenario. Riggy opening +2, and Ben happy to 3-bet the Ace Queen. It's just north of 3x, and Riggy can't continue with the King Jack off out of position versus his stack size. Ben taking back-to-back pots, and just like that, gone from 12k nearly back to starting.
Absolutely. So welcome on board, everybody. Just turning 7 PM GMT. Wherever you are in the world, hope everybody is good.
Into kings.
Yeah. My man just shipped him in and snapped him off with Ace Queen like he had aces. So like, it was like, really? Like, he snapped off like, wow.
Dual card ace.
Yeah, he got so lucky I couldn't even move it back. It was literally 2 chip leaders. 2 chip leaders for 2, that's what I'm saying. He had no right snapping that off, man. Had no right doing that. Did you get me? Base Queen.
So David hit with the 9-4. Obviously we can open very wide on the button, but we do need to have some folds, and I think 9-4 is going to creep into that remit. But David obviously had his reasons to open the 9-4 here. Maybe, as Tal said, when I came, he hadn't seen Jack play a hand other than aces. If David's aware that the man in the big blind is folding too much, then maybe we can start to open a little bit wider. But even with that said, we do need to still fold some trash hands on the button. I'm happy to raise it up.
Was it Eddie getting rid of Cyrus?
Cyrus got rid of the young kid. Ethan. Big. I think 5 ended with him. 5 letters.
6. Yeah, 6. He came out 6. But yeah, it was 600. And then the very next time, that is what left with 1 big line. And he finds aces.
Dave Doherty's watching the stream in the airport before close of play. Be down before close of play this evening. Good as always, lads. Thanks, Dave. Where's Dave off to?
Cheers, Dave. He's coming down here. Look, watching at the airport. Will be down before close of play this evening.
Down where?
Here.
Oh, well, how'd you get an airplane? Coventry haven't got an airport, has it?
Yes,
Has it? Yeah. No, when?
Coventry's got an
When
airport.
was that built?
Only tiny one, but I'm pretty sure Coventry has an airport, or Birmingham. Could be flying to Birmingham.
Could be flying to Birmingham. Coming down here. Oh yeah, I think I saw something like that. It was something like Coventry, somewhere else, and then Vegas or something like that. Where are you off to, Dave? Put me out of my misery. I did see your bags. I ain't going to carry him. You're only 4'9".
Make sure
Have you seen his bags he's taking with him? Flipping heck, I tell you what. You'll need help. If you need any help carrying your suitcases, Dave, I'm your man. I only need a ticket to wherever you're going.
So, light free
he's flying to Brum. Thanks for that, Dave.
There you go. So, light free bet here from David with the King 3 suited. Obviously, Ben, hijack, opening range, going to have lots in there that we do get a fold from. We've got a bit of removal in here with the King block up. We have position as well, and up against a competent opponent. So, just free betting to around 3x. And Queen 10, 9, 2 club flop. So fairly wet texture here for the read, and it is a board that's probably going to be a little bit better for Ben. However, with this particular holding, gut shot, backdoor spades, probably still going to be more to continue here with the King 3 suited. Like if we had a hand like Ace King, probably going to lean more towards checking, but like the decision to continue here with our gut shot, overcard and backdoor spades. Buys a 2k into 6.2, so 30% continue from David. And Ben just can't do much there with his dummy and gut up and backdoor spades himself, so nice little pick up with the worst of it.
Last year to Dave for £138,000. Fantastic score for the young man. That was a great event. It was a great event. Dave taking down the title. I remember him telling me all the family were watching it all.
Yeah.
His mum and his dad, and who we met years previous. Awesome stuff. Safe trip, Dave, and we'll see you down here later tonight, I'm sure. There's plenty of people taking the travels away, aren't there? Now we can. Yeah. Now things are easing a lot.
Why didn't you tell me that at the start of the tournament?
So Leon here, really wide this tower. Opens the Jack 6 suited under the gun. And Riggy with the same hand in the big blind. Jack 6 suited himself. And both flop 2 pair. So Leon happy to continue here, and Riggy with the Jack 6 not going to be going anywhere.
Ace on the turn.
And, Leon here double barreling this ace. In terms of range, going to be a lot better for us than it's going to be for Riggy. We're going to have more ace X here. But Riggy calls once more, obviously aware that Leon is more than capable, and probably just going to go check on almost any river tower now. I think after Leon gets called on this turn, I don't think he's ever going to turn this 6 into a bluff, and there's the check. Riggy with the same hand, they are going to chop this one up.
7-6 or something. I was thinking I'd definitely win then.
Dave says Leon's buzzing after winning the mini. I'm not surprised. It was a great effort. Great effort. A long battle, wasn't it? Heads up. About nearly 2 hours. There's a battle heads up. We had it.
Definitely massive here. I'll keep you here.
Will they do 10-handed spinning goes for £100? Is that regarding? Will they do £100 buying 10-handed spinning goes for GUKPT main ticket at Goliath? If there's interest is there, James, yes. It's not something that's done on a regular basis. We do the flip and goes for Goliath tickets, or we used to. Last couple of years before we locked down, we were doing the flip and goes in the morning, where one hand literally won it. So we might be doing the same again next year, though this year, you never know. But Not very often do we get a 10-handed flip for a seat, but you can always get it out there, and if you want the interest, ask them to announce it. They will announce it, and if there is 10 players wanting to flick in 100 for a 1K seat, then as soon as it's full, you'll be flipping them on the backs.
Blind on blind here. Riggy completing in the small. And Leon with the 7-5 here in the big blind. Probably going to check his option, although he might raise up some trash every now and again, and looks like that is what he's going to do. Take the aggressive approach, just try and take this down here. And versus Riggy's particular holding, dependent on sizing. 2.5x here. So Riggy might defend versus this size tower, and he's going to flick in the call. Does actually have Leon dominated here, unbeknown to him. But this pot's just going to go the way of Leon. We don't even need to go big on this board, blind on blind. We can go very small here as Leon, like 500-600 would be perfectly fine. Opts for the 1,000, so 40%. Continue. 900 gets it done. James Hill, are you allowed to park campers at the Rico for a week?
That I don't actually know, James. I think we asked that question before, and I'm pretty sure the answer was yes. The best thing you could do would be to ring the casino itself, get the number from online, anywhere online, just type in Grosvenor. In fact, it'll be on the app, I'm guessing. I'm guessing it'll be on the app for all the details regarding Coventry. I would honestly ring the casino themselves just to make sure and find out that information. But I think we did it before, and I'm pretty sure that the answer was yes. But if you've got the Poker Live app, James, then the phone number is on the Coventry section of the Poker Live app. Click on Coventry, scroll right across. It says card room details, and the phone number is there.
So Jack opening 10-8 of diamonds in the hijack. Nice one to open once folded to us. Ben peels the King Jack suited. Leon peels the King Jack suited in the small, and Palias gonna come along in the big. What a flop this is for Leon. Beautiful flop for him. Flopping top pair, decent kicker, second nut flush draw. Got it all going on here. However, Jack not choosing to continue here. With the backdoor diamonds, backdoor Broadway possibilities, could potentially continue that spot. As Jack definitely wants to delay C-bet now with his 10-8 of diamonds here. After picking up this amount of equity, he can definitely fold out better hands in this spot.
You seen who's to your left? The 6th oldest debutant cricketer in the world.
Is this the man?
The 6th oldest debutant cricketer in the entire world is stood to my left. I feel honoured. And he's took a wicket to be the oldest in Europe to take a wicket. Unbelievable!
So Leon choosing to raise this one, making the assumption that Jack isn't going to check back on the flop hands that we're behind to here. Obviously removal to Jack 10, which is probably going to continue flop anyway. So Leon actually probably raising this one for value, trying to get called by some ace queen, queen jack, queen 10. That would all potentially take this line in this scenario.
7 of spades, it's on the river.
Yeah, so complete brick here. And Leon snap check this over to Jack. So knowing that all the draws have missed, obviously checking to call unless Jack chooses some sort of extortionate size in here. But Leon's never going to fold this hand unless Jack absolutely bombs it. But he's sitting there with 10 high, but he's got to think about hands that he's going to represent here that take this particular line tower. Like pocket nines is probably one of the few hands he's going to have here for value.
Wow,
well, he does bomb it. He goes 13k into 9.8, and once he chooses this size, it's just never going to be a one pair holding. He's not like going to check back aces or ace king and then opt for this size on the river. So from Leon's perspective here, Jack repping 2 pair plus, probably Jack 10's just going to c-bet this flop high frequency, and we got a jack in there for removal as Leon, so maybe we can count that out. The main hand here we're worried about as Leon is pocket nines. Pocket nines make sense. Nines would definitely take this line, check back flop, bet, call the raise on the turn, and then value bet this sort of size on the river. So obviously repping pocket nines for value, that's definitely going to be in there. Other than that, there's not too much else. Maybe king nine suited, 3 combos of that, a good candidate to check back on the flop. And wow, actually gets Leon to fold the king jack just because he's opted.
He even told him he got the king jack of clubs as well.
1.5x size in there on the end from Jack, got the job done. If he just went like 6k there, I'm sure we would have seen Leon snap it off, but chose a size to really target one pair holdings, and fair play, really nice from him.
Didn't think it was going to work, but it did.
I raised flop, but turn, obviously I raised it, but once he calls, I'm like, okay, you have to have a set to check the flop, call, check raise.
Like, once Leon checks river there, Tao, it basically just lets us know that Leon probably has never got 2 pair plus there. Like, he's pretty capped at 1 pair. Because you just expect him to continue firing with all his value, like 2 pair plus, the way the hand's played. So once he checks there, if Jack's deducted that he's going to have 1 pair at best and chose that size because of it, then fair play to the man. Really, really nice.
The online team have done for the night. They are out the building, back tomorrow. The online team.
And what I also want to say as well, like in live poker, you see a lot more of it online, like people having over bets for 1.5x pot as bluffs as well as value. But in a live setting tower, a lot of the time when someone bombs it for that size, it's usually a value hand. So it's nice to see that Jack does actually have some bluffs in there as well for that big size on the river, which you do need to incorporate. A nice little hand.
When you can fold 2 sets, isn't it? So you know you're on point.
You're trying to say I've missed diamonds.
No, you try to say like I've got diamonds. Yeah, you've got that as well. His hand showed itself, didn't it? It literally showed itself.
So ace jack for Jack, raises to 8. And Leon in the cut-off wants to pill the queen 9. And David happy to defend the suited ace deuce in the big blind, getting this price on a call. King 10 8, 2 clubs the flop, the 8 deuce actually jumping out in front here, catching bottom pair. However, not going to be able to call once Jack comes in for this continuation bet on a board that should be good for him, being the opener. Leon's definitely not folding queen 9 off tower. If he pills once pre-flop here, once he flops a gut shot and backdoor clubs, I can't ever see Leon letting this one go with position. And now the best hand does get out of the way as it should. Can't be peeling there, overcalling that sport as David.
5 of diamonds on the turn.
So now Jack, obviously both options open to us here. This is a pretty brick card, so definitely one we could potentially double barrel some of the time, start applying pressure to some 10x, 8x, up and downs, gut shots that Leon can have. He can have a whole host. We know that Leon will peel fairly wide pre. So we can target a lot of his range to fold out with a double barrel here, but Jack actually opted to check this one over to him. Like Leon can plausibly have King X as well. King Queen, King Jack, King 10, King 9 suited, all going to be in there. Probably as wide as King 8 suited. I think Leon is the type of player to peel that sort of hand. Faced with his 4K barrel on the turn now. Jack just lets it go, a nice play from Leon. Floated with the Queen 9, but not just floating to ping a Jack or backdoor clubs. He's also got the option to win the pot from bluffing. Nice little pickup. Yeah, Dave. Bluffing Leon off top pair should unlock some sort of achievement.
Should be a thing come on the TV screen in the bottom corner. Nice little crown or something. Really good. Satellite cash hour started with 5 tables. That will increase. There was 7 prizes and £600 over yesterday.
Is Leon going to be getting involved again here? Raise it to 800. And Ben just aware how much Leon's been opening and how much he's been getting involved, so happy to incorporate a really light free bet in here with 7-4 of diamonds. Just basically attacking Leon, knowing that he's going to be opening too many hands from this position and can fold out a large proportion. However, Ace Jack suited is not going to be one of the hands that we're trying to get to fold. King 5-5 rainbow board. Ben can choose a really small size here to continue. And Leon happy to call once with the Ace Jack. Yeah, Ben opted for quarter. 10 of hearts on the turn. Now Ben with 10.9k behind. Maybe aware that Leon's going to peel very wide on the flop versus that particular size. And Ben now double barreling here with the 7-4 of diamonds, and it's a well-timed double barrel here because he's left himself 6.9 behind, and that's going to make Leon less inclined to peel one here, although he has picked up a Broadway draw to go with his overcard on this 10 of hearts turn. But obviously no equity here for Ben at all, and I'm guessing he just thinks Leon's going to be floating too wide against that size, and there's just a lot of hands that we can fold out. Obviously all the pocket pairs like 6s through 9s we're going to fold out with this double barrel, some ace high floats, as well as there might be some like 6-7 suited in there, like backdoor flush draw on the flop that could potentially float if we're Leon. But nice little play there from Ben with the 7-4 of diamonds. So once again, Ben just attacking Leon, and Leon's going to have to start adjusting now. Going to have to start slowing down a little bit and not opening as wide, because Ben is just punishing him now, knowing that he's just opening too many hands, and Ben's just free betting relentlessly against Leon, and Leon shows him the ace-5, but Ben shows him the ace-2. But a nice bag in there from Ben, and Leon's going to have to make some sort of adjustment now, because just opening too many hands and getting punished. So the way that we counter that is we just start opening a bit tighter. Whether he's going to do it or not, that's a different question, but that's what we'd have to do in this particular scenario. Ben just having none of it at the moment, sitting there 2 to Leon's left.
thinking, okay, like, obviously I didn't see the trouble. It could have been trouble for you. Oh, 5-5 is
And that's the thing, guys, if you want to help improve your game and you're not really one that starts free betting too light and you only really free bet your premiums, your ace queen plus, your 10s through aces, these type of holdings, if someone's opening too much of the table and you realise that and they are opening a lot of hands, you need to start incorporating in some of these lighter free bets. Good hands to do it with, like suited gappers, hands with an ace and a king in it for removal purposes. But just start incorporating a few of them into your game and it will pay dividends down the line. But it's important to know as well when to do it. And Ben just knows versus Leon that if he's opening too much that we're just going to get it through so often, as he has done on a couple of occasions already. As we see an 8-6-6 two club board. So Bixie getting involved for the first time on this level. The flop goes check check, 8 of hearts on the turn. Probably one here is Bixie. I'm not really going to be leading too often, but she is going to fire. It's going to work versus Pallias here, but we're going to get some resistance from ace highs here. Ace high never going to be folding once here on this 8 turn, which is going to be a large part of Polius's range that check back this flop. However, with just queen high here in this occasion, is one that we are going to get it through against. But nice play to play from Bixie. Still takes it down. It's going to have a lot more 8x and 6x than our opponent.
I need to smoke. I'm starting to run good now. I can't do it.
You can't, man. It's a very short. Wait, 22 minutes.
Just one of my chips then.
No, man, you actually you can't go away. I do want your chips, but I'm not getting them now.
32 minutes, Ben. I can let you go then.
I'm sorry, I'll get them there. I'll get them on level 9. That's when I get the chips. You'll build them up for me.
When it hurts, eh?
Yes.
9-6 suited here for Leon this time, opens under the gun, makes it 1000, and David happy to flat the ace-10. Then like once again here, could potentially free bet this one, the ace-10, especially versus Leon. I know it's under the gun open, but I've seen him open jack-6 suited, 9-6 suited now, and with that information, definitely may veer more towards free betting this ace-10 in this situation. But David just happy to call and take a flop in position. Going to have a hard time continuing on the queen 7-3 2-heart board. And it gets the job done. How are we doing, Oliver? Are live tournament beginners made welcome in these main events? Yeah, of course. Anyone can play. Anyone can play these events. If you've got the £1,000 and you can afford it and you fancy having a go, you're more than welcome to come and have a go. And poker community, great community to be in. You will be made to feel welcome by at least 90% of the field. In any walk of life, there's always going to be a few, but such a good community to be in. Everyone's really, really lovely. King Queen for Paulius here under the gun. Should be opening this one off of his 13k stack. Raises to 800, and Ben with the kings, who's already free bet a couple of times, so we've already set it up for this to happen. Free bets to 2.5k, and David here with the a7 of hearts here, and not much we can do but let this one go after gun open and +1 free bet. Does make the fold. It's folded all the way back round to Paulius with the king queen. King Queen suited here may see him peel, but even so, we're playing 30 odd bigs here, and King Queen off. Just probably going to want to fold rule of thumb, guys. I say it a lot. When you do open, get under the gun or under the gun +1, like your King Queen off, your King Jack off, your Ace Jack off, your Ace 10 off, all these offsuit hands. Just let them go to the free bet. It's fine to lose a couple of big blinds with your open and move on to the next hand. You're just going to get yourself in a lot of bother when you start peeling these hands, EP versus EP, out of position. But in this case, we're not going to do too many chips. There's Paulius with the King Queen on the 5-3 deuce board, just happy to check fold.
I must confess, if you were in, I'd be shitting myself.
You know that, innit? That's my kind of flop, innit?
I'm not gonna lose this one.
So David, ace queen, raises to 1,000. And Leon here with the old deuces, not going to be going anywhere in the small blind, going to be calling at the very least. I would be surprised if we saw him 3-bet this one, but it is Leon, and we do know he is more inclined to take the aggressive route in situations. I just think we want to peel the deuces here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Calls for 800 more, and Paulius with the 7-3 gets out the way. Ace 9-5 rainbow board here, lovely flop for David here with the ace queen. Leon should just be checking this over. Wow, it's Leon. Oh, he's checked, okay. I thought he led there. But he has checked. Check called the deuces. Jack of spades on the turn. It's the ace queen here. Still well out in front, just fading 2 deuces in the deck. However, I doubt we're going to get to the river. Like, very optimistic pill from Leon on the flop, but I'm guessing he probably thinks he's still ahead of us, like some king queen, king jack, queen jack, these type of hands that will open and continue this board. Maybe trying to get some information on the turn. And once we're faced with that double barrel, just can't do anything but let it go as he does with the deuces.
Yeah, I know they can't let you have it for free or better cheap. It's not easy to get rid of it.
Hard bet like a bonfire, yeah. You know what I mean? Have a little nose, man. Nah. Yeah, but you're getting punked here by Leo.
Ace king for David now. Ace queen, a little upgrade to the big slick, raises to 1,000. Leon here, king 3 suited. Happy to peel this one on the button. It's going to have position going post. Ben defends the 8-6 off in the big blind. And gets the Jim flop, flopping trips on 8-8-7. Ben is going to love that. And Ben going to choose to donk this spot for 1.6. And David here with the ace king, still got Leon behind. Looks like he's going to let it go. Wouldn't have minded seeing a call potentially, but Leon is going to float here with the king for clubs, and that's probably why Ben's opted to donk this one. Maybe he thinks that Leon's going to float really wide versus this side, whatever hand, he can have in this spot, and Ben here picking up gut shot to go with his trips and playing it tricky here, so trying to get Leon to bite, and Leon checks this one behind. And Ben rivering the boat here with the 8-6. And it goes check, check. It's Ben trying to make Leon bite. He didn't.
I've just been speaking to Sue, one of the main bosses, like Jim's boss. And she's just so happy that they're back in Coventry. And the numbers this week have been amazing, and she can't wait for Goliath because she's going to be here every day. Was he working? She went, oh, it might not be. Awesome. Yeah, Goliath, yeah. Yeah. Really good. Yeah, she loves it that we're back in. Loves it that we're back in Coventry because it's one of her favourite places. We're breaking less than 15 minutes. Jamie Nixon's on his way to the feature.
Yeah, I saw.
Jamie Nixon is on his way to the feature table. Yanis Lipris as well. Ryan Mandara.
Oh God!
Oh my days! Oh, it's not.
Ines.
Oh, Yanis Lipris.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was going to say I haven't seen Yanis. So I was
close.
Oh, he is playing.
Oh, and Mr. Donut's in. Radu Donut. So give Emily the 30-minute warning, will you? That Ryan is on. Started the cash game last night, did Mr. Ryan Mandara.
H10 deuce flop. We've gone 3-way here after Bixie opened the king 9 from early position, got called in 2 spots. I don't actually mind this from Bixie Tower. She's been really card dead the last hour and maybe just trying to use her image to her advantage here and opting for a really light open from EP for that reason, thinking that she's going to get more credit than most because her VPIP's been very, very low the last hour or so. And that Ben finds the overcall with the 6s hit. Bixie turns best and it's check over to Leon. He does have a wheel draw, but sitting here with a nut low at the moment, never going to be winning at showdown, so might choose to fire here. Has a little glance over at Bixie. Leon not firing there with the 4-3, probably would have worked. Ben just rivers the 6 again. We've seen 6s make a set.
Again and again and again. Gonna fire small.
.5, so just over half pot from Ben. I can't see how either play. Well, Leon obviously will never call with a nut low, but I can't even see Bixie calling here with the king 9 tower.
Nope. That's it. The end of the hand, Ben takes it down.
As Leon got other ideas. If anyone can raise bluff a river here with a nut low, it's probably this man. It would be very, very bad timing. But he's definitely thinking about it. Him and Ben have been battling the last hour or so. And Leon really thinking about potentially bluff raising this river. Love to see Leon go for it. I know it's not going to work, but I'd just love to see stuff like it. But the thing is, what's Leon supposed to have here? If he thinks about that, like what hand's he going to check back turn, 3-way, and then suddenly raise this river? Like he'd basically probably be repping the hand that Ben's got. Like there's not much I can really come up with. Maybe ace-6 suited. That would be about it. But he is really thinking about raising here in this spot with the 4-3. doesn't pull the trigger.
He does not. John Moore says he's looking to play Goliath for the first time, but how many players can the arena sit at any one time? Over 1,000. There's normally 100 tables-ish.
Plus more this year, I think.
Do we think we'll be over 100 tables this year? Do we know what the cap is?
Well, there's that extra room now, isn't there? So I'd say it'd probably be around 120.
Safely we'll say 1,000. To push, it could be 1,200. So yes, there will be plenty of room. And did we get Oliver's? A live tournament beginners made welcome at these events. Depends who you meet. Yes, always, Oliver. Always. And if you sit down at a table for the very first time, the dealer's in charge. And if you want any questions, ask the dealer. And the dealer will always help, but 99% of the time, players will help as well.
Pass. Raise to 900.
Oh, Ali Campbell's #1 fan. Mum will be rooting for Ryan.
Yeah, Dave, it's a really good table. It's a really good mixture of players, which is really good to watch. Like, I've really liked the dynamic between Leon and Ben that's going on, and I love seeing that at the featured when there's two players that are battling against each other and seeing how that dynamic affects the decisions that they make. And it's been a really, really nice watch, and a really nice shove there from Palias, shoving for just sub 24 bigs over the open. He gets it through with the ace-8 suited, gets the better hand to fold, goes from 24 bigs to 29 just like that. Nice little pick up from Palias.
Fair enough. What I told you just talk about. Yeah.
So Bixie King Queen here off of 30 bigs can happily open this one under the gun.
Raise 1,000. Pass. 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 Pass.
Jack got a easy defend here with the King 8 suited in the big blind for 600 more. And out flops the King Queen here of Bixie. 8 high rainbow. Bixie happy to continue here with her 2 overcards, 1,000 into 2.5, so 40% continue from Bixie. Jack chooses to call with the King 8 suited here. And Bixie gets there on the turn. 3 outer for Jack on the flop. Bixie returns the favour on the turn and fires for 2k now. And with Jack here, still going to be calling here a lot of the time with our King 8 suited. However, Bixie has been pretty solid. She's been playing fairly snug. It's still happy to call here Jack with the King 8, as he should be. Like, Bixie can incredibly just continue barreling here. Wow, what a river. Now this is going to be a tough spot here for Jack. This is going to be a really, really tough spot for Jack here on this Queen of Clubs river. Like, Bixie now representing, like, and she's gone 2.5k here, so Bixie could definitely have like 9s, 10s, jacks, kings and aces in this spot, as well as some Queen X. However, Jack might make the assumption she wouldn't choose this size of a hand, like ace, queen, king, queen, queen, jack, these type of holdings here. But it's actually a really nice size choice from Bixie when you actually flip the switch and think about Jack's range and hands that are going to pay us off on the river, and Jack defending out the big blind. Like, it does look a lot like he's got what he's got, an 8 in this situation. Like, we're never getting calls from hands like 6-5 anyway, the double gut shot, the 5-3 suited, these type of holdings. So chooses a size to target 8x and potentially some 4x that get sticky. So it's actually thinking about it, really like the size and choice from Bixie here, and the King 8 of Jack pays it off and sees the bad news.
Alright players, after the break we're going to be moving to table 21. Don't worry about moving your chips or anything, so all that. Just remember your seat number and we're going to get it there.
What you're saying, just shove that spot, Dave, just go super polar, just rep a queen or air. Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. Depends against your customer as well, though. So Riggy ace-10 under the gun raises to 900. Leon calls here with 10-9 off. And Paulius
all in announced.
Yeah, for 29 bigs here.
Yeah,
with the ace king.
That's all.
Perfectly fine tower after gun open +1 flat. Dead money in there. Just happy to get this one through. Pick up some chips.
Everything nicely. It's there, scrolling across Goliath, the G400. Not the first event. It was the first event, so okay. 456 PLO, £150 in on the 30th. Joker's Wild! Can't wait for Joker's Wild.
You got your costume ready?
No.
No.
No, no.
Is that going to be on the day thing?
Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance. Final event, that, seniors. The final event. Plenty of news all week regarding Goliath. The schedule is out.
So once again, Ben, just absolutely relentless tower versus Leon. He's just pounding on him at the moment. You'd think Leon was Ben was the player that had Leon covered, but Ben just going to town on Leon's open, knows how wide he's opening from any position. So when Ben's got a little something, he's just mixing in a free bet, which is great to see. And out flops Leon here on the King Jack 10 board, flopping top 2 pair. What a life. And going to get some action as well, because Leon with second pair, nut kicker, Broadway draw, backdoor hearts, all these possibilities for him. Leon never going to be going anywhere in this situation.
Five of diamonds on the turn.
Ben versus Leon here with the dynamic already set throughout this session. Just going to be going bet here, tower, unless obviously a wet river rolls off in the form of a queen ace on 9. It's now opting for pot size on the turn, 10 into 10. Interesting here for Leon. Like, hasn't been folding too much, but this time he is going to let it go just from that posture of obviously Ben, value-wise, he's going to have the ace-queen here. He's going to have set of 10, set of jacks, set of kings. Obviously, the lighter 3-bets in form of king jack and king 10 can be in there. It's the last hand?
It is. It is. There's a break of 15 minutes when Leon folds. Oh, he's paying him off. No, he's not.
That's a stack of yellows. That's not a payoff tower. If he's putting all them in, he's setting Ben in. No way, he's not setting Ben in. He can't. He just can't.
He loves it.
Oh, there we go. Shows the ace of hearts. Shows the ace of hearts, and gets out of the way. We don't even get to
big
the river.
Smile at the end.
That's it.
We'll be back at 8 p.m. for more of the same here in Coventry. Day 1A off 15 minutes. Gumball the kettle. We'll see you back in 15.
See you in 15, guys.
Roughly, how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there. But would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah, a lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It was quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So, yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar, kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also, I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on. I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah, so basically it more or less gave you gave you the impetus that this was a career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like, or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or two or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the yeah, I went into the dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which, but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old. And I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me. Just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online, and then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you were actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well as I'm looking up. But that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. You did indeed.
I used to use my chips wisely.
We is back. We are back. New players at the table.
Yeah, new featured table.
Just sitting down on the left hand side. I can see him, that Jamie fella.
We got a good one coming up. In 1's going to be Radu Danet. In 2, Jamie Nixon. 3, Danish Ahmed. 4 is Ioannis Liparis. 6, Ryan Mandara. 7, Satoris Giorgio. In 8 is GDPR MP. And in 9 is Jay Yerby. NP. What can we do for MP?
MP. Michael Parkinson.
NP.
NP.
November.
I'm not calling him November.
No, I'm saying M for November.
All right.
Phonetically. Help us out, chat. MP.
If you could just
can start calling him Nigel.
And you get the cards.
NP.
Pretty much the cards leave them.
There we go. We are just about to start, as you can see. What time are the turbo flights? The turbo flight for this is tomorrow at 9 PM. Turbo flights for Nicholas Parsons. Boom! Nicholas Parsons, I love it. Who? Who?
I'll get on Google. I overlook Tower. I won't let you explain.
Nicholas Parsons, man. And now, from Norwich, it's the quiz of the week. Passed away early stages of COVID, didn't he? Or just before COVID?
Yeah, 2020. Yeah, January 2020.
Yeah,
just before COVID. Spot on, Tower.
One of the biggest TV stars for 50 years.
Had a good innings though, 96.
Yeah.
96. So we going with that, Nick Parsons?
We'll go for Nick Parsons, Nicholas Parsons. Don't know if Simon can hear us. Simon!
How are we doing, Jack? Just seen that.
Who was that?
Jack Harcastle in the
good
chat.
evening, Jack. Enjoy your trips abroad. Wherever you go, wherever you play.
Watching the live stream from Vegas.
Is that where he is now, right, in Vegas?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, fantastic.
I think when I spoke to him at the Vic last event, I think he said that's where he was heading off to.
Good evening, Pete. Pete Whitehouse, hope you're feeling better, my friend. Hope you're all good. Yeah, Nicholas Parsons. Played golf with Peter Alice. The turbo flights at Goliath. If you're thinking about Goliath turbo flights, they are at 12 and 7 on the Friday. But our turbo flights here is tomorrow at 9.
All in.
Well, Nicholas Parsons is all in for 16 big blinds in the hijack.
Nicholas Parsons is in.
A nice hand for Radu, but can't call the Jack 10 of hearts.
No.
Danish will call with the ace queen. We might forget Nicholas Parsons, Tower. He could be out the door.
Wow. And now, from Norwich, it's the quiz of the week.
So Danish calls and is in great shape to bust old Nicholas.
Indeed. Very first hand.
Well, plenty to fade.
Look at the clubs.
Club or a jack to stay alive. No help there. We do have some chop outs as well. So club, jack, 8 or 6 to stay alive. King doesn't do the job. Queen's going to play. And just like that, we're not even going to need the GDPR tower.
Oh! Nicholas Parsons gone. Pete says, what am I going to ask? He's going to say, scores on the doors, please. That's what Pete's going to say. He's going to say, scores on the doors. Well, the scores on the doors shows there are 91 runners for day 1A. Price pool of 100,000 so far. That includes a few buy-ins for tomorrow. Average stack is 35,000. And Radu Danut was chip leader with 100,000 over at the break. And Radu Danut is with us. Seat 1 with the glasses. Ian Roberts 67, Oliver Hutchins 45, David Schmiel on 43, and Wendy Watson's on 42.
Go on, Wendy.
Go on, Wendy. Scores on the doors. Hi, Emily. We're all good. We were fine fit. I was in the gym this morning at 9:30.
How's everyone's heads?
Or was it the breakfast bar?
Yeah.
Which one was it? I can't remember. Did I walk to the gym or did I go for the buffet breakfast?
I'll have one guess, Tower. You haven't told me, but I'll have one guess.
I honestly can't remember. Sure, it was the gym. That live cash game last night exactly was. It was a great game for everybody involved, plus everybody watching. It was awesome.
It's good. Wow. Danish here flopping set of sixes. Again, every time someone's had sixes, they flop the set today. I'm sure. Well, or turn or rivered one. Like the check here from Radu, though. As I say, always need to incorporate some checks to top pair, mix it up, and King 9, decent one, 2 checks some of the time, and now we can just go into call mode, facing the lead, and river's going to be the exact, we just can't fold here, especially once we check back the King 9 on the flop.
So Rad on 100,000, Danish on 38, Jamie on 38 as well. Should be a good session.
Thanks a lot.
'em. Jamie going along nicely. I just sub 40k, near 2x starting
Yeah,
set.
it's one of them days as you're steady, isn't it? Just steady along, you just survive.
The Danish with the ace king on the button raises to 1.1 into Ryan's big blind, who should be defending 10-8 off, as he does. Heads up. Flop of Jack 4-4 rainbow here, and Danish continuing, quick fold from Ryan.
£25,000 closer. Monday night we have a live stream free roll on Sunday with the winner's prize being a ticket to it.
They couldn't do it, huh? It doesn't matter, I watch it. I watch it.
So Radu raising to 1k with the jacks. Just raise and take. Been a really slow day really, Tara.
Yeah,
we haven't seen too much action. It was nice last half hour, last session, seeing Ben and Leon go at it for a bit, but day ones, never really know what we're going to get with a day one. It can be sometimes really quiet like today, sometimes we do get some action dependent on the tables, but really slow day today at the featured. Nothing too much going on.
If we're looking for the highlight reel, it might not be much of today. There's been a few spots, but nothing major. So hope everybody's well this Thursday evening, day 1A GUKPT.
Cheers, Chris.
Nice one, Pete. See you tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you. Big cuddle on its way. Thanks, Chris. All the best. See you over the weekend. We're here for 12 hours a day, 12:30 till 12:30 for the next 4 days. Come and join us.
So Ryan Open 9-8 off here on the button, and Jay should be calling once here of Ace High Tower, getting 4-1 on the call here, but opts to just let it go. But you've got to understand, Ryan's just going to open a whole host on the button there, and our Ace High can be the best hand.
Strangely, he's sat in the same seat as he was in cash.
Yeah. The only difference is there's he was next door. He was not. Jagger was there. Ryan was on the left, wasn't he? I was about to say there's no vodka on the table. Got the tournament head on today.
No, no. The donuts! The donuts, the online team were like, woo! There's a donut.
Oh, Queen 10 of Hearts here for Radu. Raising over the completed J once again. Taken down pre-flop. Jamnit 90 in the house, says Span. Jamnit.
He's in the building. Good to see him.
So Ryan with the Kings in the hijack. Raises to 1.2. And Jamie can't defend with the 10-3 here, so going to be raise and take here for Ryan. No action for him with the Cowboys.
Cards are coming out. Steady day today. It is one of them days, but you never know. Fireworks can happen at any time.
Satoris with the King Jack of Hearts. Nice one to open in the hijack. Raises to 1.3. And Radu here finds Ace King on the button. So should see a free bet to around the 4K remit here, Tower. Be surprised if we saw anything else other than a free bet here from Radu. And goes fairly small. That's a 2.5x with the Ace King in position. And versus this size, can't see how Satoris is ever going to fold this one. Should be peeling and taking a flop here, getting this price with the King Jack of Hearts. London Girl, we haven't seen all in Vint today.
Nope, not playing the main event.
He cashed in the mini yesterday. He was on the mini final table, but he's not in the building today.
Well, well, London girl, wherever you may be.
I'm guessing London.
Well, maybe so. Could be a London girl living in California.
Yeah.
That is king.
Yeah, just continues and takes it down.
Aha. Yeah, London girls in London Village. Been in London 3 times already this year. 3 times the end of last year.
Yeah.
It's nice to be in Coventry, somewhere else.
Change of scenery.
Absolutely. The home of the Goliath.
The King 9 of spades for Radu here. Clear open for us in the cut-off. Raises to 1k. And Jamie here, 10-7 of diamonds on the button. That is a facing cut-off open here, so may mix in a free bet some of the time with this one here, Tower. Especially versus the man with the chip lead opening in the cut-off. We're going to get a lot of folds from the range of hands that he's going to be opening here with. And we've got a nice one to incorporate into our free bet bluff range, and there it is from Jamie. Free bets to 3k, like it. And Danish here can't cold call ever here with the ace-8 off in the small, unless he thinks there's some dynamic going on there and wants to opt for the cold 4, but into the muck it goes as it should. And back on Radu here now with the King and 9 of spades. Him and Jamie 65-70 big blinds deep. At 2k to 1.5. We're getting a decent price here with the King 9 of spades. I might choose to peel it because it is suited and it is cut off versus button dynamic, and we are fairly deep with Jamie Nixon. Radu, he's got other ideas, Tower.
He has indeed.
He's put on his 4-betting shoes with the King 9, and this is just down to cut off versus button dynamic because the position's in question. Radu knows that Jamie can 3-bet light because he's got all the chips opening in the cut-off, and he's got a really nice hand to actually incorporate a 4-bet bluffing with the King 9 of spades, cut-off versus button dynamic, and really, really nice there from Radu. And what that also does as well, Tower, it sets up a dynamic throughout the day on the table. He's just letting Jamie know, like, I am capable of 4-betting you. If you keep 3-betting me when I open late position, I'm not afraid to put in the light 4-bet, and then what that does, it deters Jamie from 3-betting too light versus Radu for that reason. So nice little hand there without going to a flop.
Yep, like it. We're all good, Jack. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you are too. Are you in Vegas already?
Yeah, Jack, me and Tara had this. I don't know, you might have tuned out. I just caught your message when we come back after the break, and I'm guessing you hadn't tuned back in yet, but we were asking where you were, what you're up to.
It's around about midday in Vegas.
I thought it was Vegas.
Around about midday, it's probably about 20 degrees.
It's probably won 3 10Ks by now, daily at the Aria.
Yeah. I gain it. No, Olin Vin hasn't played this event. He cashed in the minute, but has not played the main event.
So flop goes check, check. Really nice turn to see here before Ryan wants his 10 pairs. Going to feel fairly comfortable that we're going to have the best hand more often than not. So leading here with our 4-3. Didn't actually obviously call in with the ace-queen. Plenty of draws out there. Ryan in the big blind as well. Going to have a whole host here, and now it goes check, check, and Ryan's going to take it with a 4-3. Yeah, in Vegas, getting mugged.
There'll be events everywhere.
Jamie Nixon in the hijack, looks like got a decision. Jack 10 of spades, no decision here, it's just going to be an open. Always an open here, not for this stack. Raises to 1k. And Soteris with the 6-4 off, happy to defend. Getting 4.5 to 1 in this money. Both players catch a piece. Jamie flopping flush draw here, and Soteris with bottom pair. Ace high board as well, good for Jamie. We're going to have all the strong ace-x that we open from the hijack. Plenty in there for us, and we've got the equity in terms of our flush draw. Soteris has quarter piece, has backdoor straight draw in there as well, so happy to call once. 9 of hearts on the turn here, and potentially could be double barreling now here, as Jamie Nixon can really start applying pressure to some 4x and 5x in there. Like ace-x, we're not going to be folding out to a double barrel, but we do fold out a large proportion of hands that Soteris is going to check call flop with, and a really nice double from Jamie there, gets it through. And just a snap fold from Soteris with the best of it.
Are you playing the 10k in the win, Jack? Is that the reason for you heading over to Vegas? Are you in the big one? The 10 million guarantee, I think. Good luck if you are, young man. Good luck if you are. $10,000 buying at the win. Good luck if you are, Jack. We're rooting for you. We'll be checking out the updates. Good luck. Come on, come on. The boots for Radu. Radu's got the boots.
And the chips, chip lead in the room, and you wake up with aces.
Nice play. Day 1B and Day 1C skipping today. Hope it changes for you, young man. Really quick. Hope it changes for you really sharpish. Flop a 10-6 deuce.
A really nice one for us as Radu here with the aces, nice and dry. Continuing for 1.5. And Jay in the big blind here, 2 overcards. Radu opening under the gun. He's going to have a lot of those high cards like linear range of ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, king, queen, these hands that we are ahead of. So against this size, happy to call once with the pocket fours, and does pick up backdoor straight draw once his 5 of diamonds rolls off. Have a Radu here with the aces. Still going to feel so confident that we've got the best hand here. Can still get another street of value from 10x, some 6x as well that's going to peel, that pick up some gut shots, some like 6-4, 6-3, these type of holdings. So there's 6x of diamonds in there.
So Radu picking up the hands as well as having all the chips.
So in comes the second street. Price for 4.5. Like Radu will have some bluffs here on this diamond turn, like some overcards with backdoor diamonds, like the king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack, diamonds, as well as some ace-x of diamonds in there as well. They're going to be like the main bluffs on this particular turn card. Value-wise, we're going to continue firing our stronger 10x, like queen 10 through ace 10, as well as our overpairs as well. But Jay, after picking up a gut shot to go over his pocket pair, happy to pill and see a river, seeing if he can catch a 3 or a 4.
It's not, it is a deuce.
And that is just a great river card for us here. With the aces as Radu, we can definitely go for a third street of value here. Only real worry would be deuce X of diamonds in this particular spot. That's definitely going to call twice. But we can still comfortably come in for value here. There's a lot of hands we can still get called by. 10x, plenty of that out there. And it's going to have a whole host that defends out the big blind that does contain a 10 in it. And it's still top pair on this river, so it's going to have a hard time folding. So interesting to see what size Radu's going to choose. I think targeting a 10, probably like 60, 70% maybe tower, around that sort of remit, 8, 9k. Be a nice sort of size choice to target a 10 specifically. It's gone larger, 12.5 here. And now action on Jake. Like Radu can have a whole host here for value, as I said, probably Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10, all going to be in there. All the over pairs, Jacks through Aces. And then bluffs, there's not really too many. Like the main ones, as I said, are going to be the backdoor diamonds, those sort of holdings. But Jake just makes the quick laydown. Didn't fancy it first. Is that size?
So a good look out there, and good to see you. And we'll see Chris Cunliffe tomorrow.
How you doing, Chris?
We will see you tomorrow down here for day 1B. And good luck in Vegas. Jack's skipping today. We'll have a day by the pool. So we'll see Chris Cunliffe tomorrow, plus plenty of others. The numbers will increase tomorrow by a lot, like a lot. So a nice steady day for us today. No real dramas on any of the tables. I think it might be time for a tea run. Fancy a tea, young man?
That sounds good, Tower.
Fancy a tea, Paul? Okay, okay.
Ace Queen here. Or Jay in the cutoff raises to 1.2. And Danish with a nice one to defend. 7-8 of diamonds here. King 9-8, 2 club board, and Danish with the 8-7 of diamonds, catching bottom pair, goes out in front. However, Jay continuing here on the king high board, which is going to be good for us as the opener. We've got the overcard and backdoor clubs and Broadway in there as well. And, Danish not going anywhere after catching a piece. Jack of clubs on the turn, and potential 3-barrel spot here for Jay with the ace queen. Definitely a card we can start double barreling on after we pick up a Broadway draw and nut flush draw, but opts for the more passive approach and chooses to check. 6 of clubs on the end, so Jay gets there nonetheless. And now obviously going to choose a size which I think is going to get most likely be paid. We can see Danish never call him with his particular holding. Jay comes in for 2k value bet, 40% on the river, and Danish is just never going to call here with a 7-8. So I got Ryan here with the ace-8 suited under the gun. Want to be opening this one, raises to 1.2. I've got Jamie with 5s here on the button. Should just see him call here. Does make the call, and that's going to bring Ironessing in the big blind. Suited queen getting this price 5-1 on a call. Flop a jack, 7-6, 2 clubs here. So Ironess flops best here, and in the form of bottom pair, does have backdoor hearts to go with it. 3 overcards to the pocket 5s of Jamie. This one checks through on the flop. And what a turn for Jamie Nixon. Bit of action as well, because Ryan's now picked up and down here with the ace-8 suited, so Ryan's not going to be going anywhere here. He's going to be calling, getting 3-1 on a call here, facing this lead out the big blind. And now how's Jamie going to proceed with the 5s here? Thing is, it's checked through on the flop. Obviously, Ironess can still have like the 9-8, the 4-3, the 8-4 suited here in the big blind. He can still have all these hands, but we can just get value from a lot of hands here as Jamie and raises to 6.5. The thing is, like, Ironess can still have just Jack X here, which we're going to get value from, as well as plenty of 2 pairs defending out the big blind. And now Ryan has to get out of the way, and does. And Jamie turned the set, but didn't get too much action after raising. Neither player had a hand they could continue with. Pocket 5s for Radu in the hijack. Chip leader in the room. Makes it 1,000. And Ryan Mandara defending the big with the King 7 of clubs, as he should be. Queen Jack 3. 2 heart board. So Fires of Radu's still best here. Queen Jack High is still going to have plenty of bets on this board. So happy to continue with the 5s. Just a quick fold from Mr. Mandara. Here's the tea boy.
Here's the tea boy.
Thank you.
With a latte for you.
Oh.
I thought you never had one tonight, so I thought I'd get you a latte.
I had that massive coffee earlier, didn't I?
You only had one.
It was like a tower.
It was a cup from Costa.
Yeah, it was a large one though. It's still a lot of coffee.
It's only big, isn't it? It's 1 cup of coffee from Costa. It's not only that big.
It was that big.
Unbelievable.
Danish with the Ace King of clubs in the cutoff. Raises to 1.1. Taurus, Ace 4 of diamonds here. Nice one to defend, can at small frequency out the big blind. Incorporate a free bet versus cut off open with this one potentially, but more often than not just going to call when defending in the big Queen 6-7 2 diamond board. So big flop here for Sartorius, flopping nut flush draw, and Danish happy to continue with the Ace King on the Queen high board. And Sartorius taking the aggressive approach straight away, and he's going to get the better hand to fold, because this particular Ace King Danish just not going to be able to continue with here. I'd be surprised if we put another penny in this pot. Fine to see bet, but once we get raised here, we're going to have a hard time continuing. Like, only real good turns for us are aces or kings. What's our plan on brick turns when we're faced with a double barrel? So there's the fold from Danish. It's just been really quiet day. It's really not much been happening on the featured, unfortunately. If we see what's going on here, Tower.
What's going on?
We got a new button in here.
No way. What we got now? Ooh. Ooh. Tells us what's going on.
Yeah, rest of 2022 up till July, when we got the Reading South leg, which has now been put in. That's my birthday, 17th of
There's
July.
one slight change that we need to tell people. Like Glasgow, the 25-25 has been cancelled. It has been cancelled to later in the year. Don't know what the reason is, but we got told from Jim. The club's on the refurb.
Nice.
Well, that's fair enough. It'd be nice to play poker in there. So Glasgow, the 7th till the 10th of April will not be happening. They're having a refurb, and their Glasgow deep stack will be on in June. And if they manage to fit in a 25-25 in before that or after that, it'll be on the new schedule. So plenty going on. Berrynew Road in 10 days' time. Not Glasgow, but Walsall, Portsmouth, Newcastle, Coventry, Didsbury. Where are we taking the clubs, man?
Just like that, gone. Glasgow, gone. Like that.
What Glasgow?
It's gone. There you go.
Yeah, so where are we taking the clubs?
We are taking the clubs on the 15th of May. Well, 8th to the 15th. I'm already booked my hotel for their Tower. I'm getting there on the Sunday, so I'll be there Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so we can have a round. I'm hoping to bag up for the mini on the Sunday, and then we can go out on the Monday.
We're playing Aberdour.
We're
playing Aberdour. We're playing Aberdour.
Someone sorted us golf.
Yeah, it's like, what's the water that's straight above Edinburgh? Is that the Firth of Forth? Is that the Forth Bridge? There's a gap. Anyway, it's straight over the water.
There's a lot of water.
I've seen it. Aberdour. Aberdour.
Well, there's a lot of water on that course.
Let me just tell you, stunning. Just think of Pebble Beach. Check out the first at Aberdour.
I need to check it as well. If there's lots of water around the course, I'll have to get some lake balls, because oh god, that is beautiful. Oh, wow.
That's where we're going.
Wow.
That's where we're going.
Yeah, Newcastle fans, so we're in battle. I'm not confident we're going to escape, especially if we've got our last 6 games aren't very high, you know. And you should have enough.
Jack of diamonds on the turn, bringing in an up and down straight draw for Danish after floating on the flop in this 3-bet situation. And Jay has turned double gutter here with the ace queen and could potentially double barrel this spot, and that's exactly what he's going to do here with the ace queen. Fires for 5.5, can start folding out hands fours like 4s through 7s, some like 7-8 suited, ace-8 suited, these type of hands. Obviously 10x and jack x not going to be going anywhere. If you peel with like queen jack, queen 9 suited here, or queen 9 suited straight now, but the jack x on the turn not going to be folding. 10x probably going to call once more as well. Jay firing here. Danish, quite an interesting spot here because we're getting 4 to 1 with our up and down and 2 overs here, Tower, but like Jay leaving himself 12.6k behind here. And like if we float flop with king high, are we floating flop with king high to fold once we pick up this up and down straight draw? Like didn't even have backdoor clubs on the flop with this king queen suited. Now Bixie's back in the same seat as well.
Bixie with 20k. So he makes the call. No, he doesn't. He jams the lot. Wow. Nice move, Danish.
Very nice, Tower. Very nice. So floats the king queen and then just rips it in on the turn and gets Jay to fold his double gutter and 2 overs. Gets him to fold the best of it, and he was in terrible shape there, Danish. A fair play to the man. Floated with a plan. And the plan paid off.
Yep. We're not going to Aberdour. We're going to Aberdour.
Aberdour.
Dennis has put us straight. So anyway, we're going to Aberdour. Wet and windy Portugal. Nobody likes to hear that.
How you doing, Neil?
How you doing, Neil? How's the golf? Apart from wet and windy. How's the golf? How long you been out there, Neil? And I'm guessing you're there for 3 or 4 weeks. So yeah, we hope to take the sticks to a few places this year. Me and Jay, we've got a bit of a plan going on.
If there's any offers, any stops that we're doing, and people have members that are cool there, we'll definitely get around in.
Yeah, we are still contemplating the poker night, the golf day poker night, which has had a bit of interest as well.
Oh, I thought they both flopped the flush here. They've got hearts, not diamonds. Shame. Would have been nice for a final bit of action. Finally some action, but not much going on here. And Bixie firing with the queen 10 of hearts once checked to her, and Ines here just going to have to fold with the king 9. I'm actually playing my first round this year in next week, Tell.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Nice one, Neil. Only a bad day today. The rest of it's been pretty good. Good on you. Have a nice break, Neil. And then he says, Aberdour is a stunning course. You will love it.
Yeah, shout out to Jonathan as well. Jonathan Scott is the man that's going to get us playing over there. Really looking forward to that one. Ines with the aces raises to 1.1. action on Jamie Nixon with the 9s here, Tower, and early position open. This is just a shove here for Jamie, and unfortunately we're going to run into it here. Like the solvers will say to shove this spot, +1 open, working with effective, what we got here, 26 bigs, and Jamie not going to take that line. Maybe iron us a bit on the tighter side, but definitely can shove the 9s there for that amount of big blinds versus the EP open. Would have been perfectly fine, but it's a well-timed flat from Jamie. However, on this board we are potentially going to double iron us up unless we get a nice run out for our hand, or obviously spike a 9. So it was 24 bigs pre, even more. Could be even more inclined to shove the 9s for the 24 big blinds, but obviously took the more passive approach, and it could pay dividends. Might not end up giving Ionis the full double up, but it's just going to be so hard for Jamie Nixon to get out of the way here.
Pick some more outs on the turn.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call again here, Tower, getting 3-1 on the call.
Yeah.
Half pot from Ionis with his aces.
You know, if you take a quick look up at seat 4, down and up.
Yeah.
Spanned.
Yeah, I see little resemblance there. And Queen of Spades, just a pure run out here for us with the aces. And yeah, from that angle, yeah. So now Ionis just going to be shoving for his final 6.3, and Jamie Nixon going to be left with a decision. Like this could have definitely gone in pre, but if Jamie now finds the fold, he's played it in a way that's saved him chips. But the thing is, Ionis representing obviously over pairs. Like 10s and jacks can still shove this river here, Tower. Like a competent player will still shove 10s and jacks on this particular river, because Queen X shouldn't ever be out there other than Queen X of clubs. Maybe some Queen 8 in there out the big blind as well, but like the Queen X that Jamie can ever have here are going to be really slim. So even jacks and 10s can potentially shove this river, as well as hands like ace king, aces, sorry, kings and ace queen. King Queen's going to be in there, like some Queen Jack of clubs, these type of hands that can double barrel with their flush draws. So can have a whole host of value here as Ionis. And what are the bluffs? That's the question Jamie's got to ask himself. What hands is Ionis going to take this line with that we're ahead of, just going bet. The main one going to be the front door clubs, hands like ace king of clubs, king jack of clubs, jack 10 of clubs, these type of holdings. Maybe 9-10 suited going to be in there as well. However, we have to removal from that with 2 9s in our hand. So tough spot here for Jamie, because fair few bluffs, fair amount of value, and these are the most difficult spots you're going to find yourself in at a poker table. But as I said, Jamie's already done well. Like this whatever happens here, Tower, he could have potentially just doubled Ionis up pre anyway, and he makes the call, and he could have definitely just got in pre off the stack sizes. But Jamie gets the bad news and has to show, because it is an all-in and a call.
Shows in the 9s. Unlucky with Jamie, drops down to 30,000. Ionis back up to 25. That still on 117. Big chip leader on our table. Ian with the 9s calls. Right, 3 bets to 2.3. Ionis with 1.1.
Yeah, so Ian
Initial
here
raise.
versus under the gun open, opting to 3-bet the 9s. Really small size choice here from Ian as well, Tower. Don't have to always 3-bet them. It's going to be a mix, really. Can flat, can 3-bet the 9s, as always saying, mixing it up. And now Radu.
Should be an incoming 4-bet.
Yeah, what a life as well, Tower. Mustad, he's got the chip lead in the room, he's got this action in front of him, and he's just looked down and he's got the Cowboys here. But this is just going to look so strong. Gun open, hijack 3-bet, and then weak hold 4 on the button. Just really, really strong line from us. But it looks like Ian not going to be folding the pocket 9s.
Which he doesn't. Oh, wow. Set of 9s for Ian.
Yep, so just going to be playing this in float. Want to be checking this over to Radu here.
He's done exactly that.
With the 9s, and Radu, lovely board for us here. We're not really worried about anything other than queens and 9s specifically. Only 6 combos, so want to start trying to get some value from some potential ace queen, some queen jack, queen 10 suited perhaps. Although that's probably going to be less inclined to 3-bet the under the gun open pre, but can definitely get a street from jacks and 10s. We can have ace king in our range here, so jacks and 10s are going to be calling once. As well as ace queen, that's the main hand that we're obviously trying to get value from, that could potentially peel our 4-bet. Ace queen suited, like ace queen off probably should fold, but Ian, glad to see this Tower, really like it, just flat in here with the 9s.
That's as good as it gets for the 9s, just 2 of hearts.
Nice big brick on the turn, and now working with just like 1.1 SPR. And Radu here, gonna want to come in for a second street. It's one of them situations, yes, queens and 9s are out there, they're in our opponent's range, but like queens, probably all 3 combos of that. However, 9s, you probably only give them 1 or 2 because, as I say, it's going to be a mixture pre-betting the under the gun open with the 9s. We're not always going to do that, we are going to flat some of the time as well. So we're just happy to go bet here with our kings and try and get it all in by the river versus the effective stack size of Ian.
7.7. Counting out the 7.7 again, keeping him in.
Yeah, like if Radu's just going crazy here with like ace king, we've got that hand drawing dead. So happy to just call here.
Oh, the triangle.
Well, he does just move in here, Ian, with the 9s. And Radu for 15k more, 3.5 to 1 on the call.
What's he done that for? Well, hang on a minute. Let the dealer count the chips. You just announced all in and gone like that with his chips. What's he done that for? The dealer's now got to restack them all and put them all back in and count them all again.
Radu's not folding Tower. Like,
oh my days.
Ian might do this with ace
the
queen
poor
suited.
old dealer.
Radu's just not folding. Like ace queen suited is going to be in there for Ian some of the time, that just doesn't flat here, just wants to get it in now. So Radu's going to ask for a count, but I think once he realises the price that he's getting and how often he has to be right, and as well the stack size that he's got, he can afford to be wrong. I'm just going to make the call. We're only worried about, as I said, the 3 combos of queens and then 1 or 2 combos of pocket 9s, because they're not always going to 3-bet pre versus the under the gun open.
So eventually we find out what the stack is after Ian just went like that with his chips.
Yeah, if Radu folds here, Tower, I will be shocked. If he does, it will be an insane laydown, but I guess he probably just thinks Ian doesn't look like the guy that's ever going to have a bluff here, which is probably the case. He's probably never going to have a bluff in this spot. Like, you're clutching at straws for bluffs as well, except maybe Jack 10 of hearts that wanted to peel the 3-bet, but then that's the 4-bet.
I think he's going to put him on something like ace queen suited.
Yeah, exactly.
Queen suited, and that's it.
Spot on, Tal. Like ace queen suited might take this line, and that's the problem we got. And the price we're getting here, it's a bit different if the price is worse than this, but we're just getting such a good price on a call that I'd be very surprised if Radu found the fold here. It would be a really, really top-notch laydown, but I just don't see how we can make it because, as I mentioned, ace queen suited should be in there. There's 3 combos of ace queen suited, 3 combos of queens. like a couple of combos, maybe one combo of 9s, because of the frequency that he's going to free bet that versus under the gun open. So just then factors into account. I just can't see how Radu can ever let this go here with the pocket kings, and if he does, I'll stand up and give him a round of applause, but
I don't think he will. I'm thinking exactly the same as you. I think he's got to put him on ace queen suited, king queen to push because he's got the kings, and
it's just terrible the times that Ian does spin over ace queen suited, and it's like, and we end up folding.
He does make the call. He does make the call to see the bad news at this moment in time. Ian flicks over the 9s.
They've been plain sailing for Radu so far today. This is going to be the first little dent in his stack, unless he can find the case king. One's already hit the muck.
Yeah. Do we get there? It's not. It's a 5. So the 9s double. After Ian put all his stacking, slapped them straight over the line like that. Took us 10 minutes to count them. What about the dealer? Just slicking like that. He's done it. Oh my days! I love it.
Ryan and Jamie,
I love it. That's
well.
1-1. I love it.
Oh, the dealer didn't forget.
Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant.
Before they all fall apart again.
So Ian's not going to play hand for 20 minutes.
Because he's going to be stacking his chips. Look, he's still stacking. That's one
I
hand.
love it.
Only hands till he stacks his chips.
It was 1-0 to the player until the dealer did it. I love it. The blinds are 2-5.
Yeah, he's over there, Sydney, playing the win,
Yes.
10k. Quite a lot are over there, actually. I think a few of the lads, UK regulars, some of the youngsters are over there.
Hi, Sydney. Yes, it is. That is Ryan Mandara. And we had a live stream cash table last night. And if you want to watch it, it's on Twitch and on YouTube. There's a rewatch. It was on for 6 hours. Crazy table. Crazy table. Just GUKPT for YouTube and for Twitch, and it's on there.
So Ryan choosing to open the 10-8 of spades under the gun. Ian here, flattening the Jack-9 for 1.2. Now he's got some chips, maybe he's happy to get involved, but this is a bit of a spew calling this one versus the under the gun open. And like I say, he's got the chips to do it now, and gonna get punished because Ines here has just got a standard squeeze spot.
So Sydney's from New York, but wants to go and play Coventry. Well, Sydney, we've got some news for you. There's a big event coming up in Coventry at the end of August, and we'll show you very shortly. So, coming up for Sydney, if he's thinking about coming from New York, right there at the start, all the events, the side events are going to be scrolling across. There you go, the 25th of August until the 4th of September, here in Coventry, connected to the CBS Arena that way. The main event for the GUKPT. That's £1,000 buy-in. That's going to be starting the week on the 25th until the 28th. That's 4 days. And then we've got the Women's Championships. We're going to be live streaming the final of that on the Friday, Saturday-ish, something like that. Then we've got the High Roller, which I'm guessing will be live streaming as well. The G400 that's going on. There's going to be plenty of events. And don't forget, we've also got the side events, the smaller side events. We've got the 150 PLO. We've got a Joker's Wild event that's coming up. There it is, Joker's Wild. £100 buy-in for the Joker's Wild. A lot of fun. We have a laugh. We have a DJ. And we play music while we're playing poker. Poker's irrelevant. Well, not irrelevant, because somebody will end up winning a lot of money. But it's all about having fun. And that is just about running all the way through the Goliath. Hope you can join us. If not, it is on. It will be live streamed for the full 10 days. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll be here. And it's not just the Goliath we're going to be streaming either, guys. We're going to have some final tables of side events. We've got the Women's Championship final we're going to be streaming as well.
Yep.
So there's going to be a lot of mixture in there for everyone, so a little bit for everyone. Be nice to imagine getting the PLO final table comp on there. That would be nice.
Yes, absolutely, you're right. But at the moment, I don't think they can do 4, 5, 6.
Yes, that's
because the graphics. And the problem, and the thing is the graphics at the moment is that the guy that does the graphics, Andy Milner, who's in Australia, didn't even know that you played 6-card Omaha. Nope. Because they don't play it in Australia.
Oh.
And he was amazed that you play 6-card Omaha.
He's probably thinking these UK lot are degenerates, all of them. Why do you need 6 cards? King Queen for Jay raises to 1.2. Blinds should be going up after this hand. So Torres with a nice one to defend in the big. And the flops and up and down on the Queen Jack 4 rainbow board. Action here because Jay flopping top pair, decent kick up. Jay happy to continue here. Opts for half pot, and Satoris never going anywhere here with King 10. Just choosing to call, like that decision. Just not raising. Jack of Hearts on the turn. Interesting card, this one. This is one that Jay going to be checking more often than not now once this Jack rolls off. Like we're not going to bet too much of our Jack X on the flop here. This card should be a lot better for our opponent. And the thing is as well, we're going to be folding out like the 4X in our opponent's range now that we're well ahead of, because they're only going to have 2 outs against us, and this is Ace-4 specifically. And then we've got a Queen, so difficult for Satoris to have one as well. And then obviously we're crushed by Jack X, but Jay just opted to go for the second barrel, and this 6 of Hearts on the river. So you might choose to go in for the 3rd street, try and get called by some worse Queen X here potentially, but I think it might just be a little bit too thin on this Heart River as well. Is Queen 10 going to pay this one off? Is Queen 9 suited going to pay this one off? Probably not. Are we ever getting called by worse in that spot? That's the question you've got to ask yourself when you are shoving for value. Is there ever a worse hand that's going to call us in that particular situation? What table is the toughest in the room? I don't know, this is probably one of the more tougher tables, I'd say. Yeah. Ryan's on it, you got Jam Nick's on it, Radu seems to be playing very well. Danish seems to be playing well as well, so yeah, this is definitely a good table here. As Jay raises to 1.2 under the gun.
I said this is the toughest. I think you're right. You're absolutely spot on. It is a very tough table. We've got the chip leader in seat 1, Irish Open winner in seat 2, Sponsor Pro in seat Irish Open winner in seat 6, Sponsor Pro in seat 2. It ain't easy. It is, you're right. And then Bixie plays
There
quite a
we
lot.
Ian's
and now
finished.
Ian's got all the chips.
He's finished tower. He's just finished stacking them. They're there. They're all in towers.
Took him a while.
8 deuce deuce 2 club board. So still expect Jay to continue this one fairly high frequency with the pocket 7s here. Happy to deny equity to overs. Fires for 1.2. Ian shows the ace and faults. And Rob Adams says Jay is solid in seat 9. I think I've seen Jay on the featured, I think a few times over the last year. That seems to play well.
These cards come in blue. How long have we been playing with these? A while. I can't complain, so the first time I played, but just goes against the grain, play with them for too long, you know what I mean?
It's 1200. Fold.
The magic wears off.
Fold.
Got Radu raising to 1.2.
Raise to 3,100. Fold. Fold, fold.
So hammering here, Ryan 3-bet into 3.1 here over the under the gun open from Radu. Blinds have just gone up, so Ryan playing just sub 30 big blinds effective, 28 to be precise. And Radu here just going to be happily 4-bet in this spot versus Ryan. Just going to see potentially a 4-bet rip here, because like what size are we 4-betting to? I doubt we're going to leave 4-bet to like 8k and leave effective 6k behind. So I could just see Radu 4-bet rip this spot here. So, has he just called?
Raise 7,000.
Oh no, he has 4-bet. 4-bet to 7.2. And Ryan now getting really attractive price, just sub 3-1 with ace queen of hearts and position. But the problem is he's sitting there with 14k. He called the 4.1. SPR is going to be about 2/3 pot behind. And this just looks super strong here from Radu. I'm not sure if Ryan's been getting any information. We did see Radu 4-bet bluff earlier on versus Jamie Nixon, so we are aware that Radu can have some bluffs in there. Ryan here, tricky spot with the ace queen of hearts, taking his time, and rightly so. It's just like Radu, doubt he's ever going to have ace jack in this particular scenario here. So like we're flipping at best here as Ryan versus like jacks or tens, or we're crushed by ace king, queens, kings and aces. I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan found the fold here, Tower. Really wouldn't, for the ace queen of hearts. But the problem we got, we're just getting such a nice price to pill this particular holding with position as well, but just not deep enough, and makes a very, very good discipline laydown with the ace queen of hearts. Fair play to the man.
Very nice indeed from Ryan. That's why he's Irish Open champion in the past. Sure, he'll be going over to try and win it again.
Probably be Liverpool, City, Chelsea, and I wouldn't like any of them in the semi-final, you know what I mean? But I'll be there. I feel like I went to, when Tottenham's first game in the stadium. Yeah. And it was at the stadium, Yeah. And I went to it. And pay 75 quid for a ticket. Right? And now, what have you ever paid?
King nine of spades for Jamie Nixon.
Charge any more than 30 quid now for a
One we can open under the gun. Raise to 1.2.
Blue cards, please. You've got to give me shit like that.
And Radu definitely going to be defending the suited king here. Getting this price 4.5 to 1 in his money.
How's the satellite going? Let's have a quick butchers on how the satellite is going and how many runners. 74. 74. They had 76 yesterday. So it's pretty consistent. 74. So at the moment, 7 seats and £400. The main event is on 97. 100 on a Thursday. Said it might get to 100. Looks like it will do. It is best way to get in Sydney. £100 for a £1,000 seat. Great effort. Best way to get in anyway, trying to satellite in.
Yeah, probably a card that Jamie's going to be slowing down on here. Tower, yes, we just had the 1 over card. If this was the 8 of spades, probably going to be more inclined to double barrel. Well, he is still going to double barrel this spot here. Radu is going to have a whole host of flushes that he defends out the big blind, club combinations. Jack X, we're not folding out to a second barrel, so I guess Jamie targeting some 4 and 3X here, which Radu does have in this particular scenario, as well as hands like 5-6, 5-2 suited. Going to fold out these type of holdings, firing 3.7 into 4.5, so sizing up here on the turn around 80%. But Radu, right on the line here for him. Obviously we'd never be folding a jack in this situation, and this is probably, well, it's the second best 4X we can have, unless it's like a 4X with a club redraw in it. So this is right on the line here for Radu. Could go either way in this situation. However, Jamie obviously still does have the strong hands here. He can have flushes himself. Obviously in the nut flushes, Jack X and overpairs as well. Sets of 4s and 3s. Set of 8s would even be in there. Turning a set. Fast cash, we're not always going to raise the flush draw if we've got a flush draw there out the big blind, especially versus the under the gun opening range with Jamie. Like, just probably just happy to flatten the jack 4-3. Jamie opening under the gun, he's going to have Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, King Jack and Ace Jack in there, as well as Queens, Kings and Aces. Like the times that become better to raise the flush draws is where it's going to favour our range as well. So if it was like a low board and it was 2 clubs and we had a flush draw, like a board that we can also have some better value hands than Jamie, are going to be good boards to start raising them flush draws. But all about mixing it up, like at some frequency we are still going to raise a flush draw there, but I think we're going to be more inclined to call with that on that particular board versus Jamie's under the gun opening range.
Jamie's just left to balance the tables. Moved his stack to one of the outer tables.
1800.
Ten high flop for Radu. Got the chips. Well, he's down at 82. He was on 120. Lost the one with Ian, who had a set of nines against the Kings. The next draw into a 4.
Pretty good. This, obviously, this one. It's 11.
No. Is the hold strong? Well, to be honest, we haven't been in our box yet. Thinking 2 or 3 nils, because they'll get tired for the last 15, 20 minutes, so they should do it.
So Radu raising the top pair here, like it blind on blind. Obviously range is very wide, so we can start incorporating in some raises with our top pair. And Danish happy to put in position with his gut shot. Ace of hearts on the turn. Now Radu checking it once this ace rolls off, although there shouldn't really be much ace-x here for Danish. Not even ace-x at clubs really, Tower. Like the ace-x at clubs after a complete is going to be raising very high frequency blind on blind pre, so like the only real ace-x out here should be like ace-3 and ace-6 of the offsuit variety. So this ace shouldn't really change much here for us here as Radu, so going to be calling here with the queen 10, or at least we should be. Danish can have a whole host here. Obviously clubs are the main bluffs that we see. We've got like 7-9, 7-8s in there, 4-5s, 5-7, all these type of holdings here. So he's got a catalogue of bluffs here and not too much value. Obviously he's uncapped, checking in the big, like the trash hands, the 10-3, the 10-6, the 6-3 are all going to be there in value, but there's a whole lot more bluffs, especially once this ace rolls off, when shouldn't really have too much ace-x here on the flop, and the king of hearts on the river. So really interested to see whether Danish has it in him here to fire once more. And Radu here, I think Radu would sniff this one out if Danish did fire here on the end with the 5 deuce, but he obviously knows he's never going to be good at showdown here. But what hands are we supposed to have in this particular spot? We've got the 10-6, the 10-3, 6-3 going to be in there as well. Maybe pocket 3s that elected to check at some frequency. But other than that, there's not too much else that's going to be in here, the way this hand's played. So I can see Radu sniffing this one out, Tower, just like breaking this one down. There's a whole host of bluffs here, and value-wise, there's not really too much. You've got 10-3, you've got 10-6, you've got 6-3, and then other than that, there's not really too much that I can see taking this line. There's the call. There's the call, and I agree completely with Radu. And it all comes down to that ace on the turn. It's a very interesting card because there shouldn't really be, as I said, any real ace-x out there except the turn 2 pairs, ace-6, ace-3, and then a whole host of club combinations, gut shots, all that Danish can have in this situation. Very nice hero.
Indeedy, indeedy. Well, hope you get over to Coventry, Sydney, and enjoy the experience of Goliath.
It was blind on blind, Niesel completing the small from Radu, and Danish checked his option. He's not going to check his option with aces, ace-king. Queen Jack's not going to call the raise on the flop unless it's Queen Jack of clubs specifically, which once again going back to pre-flop, that's also going to be standard raise for us pre-flop, blind on blind after a complete. So can't have those hands. 10's not going to be in there. 6 is going to raise as well. Okay, I didn't realise that. didn't realise that he raised it up out of the big blind. I assumed he's checked his option, picked up action on the flop. If that is the case, my apologies. Looking at the hand, like, it's mad how much a hand changes just because of that little factor. Like the fact that if he did raise pre, the hand changes so much. Where are we? Like just a little factor like that, a raise instead of a complete. Yeah, Dinesh did raise pre to 2.1. Thank you for that. But it's a completely different hand now. The analysis is completely different on the hand just because he's raised pre. I was doing it from a checked his option perspective in the big blind, so yeah, thanks for letting me know that. It is a completely different story then.
Evening, Mel. Mel Simpson. When do we see you next? Hope everything is good. Satoris with top pair that gets turned. Ioannis has got 2 pair on the turn, and the 4th club brings
both of them with 2 pair now, and Ioannis actually firing here with the 4-3 in a spot you'd probably expect him to check once this 4th club rolls off on the river. Yeah, it's crazy, guys, like just that little thing, rather someone raising instead of checking how drastically the range is changing that hand just from that little small factor. And that's the great thing about this game. One little small factor in a hand can change everything and the way the hand's perceived to be played. But if that's the case, maybe Radu just picked up on something, because obviously Dinesh is going to have all the strong hands as he would do being the raise up. Oh no, Mel.
Ian up 34,000 this session so far. About 38 minutes to go until the end of this session.
So Dinesh raising to 1.3. Raise and take. Bixie not defending the Queen 5 off. Last year, Sydney, Steve Jelinek took this one down for 6 figures, and it was a smaller buy-in last year.
Yeah.
So
it's normally 25% to first place. So if you're looking at 400 runners, well, 400 and what is it, £900 buy-in. So if you look, say you're looking at a £400,000 price pool, you'll end up with 100,000 up top.
450 runners, there'll be about 100k up top.
Yeah, so you're looking at 25% to the winner. So all dependent on how many buy-ins there are in total by the time buy-ins finish on Friday night.
You're thinking about a last-minute flight, Sydney? Buy-in all the way until day 2.
Well, hopefully we see him at Goliath. 98 runners in day 1A at this moment in time. Plenty bought in for tomorrow already. And the main event satellite cash out has got 78 runners. King 7 deuce, 2 spades, checked, 8 of hearts on the turn. Dinesh with ace jack. Ryan flopping 2 pair, decided to check his option on the flop.
Yeah, just playing in flow basically, Tower. That's all that is from Ryan. We want to be checking this one over to the aggressor on the king high board, because a lot of the time Dinesh is going to represent this card, even the times he doesn't have it, being the pre-flop opener. But after it's checked through, Ryan then trying to get some value from his top and bottom on the turn. But Dinesh just lets the ace jack go. Next year UKPT, we are off to Manchester.
Manchester!
Right there at the top, third at the top. Berry New Road, 17th of March to the 27th of March. Tower and I will be there from the Wednesday, because the cash game, live stream cash game, which has been a hit so far this year.
Indeed, indeed.
So we'll be there from the Wednesday, finishing off on the 27th.
Yeah, 12:50 main as well. Walsall G400 on its way. Portsmouth 25-25s, Newcastle 25-25s on the same weekend as Coventry Deep Stack and Didsbury Deep Stack.
How are we doing the loop stop on Twitch?
How are you doing, Johnny boy?
So Radu ace-9 raises to 1.2, and Dinesh here with the 4-2 suited, getting out of line a little bit here, peeling this one, and instant punishment. Ionis with the ladies bumps it up. 2 quick folds.
Yeah, pump it up, pump it up, pump it up. Well, Sydney, if you do make it over to the UK, there's plenty of options regarding poker, but the big one is on the 25th of August. For about 11 days, great event, the Goliath. Yeah, there's a couple of Brits playing the
a few of our lads are out there.
Yeah.
Sydney playing it. A few of the regulars from the UK circuit taking a little trip over to Vegas playing that tournament. I'll be out there for WSOP in a couple of months, well, a few months' time.
Yeah.
Hopefully running deep in the main 10k. That would be some dream.
I was looking at the win and their festival that's on now, the $10,000 one, the 10 million guarantee. The high roller's 10,500. The main event's 10,000.
Yeah, I know. I remember you saying, yeah.
Bit bizarre.
So Queens this time for Sartoris, blind on blind, raises it to 1.5k, and Ian here getting fruity with the old Queen 4. Free bets to 3.5 here. So maybe just thinks Sartorius is going to be at it too often here. Maybe attacking his blind and just moves all in, and Ian caught with his hand in the cookie jar, as they say, and just going to be a snap fold from him.
Yeah.
Into the next hand. Come on, Ian. You've been caught at it. You've been caught at it. Let him go.
Get him in the muck.
Letting him sweat a little bit, making it out like he's got a decision. Bit of TV time for Ian. There it goes, into the muck.
Yeah, there's plenty of poker now starting to open up everywhere. Right, Davenport is doing well on the outer tables on 129,000. Don Jones on 75.
Go on, Don.
Ian Roberts on 67 and Lee French on 57. Mitch Ingham up to 54. Terry Jordan bust.
So Ryan here, ace, queen of clubs, 25 big blinds. Ines raising to 1.3 under the gun +2, and Ryan happy to free bet this one, makes it 3.1. But at a really tough table, you could potentially shove this for this amount of big blinds, 25 bigs over and open with ace queen of clubs. But if you think you're at a more softer table, more inclined to just 3-bet it and start getting value from worse. Either way, Ryan would have taken that pot with the shove or the 3-bet. How are we doing, David? Yeah, Daz. Yeah, I think you're a bit behind, Daz Low on YouTube. I had that discussion with a couple of people on Twitch 15 minutes ago. They all let me know Dinesh didn't check his option in that hand. Remember, I just looked up on the flop and saw the trash holding and just assumed he checked it. But you got a breakdown for the hand if he didn't check the option. If he did check his option. We've got 30 minutes left on the clock for the session, guys. That will take us into the last break of the day. We'll have one more rotation of the feature table, get some fresh faces on here for the final 2 hours. But this session is going to bring us up to 10 o'clock. That's raising to 1.3 under the gun, and we've got Jay here with the ace-4 of spades, working with just sub 30 bigs, 29 big blinds to be precise. Just calling the ace-4 suited. Radu gets out of the way, and Dinesh with a 10-6 off, not going to be defending this one. Lets it go.
Flop time. The 10s for Yanis.
And 3 overcards to your 10s isn't the best flop.
Absolutely not. How does that even happen?
We have got a Broadway draw to go with it, and Ines looks like he's happy to continue the 10s here. But in terms of range, yes, it's going to be a good board for us, but with the 3 overcards here, it's one of them situations like against Jay, like we're usually well in front and well behind here with the 10s, like against some suited connectors, low connectors we're well ahead of, and then we're well behind any Jack X, King X or Ace X. But Ines still opting to fire for 1.7. Maybe thinking about running it on later streets. If that is the case, then I don't mind the C-bet at all. We're thinking about potentially going bet here, which I'd love. With this particular holding, this particular combinations of 10s, I'd actually love to see it. The bet here and really just apply pressure to these one pair holdings. He's not going to have ace king, he's not going to have jacks, he's not going to have aces or kings. So like the only real hands we're worried about here are king jack and ace jack and then queen 10, which we got removal from. So they're literally the only warrior hands that we're worried about here, and we should be able to fold out the rest of our opponent's range by the river. So if Ines is planning that tower to shove this river, I'd absolutely love to see it. If this is a brick, well, it's the 4 of clubs. This might deter him from going for it, but I would have loved to see a brick here and see if Ines actually ran it, because when you actually think of it from that perspective, it would actually be a lovely line to take, because the only hands we're ever worried about here are, as I mentioned, ace jack, king jack and queen 10, which we got very good removal from, but on this club river obviously now there are more hands that we are going to get called by if we did elect to shove, and that's why we've seen Ines slow down here, and Jay moves in after catching top and bottom on the river, 2 pair of his aces up. Obviously makes the assumption that Inus is going to shovel his ace king ace jack here, sets straights and flushes, so just believes his ace 4 is going to be the best hand. Way too often tries to get value from some potential ace queen ace 10 in there, but on this occasion Inus can't do much but get out of the way with the tens.
Yeah, Jamie moved tables.
Yep.
He just moved tables to balance the books.
Yeah, but would have loved to see a brick there, Tal. I'd see if Inus was going to run it with the pocket tens.
Yeah. Lines 300, 600. Just over 20 minutes to go until the end of the session. Session concludes around 10, and then 15-minute break, and the last session with us will have a different table. Tonis looks like he's raising it up. Raises to 1.3. King 10 suited.
And Inus here with the ace king of hearts, so you should just see free bet here out of the small blind.
Indeed it does.
Makes it 4.3, nice big 3.5x sizing. Always what we like to see out of position. And there's Sartorius just with a quick fold with the king 10 of clubs.
We'll try and be there in August, says Sydney. Well, if you do, Sydney, you know where we'll be. We'll be in Coventry, and now you've found us on YouTube, GUKPT. We'll be live streaming a lot of events as well.
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. I'm probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a free bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. Free bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's all right. Because it's all right on both our laptops.
Oh,
this
my
morning.
word.
What's happening here? 4-bet to 7.7.
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing tower.
Whoa, well, I'm snap folding.
It's just
You
like,
would be.
Yeah, I would be.
You'd be snap folding.
I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. I'd already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. But fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
No
is
way
he gonna 5-bet? Has he picked up on something
about
here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff tower, we just, no way. Do you know what, if Ian 6-bets here with ace 10 tower, I'm done for, I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh, wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace-jack. This is just a leveling war between the two players.
He's doing it
again!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Ian 6-bet solve that, baby! 10! How'd you like them apples? Solve that! Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6-bet rip with the ace 10, folding the ace jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him that he had aces in that spot. A lot of money. But wow. Fair play to the man.
A 6-bet rip. Well. I love it when they put the triangle, they put the chips all together in a little triangle so they can shove them forward. And he went, solve that one. Oh.
Wow, that's just crazy. It's just a mad levelling war.
Well, his odds on to win the seniors on Sunday.
yeah.
If he doesn't win this. If he doesn't win this one.
Oh my word.
Oh, brilliant. That is having some kahunas.
Oh god, it's great, Tower. It's great to see, like. Radu 3-bets the ace-5 of spades. The 3.2.
Bonkers. So we'll just pick Jay up off the floor. Are you back now with us?
I've got a new hero tower, and it's that man in seat 8. He is my new hero, and that is who I'm rooting for the rest of the tournament. After that move, I'm Team Ian. Team Ian. I'm going to get a shirt printed and everything for Sunday. I'm going to get one sent tonight, get it sent to the hotel, and be ready to wear on Sunday. Hashtag Team Ian.
You're expecting him in the betting here on Sunday?
Yeah, God. What a move. What a move. And going to jump back to this hand. 3-bet coup here. Radu incorporating in a 3-bet with the ace-5 suited, which we can do. Not 3-bet bluff hand this one. Very nice to do it with. But Jay, with a very nice hand himself. Top pair, gut shot, second nut flush draw. Got the works going on here. 6 of clubs. And Radu might take a showdown here with a 5. We do beat some hands, like some ace-10 with the ace of diamonds. Some ace-king with the ace of diamonds. But actually that's going to 4-bet, so that's probably not in there. Maybe he might choose the bluff for that reason. The only hand I can really see us beating on this river is ace-10 with the ace of diamonds, which probably going to fold to the 3-bet anyway, so even that's probably clutching at straws here. So probably just understands that his 5's never going to be good here and might be thinking about bluffing, and shows the ace-5 suited. And going to see the bad news that Jay has the king-queen. Sid Stoke, he must use a wheelbarrow to carry those nuts about.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Evening, James. James Gill back watching on YouTube. You might want to re-watch that and just tag it round about 9:40 in the evening. Just tag the hand. I'm sure it'll be tagged and stripped and sent onto social media anyway. But wow,
yeah, what a hand! What a hand! You don't usually say that without seeing a flop tower. You know, it's very rare that we ever say what a great hand and didn't even get to a flop. But where has Ian found that 6-bet rip from? So if he's 6-betting ace-10, surely he's 3-betting 10s, right, Tower?
Absolutely.
Here he comes again. Let's go, Ian.
Raising it up again. This time we're
legitimate hand this time. This is a 3-bet for value, legitimately. I'm guessing the 6-bet wasn't a 6-bet for value. I'm guessing that was a bluff. But Ian, sizing as well, Tal. Love it. Really, really nice size choice here with this open and the call. Like, I'm saying he's a dark horse here. Maybe on first glance he doesn't look like he can mix it up with the kids, but look out for this man. Sizing choice seemed perfect there.
Ten minutes to go until the end of the session, and then one more break, and then a 15-minute break, and then one more table to end the night with us, whoever that will be.
Can we keep this table now, Tower? I'm Team Ian from here on out. Five Serenas here, raises to 1.3, and Bixie with the ace 10 of clubs. 3-betting to 3.5, which has been fairly snug Big C, so chooses to 3-bet this one. Obviously can flat as well, but going to be mixing it up. And Ian here in the small with a 10-8 suited, folds as he should. And back on Ines here with the 5s, who should be calling against this size. Expect him to pill here, getting 3-1 on his money. However, Bixie has been fairly tight, so may actually think about just letting it go, Tower.
Yeah, it's just the re-entry she's had. Not played too many hands since she's come to the table with a stack of 20k.
Yes, it does actually call. Was getting that attractive price, but Bixie's been fairly solid from what I've seen. Both sessions she's been on the featured table.
5, 6, 7 flop, 2 clubs.
Any action about? And this is just as action as it gets. We got 2 overs and a flush draw versus a set. So Sydney called for the ace 10-5 flop, but he's got basically as action as we can get here. Bixie continuing 4,000, and this could just potentially go in now here, Tower. But the thing is here, like with Ines with the 5s, probably more inclined to flat, because Bixie's still going to have like the ace king, the ace queen, ace jack at some frequency, hands that we've got drawing dead. So we want to keep those hands in that we have drawing dead in this particular scenario. So wouldn't mind just seeing the flat.
All in and a call
against this hand.
Straight over the go.
It's just all gone in. Ines raised, Bixie just went in, and Bixie going to need to find a club.
Well, running 8-9.
So, Bixie, the player at risk. Ines would be left with sub 10 bigs if he did get unlucky. And this is just a cold flop. This was always going to get in. Both players smashing this one, but Ines with the best of it so far.
Ace of hearts.
Changes nothing.
Changes absolutely nothing.
So just a club to fade. And it's the 6 of hearts, the 5's boat up, and we're going to lose Bixie.
Unlucky Bixie.
I'm sure Bixie will be back.
Yeah. Unlucky. Same seat as well, wasn't it?
Yes, Tower, I think it was.
Yeah. How did the cash game finish up, says Bob. I think it went on for about 2 hours, didn't it, after we finished the live stream?
There was a 20k pot that we missed, actually, about half hour after we finished. I heard about
£20,000 pot of 5-5.
That went the way of James Jagger. Yeah, 20k pot, ended up stacking Vinny.
Oh, Vinny got stacked. He was action man at the table.
Got 5 minutes to go for the session. We'll be back at 10:15 for the final session of the day. 12-hour live stream as always for the GUKPT.
To be fair, he said he had nothing. Alright?
Well, Ines 10-9 suited. Just lets it go under the gun. Surprised to see that. Leaves room for Ryan to open here off of his 27 big blinds with the Queen Jack of Spades. Raises to 1.2, which clicks it up. And Ian, oh, he had to go and spoil it. Putting on a show for me. 9-8 off him, in the cut-off. Maybe thinking that he's just going to have position. Wanting to see a flop, but obviously more often than not, the guys who watch the stream regularly should know that this is just going to be a hand that wants to hit the muck. Facing the early position open from Ryan Mandara. So Ryan continuing here with the Queen Jack of Spades, and Ian here with the 9 high, just letting it go. James, it's funny you asked that, because there we go. High roller, G400 in the mix.
All side events scrolling round now. 456 PLO on the 30th. Change now. Joker's wild.
Joker's wild. Tower's going to be on the decks for that one. Turbo on the 4th, little turbo event.
Can't wait. It's going to be a massive. It's going to be a great week. 10 days. And the old timers finishing us off. Last event of the Goliath 2022. That is it. 25th till the 4th of August. All events, all online. Social media will be full of it in the coming days. Evening, Chris.
We're doing high stakes as well. Mandara always playing with a smile on his face. Yeah.
We haven't got 40 points. By the time you get out, you're in trouble. I think we can only keep it from in the last 6 games. I reckon we might get 4 points.
Just needs to hurry up. And don't forget, there's plenty of chances to get yourself tickets online. Satellite's running every night. There's over 150 online qualifiers so far. We expect it to be near 2,000 by the time we've done.
So Ines with the ace king. Free bet into 5.5 hit. Over an open from Ian and a flat from Radu. Radu not free betting Ian this time with the ace jack after the antics that occurred about 15 minutes ago. Just happy to flat the ace jack of hearts on the button, which I agree with. I prefer the flat in the suited variety and incorporating into more free bets with the offsuit. Got Ian here with 8-6 of diamonds out of the way. And action now back on Radu, who does have position in a heads up pot here. Getting just over 2-1 on a call, and happy to call the ace jack suited. Don't mind this at all, this deep with Ines. (10-10-3) is the flop, so both players with here. Ines can continue really small on this board, don't need to go too large with our continuation size, can go as small as 3,000 here. That looks like 5k is what he's opted for. It's a 5 into 13.4, and looks like Radu happy to float here with the backdoor royal and 2 overcards to the board.
Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, this is pretty cruel turn card because Radu now catching top pair, but he's outkicked by Ines, and I like the check here from Ines as well, because situation that we talk about a lot, it's one of them where we're either well in front or way behind. Well in front versus pretty much most hands that Radu can have other than a 10. Otherwise we're drawn to 2 outs versus the 10x that he can have in this situation. Like, he's probably going to peel some Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited broadways that do contain 10x in them. And now Ines firing, and we can also induce some bluffs if he was getting a bit fruity on the flop, maybe floating some like Queen Jack with backdoors. These type of hands are going to start barreling on the turn once checked to. But Ines here has just got a clear call now here with the ace king. As I mentioned, it's just a situation where we're going to be well in front with our ace king or well behind, facing a 10.
this should be the last stand before the break.
Yeah, it will be, Tower.
Yeah, this should be the last stand before the break. Probably winding down.
Glad to see Ines just call here. Don't want to be doing anything else in this situation.
10 on the river as well.
They're going to chop this up now, Tower.
Yeah.
So Ines checking. The thing is here, like Radu will probably never getting called by kings, queens or jacks because these type of hands are going to fold because they have removal to the bluffs. So, but there's not really much 10x that we ever expect Ines to have here after being the free better. But the thing is, this is a weird scenario because obviously it's so unlikely that Ines is going to have a 10 after free betting.
So the last stand is going to be a chop. We'll be chopping it up and then a new table will be coming. Have we got any names on the tables coming back? Who do we know? Anybody? Anybody?
Jamie Nixon's back.
What?
Mitch Hynam, Lee French.
Oi, oi.
Jamie Lee, who was on our cash game last night, he's going to be coming back.
I think Jamie Lee wants to play in Manchester as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it's
we are chopping it up.
20k and a call.
We are chopping it up. And we will see you. We'll go for tea. We've got 15 minutes. It's time for tea. See you soon.
See you then.
2008, he wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. You know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't the job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making #1, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroyd.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where I'm dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever, and he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates, kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmuth style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only two Ender mob. Like that's the only two casts he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, "Oh, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker." Like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of it when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won one. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, "I'm the unluckiest poker player ever," and I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament? Like the
just
like 100 times
the
by him, but yeah.
Brilliant! It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times. Whenever you do pop up, we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just to me it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also, like, I was free rolling anyway because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this one. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table and he knew about the bet and he raised under the gun. And, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the cutoff and I had to free bet him and start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game with on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys. Like,
C5. In between.